unnecessary. Goff knows the offense. The continuity's there with Ben Johnson. I wouldn't play him at all.
Okay. Just a thought. I believe that.
No, I mean, there's some merit to what you're saying, Bernard, because it's like
the team that did it won the Super Bowl.
Won the Super Bowl, exactly. And you have situations where you will see a lot of these guys play in the preseason that are solidified franchise quarterbacks. Some don't. Like, I don't think Stafford's going to play in the preseason. I think I saw that. Cousins coming off an injury, not going to play in the preseason.
Well, why, if you're the Rams, why wouldn't you play Stetson Bennett all the time? He only threw 4 interceptions yesterday, but he had the winning touchdown.
I've already seen people doing the car commercials because everybody thinks he's going to end up like owning a dealership or doing like TV spot. I've got your 4 picks for the vehicle to get into.
I like that.
248-539-9797. Jenny, good morning. You're in Rochester Hills. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. The interesting conversation about the quarterbacks. I understand what you're saying. I've seen Sudfeld play a good game last couple of years ago. He didn't play well. However, I totally trust Campbell. I totally trust the offensive coordinator. I trust the quarterback's coach. I think they know what they're doing. They're just not showing their hands right now. They could very well be dealing something behind the scenes. I trust them.
Sure. I hope so. I trust them too. I like what the staff has done. It just feels like a glaring hole right now on the roster. And the good news is it's still August.
It does feel like a hole, but I don't underestimate the intuitiveness of that management organization. I believe they're after someone, but they can't talk about it yet.
Okay.
Ryan Tannehill.
Tannehill would be nice. You talked about this a little off air with me. I don't know if you guys brought it up last Friday, that it's not an ideal spot for someone like Ryan Tannehill because he would want to be
a backup.
But I could make the case that Hooker is the 3 as a developmental player, at least for this season. He fills in the Teddy Bridgewater role while you actually give Hendon Hooker the year to get his feet under him. How about Nick Foles?
He just retired.
Get him out of retirement. Make him the backup quarterback. He's not unavailable. He's
no, but I'm sure he could have still been a backup somewhere. He retired for a reason.
Okay. What about Teddy Bridgewater? How much does he want to coach?
The name that was brought up on Friday, I don't know if you heard about this, especially if Goff would get hurt. It would be some guy whose first name is Tom.
Oh, man. Did that come up?
Yeah.
How did his body involuntary have any reactions?
I thought it was, I thought it was bad. I thought it was a bad idea, and then I got accused of saying that Nate Sudfeld, you think Nate Sudfeld's better than Tom Brady right now? I said, no, but... No. I don't think that would be the wisest thing in the world. But
if we're gonna stump for guys from our alma mater, what about Cooper Rush? If Trey Lance solidifies the backup job, we could fire up chips and get him as a backup.
Yeah, well, that's a legitimate one, especially if they like Trey Lance.
Anyway,
and the bigger story is that Nate Sudfeld is one of the worst Nates in Detroit sports history,
which you inadvertently brought up earlier. And what was your list again for people?
Well, here we've added 2 that Gov came up with and one that a caller did. From the bottom up, I still think Sudfeld's the worst. But you have former Tiger for 1 year, Nate Colbert, who was really good with the San Diego Padres. Kicker Nate Freeze, who the Lions drafted out of Boston College. He was horrific. Then the former Tiger pitcher who Pat Caputo had a man crush on, Nate Cornejo. And then Nate Robertson was pretty good.
Gum time. Now we're getting to a good player.
And Nate Burleson was really good. And we could have Nathan Danielson, with the Wings as early as maybe late this season.
It's a slim chance he makes the team, but hey, first-round pick, sooner rather than later, we'll see it.
Yeah. Did you mention Joe Nathan?
He doesn't count, right?
Well, we're just counting first names, but yes, Joe Nathan. Yes,
famous Detroit Nathans. He would.
That's right. Exactly. He was not very good.
Ken Daniels will join us at 9:35. Coming up next, my Olympic gold medal stand. It's 97.1. The Olympics are over. Great TV. I say TV. I never actually watched them on like television. I streamed Peacock, Gold Zone. I was into this Olympics more than I've been in any Olympics in my adult life. You got to go back to like when you're a kid and you're just kind of like enamored with the Olympics.
What was the Gold Zone like? Was it? It was Hansen, right?
Yes, also Siciliano because manpower. This is going on all the time, every day. They'd swap out. I prefer Scott Hansen. I don't know if you're a Siciliano guy. He's fine.
That's fine.
But they went back and forth, and at times it could be a little much when you have 8 boxes on the screen.
God, I was in here not to digress, but when I was in here working with Mike one day, he can't stand Scott Hansen.
What's
it was
his deal?
Unbelievable. I mean, okay, he's maybe not the greatest in the world, but he's a local kid.
Is he? I didn't know he's local.
Guy.
I didn't know that
Rochester,
about him.
yeah.
Really? Okay. Does Mike not like that he's kind of like folksy?
No, I think he just says what's in his ear and all that kind of. I don't know.
I feel like he does a good job, especially with the Olympics. I don't know a lot of this stuff, filling in some gaps and some boxes, and here we're going, navigating you through. For the most part, if it was 2 or 3 things at once, it would always get you back and forth. There's your remote control. It's like Red Zone.
Double box.
I thought he did a great job. I loved Gold Zone. It just happened to work out with the time change that we could get done with this show.
Right.
And I could go watch it live. I didn't, have to watch it on TV later in the day. I'd see it live. So I loved it. I think these Olympics were great, and I hope people didn't miss out on it.
I never realized like medals were decided in water polo by shootouts.
The things you learn.
Yes.
When you can get into all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Like, I think some of it, to me, it almost is daunting, the Olympics. Like, how am I going to keep up with everything? And the Gold Zone helped me feel like I wasn't like overwhelmed with all the stuff that was going on. So we've done medal stand. Heather gave out her 3 moments. Stoney, you gave out your 3. Here are my top 3 moments from the Olympics weekend. Gold, silver, and bronze. My bronze, we start local. Grant Fisher, the distance runner.
From Grand Blanc.
He finished with a medal in both the 5,000 meter and 10,000 meter, bronze in both, the first American man to do it. Again, local, Grand Blanc. And distance runners, you hear people talking about them, they're like, I never thought we'd see an American up there on the medal stand. My silver, redemption. You guys have brought up Sha'Carri Richardson. I will bring up redemption for the women's soccer team. 12 years since gold. They were underwhelming in the last Olympics. Had they lost their touch, they went with the younger players. That front line looks very good. They outscored their competition 12-2 in the Olympics.
Swanson with the goal.
And Swanson with the goal. I didn't realize Dansby Swanson.
Yes. It's her husband.
They're married. I didn't know that until I saw that the Chicago screwed up the graphic.
Yes.
They put Sophia Smith, I think, and it was supposed to be Mallory Swanson. Yep. Anyway, the U.S. women's soccer team gets my silver medal. And my gold, night.
Yep.
Steph Curry. His first gold, wanted to be there. We get in this, it's old bit that the U.S. always wins the gold. Not old bit for him.
No.
He wanted to be there. He's an MVP, an NBA champion, the greatest shooter of a generation maybe ever. And he does it in his vintage way, where it's a 3 when they needed it, and then another 3 when they needed it. And then they tried to double. He ran off ball. Another 3. They double. Doesn't matter. I'll still shoot it. He was unconscious. It was beautiful.
It was unbelievable. It was like the last one. You had what are you doing? And it still went in. By the way, I don't know if it was on any of your honorable mentions, but it should have been on mine. Snoop Dogg when he wore the dressage outfit.
Yes, that was. I gave him bronze last week.
Oh, for that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I could give Snoop a gold medal just for everything he did at the Olympics.
I saw a story. I don't know if it's true that he was getting $500,000 a day.
It's true. Well, it
we
should
reported
be true.
it.
I said it, so it's true. Yeah, he's making bank. Good for him.
If you want an honorable mention, the women's 4x400, the second leg.
Oh, it was like Secretariat.
Yeah, I mean, I look away, I look back and go, she's in fast forward and everybody else is stuck in like, regular neutral.
Right.
I kind of loved it because then the third leg and then the fourth leg, they were just kind of running.
Yeah.
There's no pressure, no competition. Away we go. They didn't even have to have any faster splits than the field because they were up by a full turn.
It was amazing.
They were dominant. I think they have won every gold since 96. The relay, the women's 4x400. The women's basketball team has won 8 straight golds in their competition.
It was pretty damn close, too.
61 straight wins at the Olympics. Stoney, you were thinking what I was thinking. If they lose that game, after Steph won it by being this transcendent shooter. Oh, sports talk, talking heads.
Oh, well, I have a friend of mine who was, he's so, I'll use the word, and I know he's probably listening, stupid that he was rooting for France because Caitlin Clark was not on the team.
Well, that's like Dave Portnoy was rooting for France because Tatum wasn't playing, and he's a Boston sports fan. Like, get out of clown behavior. Come on.
It's ridiculous.
But you had a friend that was rooting for France because Caitlin Clark was left off the team.
Yes.
If they lost, Caitlin Clark not being there would have been a huge story.
Yeah, but
you don't want that.
But they had a great three-point shooter in Sabrina anyway, and they never really used her. As she didn't play in the whole first half yesterday. They don't know how to space the floor.
So it's a bit on the show, and it's true. I'm smarmy. Can I read to you the tweet I had typed up that I didn't send because
you really want to do this?
Sure.
Okay.
People know I'm smarmy.
I know.
It was so nice that the men's team had a special three-point shooter to close out the gold medal game. If only the women's game had a player like that for Team USA to put on their roster. Save the drafts, didn't post it. They
good.
I didn't want to post it, but I felt compelled, especially watching that game and watching that the women's game at its best has a lot of movement and back cuts and creativity. At its worst, it's set shots at the rim,
which is what
begging for fouls,
which is what France was doing,
and it was a bad product to watch when it turns into that kind of game. All right, we got Heather with the news.
You guys, police are searching for 2 people involved in a deadly hit and run in Detroit over the weekend. The victim, a local mechanic, Roger Pitts, died after being struck by a parked car that had been hit by another vehicle on Sunday afternoon. So this guy, the victim, he was just walking to a corner store when the crash happened. 2 men in the car that hit the parked car got out and just took off running, fled the scene. Police have yet to catch them. Obviously, if you know who they are or saw any of this, please contact police. So we've been talking a lot, obviously, about the Olympics and what some of these Olympic swimmers have been dealing with, right? Unidentified brown objects floating in the Seine River, people getting sick after swimming. Well, some of these Olympic swimmers have actually turned to drinking Coke to help fight off any bacteria that they may have contracted.
Why?
Apparently, several swimmers said that they were met with open bottles of Coke when they met with their team doctors because according to some research, Coke can kill some pathogens. Apparently, it does have antibacterial effects for some of these specific toxins. And that's what they've been hoping will fight off any of these illnesses, because there was some swimmers that did get sick after swimming in the river.
Didn't they dump like $1 billion into
They
clean?
did more than that, like $1.5 billion. But this river had been contaminated with not only, human waste, but rodents that can carry, obviously, bacteria and viruses and parasites forever, right? It's been dirty forever. And yes, they did put in a ton of money, but how do you clean? I don't know. I know they did whatever they did, but to me, in my head, it's like, how do you really clean something that's been that dirty for so long?
I'm sorry. If you can move the surfers to Tahiti, you can move that to somewhere else.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Jason Kelsey is revealing the one rule that his wife requires him to follow to keep everybody in their house happy. So he just was on an appearance on Green Light with Chris Long, and he revealed that his wife recently implemented a rule where he has to work out a minimum of 3 days a week. Otherwise, she just doesn't want to deal with him. And he kind of explained that, when he works out, he's in a good mood. He's in a better headspace. He interacts better with his kids, with his wife, with everybody at home. And he says if he skips a workout, he feels like he's not really being productive for the day and like he's missing something, which I totally get because it releases endorphins, right? And working out is very good for you, not only physically, but also mentally. So,
Stoney, you're always talking about that, the mental.
That's right, exactly. You feel better, you look better, everything's good.
Yeah. So I totally get this. Without a doubt.
Or else 3 days a week.
According to some research, it does appear that money can buy happiness, apparently. So a study set out to find the least depressed states, and it found that most of them are located in the wealthiest, most desirable parts of the country. So researchers looked at overall mental health of each of the nearly 3,000 counties in the 50 states. And they looked at everything that goes into mental health, right? So they had a whole point system. And unfortunately for us, Detroit did not make the top 25 least depressed.
Not even Oakland County.
No.
Got to get our
Most of
bread
them,
up, apparently.
Okay, so rounding out the top 5, Honolulu County in Hawaii,
Oh, well, yeah.
Santa Clara County in California, Fairfax County in Virginia, San Mateo County in California, and Teton County in Wyoming.
So like fresh air, outdoors, affluence.
And Silicon Valley. Yeah, you're in some
affluence.
very, exactly. Expensive places to live. Finally, this is just a nasty, sticky and smelly situation. A truck hauling 48,000 pounds of molasses crashed into a truck loaded with manure on Friday.
Oh, no.
It happened in southern Idaho. And guess what happened to this manure truck? It crashed and then caught on fire.
Whoa.
Yeah. So we have a burning truck of manure and 1,000 pounds of molasses that spilled on to the roadway, and it closed down the road for nearly 4 hours. Avoid all the area, the stinky, sticky mess.
That's Heather with the news. That's ridiculous.
Exactly.
All right, coming up next, Ken Daniels, 97.1. Joining us this morning, love hearing his voice, TV voice of the Red Wings, Ken Daniels. Wings season game tickets go on sale today, 10 a.m. And we appreciate, Ken, that you're not standing us up. I know, Stoney, you did you wrong, but at least you're not holding it against us. Good morning.
I'm not holding against you.
Hi, Ken.
Hi, Stoney. Hi, Jamie. It's all right. It's all right. We had a good day. Yeah. Shot pretty well. Fun day. We'll do it again, Stoney, some other time, and I'll call you every hour on the hour before we tee off.
Yes, we made a date with another person, and me and the other person kind of forgot. Only Ken, being the meticulous, great human being that he is, put it in his calendar, and yes.
Yeah, because I use a damn calendar.
Yes, I use my brain as I'm getting older. I somehow
don't do that.
I know. I have to figure it out.
Okay. Yes. It's all forgiven.
Yes, indeed.
Well, speaking of that, we did turn you into a drop. At the end of the season, we were disappointed. You know, the Wings had a playoff spot and they didn't get in, and it was such an exciting rush. But you said, we'll take that. And we want to see this team get in the playoffs. And I wonder, as time has passed, how you view the end of the season, and if you have ratcheted up the expectations. Do you feel like, it's the playoffs or bust kind of mentality now going into next season?
No, and that will take that. Was that because of the season and success in that realm of success? Is that where that came from? I don't remember it.
Yeah, I think you were just saying, being in the mix and you know. Yeah. And I think when you're up, people want to see, like, they choked at the end of last year is how a lot of people felt, myself included.
I didn't think they choked. I think there were some games along the way that they blew that they should have had, which in the end would have been the difference.
Right.
But at the start of the year, I predicted they'd have 90 points. And I said, would that be enough to get in? I didn't think they would. And they finished with 91. And I thought 91 points to get in was low. And then
historically speaking,
Washington gets in, they had a hot goalie. So I don't know. I don't think it's playoffs or bust. They have to be competitive again. There's going to be expectations. So now they have to rise to those expectations. Guys who didn't score as much as maybe they thought they should have to do better. They need better goaltending. And I think they've got some of that in Talbot, but can he play behind a defense that isn't as structured as Los Angeles? So in terms of making the playoffs, a lot has to go right for this team. They have to stay injury-free and have to see how other teams do in the conference. Even when I said last year that the Red Wings would be in the mix at the end, I also thought some teams would be better than they were, and they weren't. So the Red Wings were truly in the mix. Now, this year, you've got New Jersey, who should be a heck of a lot better. Well, can Washington fluke it out, if you want to call it, empty net goal to get in and beat out Detroit to get in again? New Jersey replaces them. So who else is Detroit beating out? That's the thing. So things have to go right for the Wings, and maybe a team that you don't see falling back falls back.
Yeah. And how do you think this team looks defensively going into the season? Because that seemed to be the biggest bugaboo last year.
Well, for sure it was. And I think part of that was goaltending. But I think they'll be better defensively. Simon Edmondson, I'm really looking forward to seeing him. And I wouldn't, just me thinking, I wouldn't be surprised sooner or later that you actually see Edmondson alongside Seider at some point. I believe Ben Sherratt had a nice bounce-back season, had to deal with the death of his father the season prior, and I think that weighed on him all year. Not that he's a stalwart, but I think he could have been better than he was, and he was. So, Albert Johansson's going to push for a spot. Right now, there just aren't many spots available. You've got 8 defensemen coming into the season. Does that speak to a move somewhere? Perhaps it does. Gustafsson coming in, Eric Gustafsson being signed will help replace to some extent Shane Gostisbehere. Not necessarily the power play points. Gostisbehere had 29 of those, but Gustafsson will be better defensively. So it's a question mark, Stoney, for sure. And this team knows it has to be better defensively. They were in the top 10 in goals for and bottom 10 in goals against. So you have to be better defensively first and foremost.
The one thing I don't understand, and maybe I'm just ignorant, is the Wallman trade. I understand they needed cap space. I get all that. But were they told that if they just waived them, nobody was going to claim them? Is that why they had to throw in that extra second-round pick to make sure that he got moved?
It's the question we're all asking, and I don't have that answer.
Okay.
I don't. Maybe something's coming back down the road in another deal. Not that hasn't been done before, and there are deals to be made elsewhere, and you do someone a favor somewhere else, and something else comes back. I really don't know, Stoney. But obviously they tried to move Wallman, and they couldn't. So I suppose waivers could have been an option, but I don't know the answer to that question.
We're talking to Ken Daniels, TV voice of the Red Wings. Sider, Raymond, no concern that they won't be on the team next year, but people are curious maybe what the holdup is or what your view of those two remaining unsigned is.
Steve Eisenman's the general manager. He doesn't hurry things, and maybe Claude Lemieux is Sider's agent. Well, I know he is, so maybe it doesn't help. I don't know. But, for Sider, it's a question, and to have just enough money, I would believe, to get both those two in, and you still have to have Jonathan Berggren signed. So you had Brock Faber just signed for $8.5 million. Dylan Larkin's making $8.7, the most on the Red Wings. So what does Sider get with Brock Faber, who's a good young defenseman, younger than Sider, and showing along the lines of Sider at 8.5? So every time a contract gets signed somewhere, the client will come in, well, now this is a benchmark. Now this is the floor. So I don't know whether Sider ends up being a bridge deal for 2 or 3 years. And if you're thinking that, you're thinking how much more offensive upside is there to Moritz Sider than a 50-point defenseman, as good as he is, and he's going to get better. But how many more points is he going to put up? What is he in that regard? So can you do a bridge banking on the fact he's not going to pile up 70 or 80 points? So I'm not sure on that one. To me, Lucas Raymond is a star up front. What do you have? He had 14 goals his last 18 games. I mean, he was basically carrying the Red Wings to get as far as they did. To me, I don't know, Raymond's in the $8 million range and somewhere in there on a long-term deal. I think you lock up Lucas Raymond as long as you can, but both will get done. They're both restricted free agents. It'll get done, and then the money that's left over, and they have to have some left over to get Jonathan Berggren signed. Now, whether Berggren's long-term Red Wing or he's in a deal somewhere else and they got too many bodies, that's the question, too.
Well, we're 17 minutes away from when tickets for single games go on sale. Is there one game in particular that you think, God, if I was a fan, a paying fan, I got to get tickets to this game?
Well, you know me, I always love the original 6 games. Mm-hmm. You got the Rangers and 2 in our building this year in October and November, which is good. I always love watching Boston. The Blackhawks are on in January. There's the New Year's Eve game. I'm not sure whether we're doing that one or not, whether that becomes a network game against Pittsburgh. So all fun for me. A lot of weekend games, Tony, and 10-game plans are back as well. And you can sign up for Wing Wheel Nation membership as well to find out about tickets. So lots of ways to get them. I know there's coming a waiting list now for season tickets. So that place was hopping. The vibe in that building, and the players said it, we felt it, and down the stretch, and how exciting it was. And to that end, we'll take that, I guess, to my comment, was we'll take that excitement and now build on it, because that was something, and it got the feeling back in the building, and I think the feeling can be back again this year, too.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. That place, the fans, they're hungry. They want more. They're excited for more. I mean, you mentioned the wait list. Talked about this on the air. We got partial season tickets, my wife and I, and you're realizing you're running out of room with the wait list. So people are definitely buzzing about this Red Wings hockey team. Ken, before we get you out of here, Stoney wanted me to ask you how you met him, how you got to know of him, because I realize you guys have quite the backstory. You guys are buddies. How did this all start?
Well, it started when I was at CBC Television, and I had to fill going through. We were also on in Channel 9 out of Windsor, so you would have got Channel 9 out of Windsor here in Detroit back in the 80s when I had the pornographic mustache. Back in the days when we were filling, they threw a young guy into the weekend sports, and that's how I got my job at CBC. And you often would need Stoney, you're more than a filler, let's put it this way. But I loved hockey, and you have the Washington Capitals highlights, and I'd go on the feed, and I'd do a lot of voiceovers myself, because that's the way you learn in TV. And I had 12 to 15 minutes to fill on the weekend, and I'd say, here's Washington playing the Rangers tonight, here's Michael Stone. And it would be, I'm Michael Stone for NBC News, because he was working for the George Michael Sports Machine out of Washington. So that's when I first heard Stoney's voice. And then I came and I'm flipping on the radio here, and I moved here in 1997, trying to get my feet wet and get everything. I don't even know where I'm going. And I hear Stoney in Wojo, and I hear Stoney on the radio. I said, Michael Stone, is that the same Michael Stone? And when I met him, sure enough, it was the same Michael Stone. I could actually hear it in his voice. So that's how I knew of Stoney before I got here. Stoney was my filler on weekends at CBC.
Yes. And now I'm just a filler here.
There you go.
That's
You've come full circle in your career.
Exactly. Kenny.
Way to go.
Thanks as always. You're the best. And yes, tickets available, single game tickets, 13 minutes and 47 seconds. You can go to DetroitRedWings.com/tickets.
Ken, appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. My pleasure.
And by the way, those single games include the season opener, which is always a raucous crowd. That's against Pittsburgh. It includes New Year's Eve if you want to go out for that single game ticket. That's always a big deal, the Red Wings New Year's Eve game. And yeah, as Ken said, 9 original 6 games at home this season. Those are always a hot commodity. You have minutes to jump in the queue and get your tickets. They go on sale at 10 a.m. It's 97.1. Love Ken Daniels. I hated that we turned him into a drop, but he is a great guy. Love hearing him on games. For me, that's the voice of so many great moments for the Detroit Red Wings. Stoney, he said he doesn't think they choked at the end of the year. I don't want to still be hung up on this, but they added Patrick Kane to a team he thought would have 90 points. They had a cushion. They didn't get in. I love the excitement. I think it's only going to grow. I'm excited for next season. Guys, I'm spending my own money to get season tickets.
I know.
I'm excited. I don't know how else to clarify or classify.
It's the old semantical argument where they choked the 7 games.
Yeah.
The Arizona games were a disgrace.
They were killer those games. But the Washington game, I was at the Washington game. I was all excited for that. That was at the end of the year, the final, 3-4 games.
Right.
And they outplayed them, I thought, but they didn't win the game.
Right, the goalie played great.
Yeah, what's his name? Oh, he's a killer.
Yeah. Anyway.
They got what they deserved too with the way it ended with the whole empty net situation.
Right.
And all
Yeah, they left the door open.
But I do hear this, and I thought you moved on. You haven't moved on. You're still.
I had moved on, but
Bitter
we had
Jim.
It's
we
like the
had
Lions
Ken on.
NFC Championship game. He's still hung up on this.
Have you finished receiver? Don't finish receiver. It's brutal to go back and watch the NFC title game.
Did I tell you what my daughter's job was for receiver? I've been working for NFL Films.
What did she do?
She had to watch after the game, like whenever they brought the stuff back or whatever. She had to watch the isolation camera of Kittle's wife during the NFC Championship game. She wanted to
If you had to say, how much of the receiver stuff have you watched?
I've watched the first 2.
The Kittles are obnoxious, right? Can we say that?
Well, I thought
Him more than her, but he's obnoxious.
The whole goofball tight end thing is an old bit. I'm kind of sick of it in general. Like, they take on this persona, big goofy guy like Gronk, Well, there's a Gronk element to Ollie. Even Kelsey is a little bit.
Well, it's interesting. Well, you kind of hope, because remember when Hawkinson was drafted here, he was all buttoned up, and all of a sudden now he's like, do we hope Laporta stays normal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Clean cut football player. None of this nonsense. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe he'll be dating a pop star in 2 years.
Yeah. I'll watch receiver eventually, but yeah.
But it's being bitter, when you see it, and I said at the time, I don't know if I'll ever get over it. That's such a heartbreaking way to lose. And they show all of the bad plays because they're telling the story. So it's Vildor, it's the fumble, it's the Reynolds drop, it's all of it.
When you watch, because that's the play for me more than anything else. And I know you can argue back and forth whether he should have kicked the field goal or not. To me, the Josh Reynolds play, it's not quite as bad as the Robert Horry shot in Game 5 against the Spurs, but it's pretty damn close for me. Now, when you watch it,
it's tough because Horry, you already had a title from the previous year,
right?
As opposed to this, where you're still waiting.
But the actual play.
Oh yeah.
Okay. When you watched it again, is it just like, how does he drop the
every
ball?
time? Every time.
Okay, so if you go back with that game and you try, and you get to change one play, I think a lot of people would pick Vildor because, the Niners would then have to probably methodically drive down the field and get 7.
Yep.
Or I would want Dan Campbell to go for it at the end of the half to put 7 up. I would have played. If they would have scored a touchdown there, I believe you have a completely different second half.
To me, the third one felt like the nail in the coffin, the Gibbs fumble.
Yeah.
I know it's not as catastrophic as a 4th down drop, but it felt like up till that point, they could have still weathered the storm. And they had all season. They had faced adversity, late game. They put a drive together. And their chance was, all right, just settle down, get Gibbs the ball, see what happens, and he fumbles it. If they maintain the possession of that drive, build some momentum, put some points on the board, they probably still win the game, given the drop, given the Vildor play.
I'll tell you what play I wish I would have done differently. The 3rd and 4 before the first drop. Instead of giving the ball to Amon-Ra, I didn't like that. It was like, all right, we'll get 2 yards because we're going to go for it on 4th down anyway, rather than trying to do something.
Well, that's the double-edged sword of it. On some level, I like that you're going for it on 4th because then it gives you an added advantage on 3rd. But if you're playing for 4th down, you should be playing for first downs.
Right.
And you get caught, and it can come back to bite you.
So just one little underrated nugget that came out of that Ken Daniels interview. He has now given a fan out there this excuse as Sider remains unsigned. It's because Claude Lemieux's his agent.
He was joking around. That wasn't serious.
No.
He was joking.
Right.
But a fan has now learned that Claude Lemieux is Mo Sider's agent, and so that's going to become a problem with at least one Red Wing fan out there.
The bigger hockey thing is the contract he brought up that the Minnesota defenseman signed.
Yes.
That is now going to present a comp for Seider's camp, which, Yzerman likes to hold the line, doesn't want to give much ground in negotiating, and we're better for it because he gets, guys under the line and you can get more good players here. But if I'm Seider, if I'm Raymond coming off that season, Seider, we want big deals and big money.
It's a good thing Draper's not the general manager negotiating with Lemieux.
Joke was right there. Gator, I think I heard Doug bring it up last week. Just a reminder of what's going on with Seider and Raymond.
Yeah, well, they got time.
Yeah.
I don't think
it's no panic or anything.
I'm sure Steve Yzerman already knows exactly what's going to happen, and it'll be like one of two things, depending what the players want. I think it's either going to be you sign these guys short term.
What short term? Like 4 or 5?
4 years, or you sign the long term for 8. And if you're the players, why sign an 8-year contract? It's going to pay you, say, 8 or 9 a year when the salary cap's just going to keep going up. And
you could be a $10 million player.
Exactly, because you'll be, 27 years old or whatever. So,
Yzerman doesn't like giving terms. So
he doesn't. So it actually may make sense to go 5 or 4 for both these guys.
Yeah, I mean, but as a fan, excuse me, you want them locked up. Love these guys. These guys are great.
I heard you talking about it. The long lineage of Red Wings that spend their entire career here.
This is all I want. I mean, I guess, the salary cap world, Zetterberg was, and so was Pavel Datsyuk. Both of those guys were part of the salary cap world where they spent their whole careers here.
Cronwall
was another one. Thank you. Yeah, good one. Absolutely. So, I'd love to have these guys be in the next group of the next 6 great Red Wings that have already been drafted that'll stay here for their entire careers, but it'll get worked out. I'm not terribly concerned about this. This is not like an Ndamukong Suh situation where you're like, are they going to get this done or not? No,
it's not.
Seriously, he's not going to sign a deal here. Okay.
The protection is they're restricted free agents. So even in a world where they couldn't get any deal done, they'd be on a 1 year, and it's a series of ones. They have control over.
Yeah,
both of
and
them.
it's. Of course, they had the famous restricted free agent contract that Sergei Fedorov signed to an offer sheet by, was it Carolina back in the day, that ended up getting Sergei paid $15 million like that right up front. Okay.
And it worked because he was great in the playoffs.
Yeah, and then he lost all his money because his agent ripped him off. But aside from that,
and his number's not hanging in the rafters.
they did win a couple. Right, they did win a couple more Stanley Cups.
They did. What do you got coming up today?
Well, we're going to talk certainly about the Lions situation that they have right now. Have they? I haven't checked Twitter in the last 15 minutes. I don't know if they've signed a quarterback or if they're going to, but or if they've got an up to the second update on Hendon Hooker. It sounds like he may not even be able to practice until Friday at the earliest. It's possible. So, but it's a day-by-day thing with him and concussion protocol.
Gator, how do you rank Sudfeld with all the great Nates we've had in Detroit, by the way?
This is a Stoney thing that came up today. You just started ranking Detroit Nates.
Right. Well, I'm very partial to Nate Robertson. Love Nate Robertson.
Sometime.
He's the second best, I think.
Yeah, we got him to rub a box of fish on the air one time.
That's awesome.
Which is a thing Dan Wetzel and I did when we had a show together.
Nate Burleson would be 1, right?
Not for me. Like I said, I'm partial to Nate Robertson.
So Nate would be 1. Okay.
There's the one we haven't seen, Nathan Danielson.
Right.
I'm looking forward to that.
Then you have
Nate Cornejo.
Nate
the Great Cornejo. Sure.
Nate Colbert with that one awful year for the Tigers.
Player. Yeah.
And Nate Freese, one of the great draft picks of all time.
Lions kicker.
Well, remember the Lions drafted a kicker from Boston College, Nate Freese?
Was it Nate Freese or was it Nick Freese?
No, Nate.
Nate?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that didn't work out.
No.
Okay.
This is what happens.
Yeah.
No, I listen. I do the same thing. I come up with speed bumps.
I like the speed
bumps. My role. Yeah.
It's great.
Speed bump will be with you on Wednesday.
He told us about his week this week. By the way, people who love Stoney, we love having him in anytime he is. Tomorrow with us in the morning. Mm-hmm. You said Wednesday with Gator.
Thursday with Springsteen in Pittsburgh. And Friday with Rico.
And then Friday, in the afternoon.
And Saturday with Gator at the Dream Cruise.
So when is the, that's right. So when is the Springsteen concert?
Thursday.
It's Thursday?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to drive, are you driving or flying?
Driving.
So you're going to drive back because you're doing the afternoon show on Thursday?
Yeah, like Friday morning. I think I'm staying over and driving back Friday morning.
Okay, so you're not, okay, I'm sorry. There's no show for you on Thursday.
Correct.
You got a day off.
I got a day off, yes.
In your retirement.
Yeah.
It's great. All right, we got Carson Anderson next. Gator, it's 97.1.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today, taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text us if you'd like to do that. We'd like to communicate with you any way we can. It's always fun, particularly when you find out you're doing a show solo 10 minutes before the show starts. It's all right. It's all right. Hey, been through this drill. You know, we're used to this. Kang's behind the glass. He's going to join us for a good portion of the show today. You know, you adapt, you overcome. It's all right. Thought Rieger was going to come in here.
You know, Sudfeld didn't know he was going to go back in the game in the first game, right? He was like, hey, what do you mean? I thought I was done.
Yeah.
What if he's taking everything off? It's like, I hit the showers, man. It's hooker time, right?
It's hooker time, right? Hooker's, he's not, what then?
What?
Oh, he got hurt. But I just saw him. He just barreled through that defensive back. And like
truck
it was
stick
nothing.
that little DB out there.
He sure did. Stayed in the game after that. Didn't score. And what's that? Oh, concussion protocol. Huh. Oh, okay. I guess I'll go back out there.
But I just put on my baseball cap.
Yeah. And he looked better when he came back in.
He did. Thank God. He took a beating on the show Friday, man.
Oh, man.
You felt bad for Sudfeld.
I still feel bad. I still feel like, I mean, it was unnecessary. Some of it was unnecessary.
I don't know.
I was saying it was all unnecessary. Just saying that the early reviews on Nate Sudfeld were not good. And I just felt like it was maybe a little bit too much piling on. Like, we understand that he is what he is. That's why I want to give little crumbs of credit when you can. Like, he looked better once he had to come back into the game, working with the threes and the fours against the threes and the fours. Problem is, when he was with the twos against the twos, he looked overmatched and looked confused and discombobulated, and throw whatever adjective you want out there. Look, I'm somewhat unprepared, although I know he's prepared. It's just the game speeds up, and he did not look the part. So this week in practice should be interesting, because if they don't sign another quarterback this week, then you've got two quarterbacks in camp that are getting all the snaps. And we'll find out at some point about whether or not they're going to actually play Jared Goff. It's a topic coming up later on the show when we get more into the football. But, because we mentioned Sudfeld out of the gate, this is why we're talking about it. Nate, I'm going to guess that he'll get a lot of snaps this week and a lot of snaps on Saturday afternoon in Kansas City. A lot of snaps.
He needs them, man.
He does. And that's the thing, is that you need reps. Like, if Sudfeld were hurt and the roles reversed, right, and it's Hendon Hooker, I'd be so excited, because give Hendon Hooker all the reps. Let him play the whole game if you have to. But he's not. He's hurt. So now it stands here. Is it like, do you give Nate Sudfeld the whole game, or you let Goff play a quarter, take him out, and then go at it? I mean, it's different. This is the second week of the preseason. It's not the first week, and I think more teams going to probably rest starters this week if they played them last week, because there were a lot of starters that played last week, not for the Lions, but around the league. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. What happened last night, though, was the conclusion of the Olympics as they passed the baton, passed the torch, literally the torch, to Los Angeles. And now the City of Angels gets to prepare for the Olympic Games coming up in 4 years. And looking back at the last, 2.5 weeks while the Olympics were going on, I know some people are sad to see the games go, because they can be so compelling. There's some great stories in there, and they could literally do a story on every athlete, and it's going to be compelling. That's what's great about it, because everybody's got their own story.
It's like a bunch of mini E60s.
Yeah, exactly.
Like E60, but like 60 seconds.
100%. Yeah.
And they profile athletes in sports you never watched before. And of course, if you never watched a sport before, you've never heard of the athlete really and don't know their backstory. And they find these compelling stories, and they tell them in great ways. You add music to it, you narrate it, and it's like, it takes you inside. You're like,
you book Tom Rinaldi. You say, hey, listen, voice this.
Yeah.
Or whatever
exactly.
the case is.
Yeah, read this.
Yeah, they're awesome. The stories are awesome, and the games were, very compelling, and I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would, and Some people get emotional watching it. And I guess for me, I was watching some of the finishes yesterday and in some of the events. And then they had kind of a recap of all these great moments in the Olympics over the last 2.5 weeks. And you really start to appreciate in the sports that are only about because of the Olympics, or only in during the, not the, like basketball was, and that's a whole different topic. We'll get into the basketball story because that was amazing. But like basketball is with professional athletes, and most of these men and women are professional athletes at this point because they're all getting paid some kind of stipend or fee or whatever. But you still want to hang on to the last vestige of it being amateur athletics when you get to track and field events or swimming and stuff like that. And it's just to know how much time and effort is put in to chasing an Olympic dream. It really is amazing and impressive. And it's even more so when you go back. I don't want to go back too far, but if you go back, say 20 years, there were some sponsorships that were out there to get the athletes more comfortable so they can take time off and train year round for years to do this. And now it's totally different. It feels like, the NIL almost, you get these sponsorships that pay you to do it. It's not just, we're paying, for you to be housed in this Olympic village out in Colorado or whatever. So it's a little bit easier now than what it was back in the day, but nonetheless, the dedication that these athletes put forth to their craft to try to chase that Olympic dream, it's really, really impressive. And if you've ever had the opportunity to be around somebody who was an Olympic hopeful, I'm sure that you know how much that they sacrificed, how much people around them had to sacrifice, and they're great stories. This is what those great stories are. And this is just germane to the Olympics, let alone other stuff. You see stories about hockey players all the time. Well, mom and dad got you to the rink. They left the house at 4:00 in the morning and you had to be there because ice time and, all that stuff. And those are great stories too. But, the Olympics were chock full of just great moments. But what was the greatest moment for you watching as a fan over the last 2.5 weeks? What is going to stand out in your mind, for good or for bad, that you just say that's the Olympics? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I want you to think about that. You can text us as well if you'd like to do it that way. That's fine. But we want to get your opinion on what's going on with the Olympics now that they're done. What was the iconic moment for you in watching this? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Gator with you today, along with Kang, our producer, as we'll take your calls and texts next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Look, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service. It's so hard. You want somebody to come out on your time, and they're like, oh, sorry, it only works for us between the hours of 10 and 2. Well, I work. Well, sorry, that's all we can do for you. Well, when a company goes above and beyond that, you want to know about it. Precision Garage Door is one of those companies. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. There's no need to call in. You can just go there and find out that time that's going to work for you, even on weekends. They're available weekends at no extra charge. That's awesome. Precision Garage Door, I had to get my new garage doors done. They came out, measured. We went through different options. The guys were amazing and amazingly professional as well. We picked out the perfect doors for my house. I'm very happy, very satisfied with it, and I want you people to know about it as well. In fact, if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. And if you're looking for a new career, how about Precision Garage Door? They're always hiring. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. One of 4 3-pointers that Steph Curry hit inside of 2 minutes. He didn't miss any shots inside of 2 minutes. He knocked down all 4 of his 3-point attempts. Even blocked a shot and then stole the ball after he blocked it with like 30 seconds to go. Steph Curry was unbelievable in the final moments of that game. And it was as if he said, hey, I got this. I know it's a close game. I know it's only a 3-point game right now, but just, look for me. I got this. And could just be able to lose his defender, shake him off, pump fake, whatever it was, take another step back, and just launch the 3-pointers. It was amazing to watch. King, it was like watching, Jordan knock down all those 3-pointers. That was the was it in the All-Star game or was that
the NBA Finals when he did the shrug?
NBA Finals, yeah. It was like that. It was like he can't be stopped. He's amazing.
Yeah, I know LeBron won the Olympics MVP for basketball, but I would personally would have gave it to Steph Curry. I don't think they win the gold without him. Those last 2 games, the semifinals and the finals game, it was all Steph. He shot that with Kevin Durant wide open and LeBron James wide open, and no one can blame him because he's Steph Curry and he was on a heater and he let that one fly. That last one that I just played, that highlight where he was basically double teamed off 1 foot, he launched it. And that was so, to answer your question before the break, Gator, what was your most memorable moment? Mine was that one. That was the night Steph Curry to end it and then essentially just give the U.S. the gold right there.
What was incredible about it is that, okay, he launches one. They're up by, I think, 3. He hits one to go up by 6. And then France comes right down and knocks down their own to get it back to 3. It's like they needed every one of these. I think Steph hit 4, and France ended up hitting 2 3-pointers in their final 2 minutes. They were not going quietly. Wembanyama hit one late, and it was a real battle. But Steph's like, I got this.
But that made it more special.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Like the '92 Dream Team, for anyone that didn't watch it, you maybe probably seen highlights by now. It was a thrashing every game. They're winning by 30, 40, 50 points.
They were clowning at everybody.
Yeah.
Literally with the alley-oops and let's lay it off the backboard and have guys reverse dunk and stuff. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, and they were laughing because we'd never seen anything like that on an international stage before. This, though, was a much harder route, especially once they got to the semifinal game against Serbia. They were down 17 at one point, down 13 heading in the fourth. Steph comes through in that game, they win it. France, you're on the host country's court. Everyone in there, not everyone, but most people in there were against you.
Absolutely.
Right? And it was a tough battle, like you said. That makes it sweeter. And Steph, every shot mattered, and they counted, and it was a great moment. That was my number 1 Olympic moment.
Interesting that you get both men's and women's finals came down to USA and France.
Yeah, that was perfect for the.
Are you thinking? That France would have been in the final in either? I don't know enough about the women's.
When you follow the script, you got to follow the script,
right? But I
know what you mean. Yeah, no,
expecting to see somebody with an itch at the end of their name to be playing in the finals against the United States, and that wasn't the case.
Yeah, and both games were close.
Yeah, it was great. Got some ticket texts coming in. Because today is Monday, we do Champ and Chump. We'll offer up our Champs and Chumps coming up at 10:35. You want to salute somebody for having a great week, great weekend, or if you want to single somebody out for having a horrible weekend, that's what Champ and Chump is for. Champ, U.S. Women's 4x400, second fastest time ever. They didn't even have any competition. Chump, U.S. Women's Basketball. Yesterday was an awful watch. They missed at least a dozen layups and simple finishes at the rim. Should have won by 20. Well, they won, and I suppose that's all that matters. But if you're going to chump it because it was a tough watch, I get it. Best moment needs to be Lyles winning the 100 meters, that finish. That was an amazing finish. There are photo finishes, and there are photo finishes. And when Lyles crosses his torso before anybody else, and he won it by 4 1,000ths of a second, that's unbelievable. And the whole, that final heat, what was there? 0.2 of a second that separated first from last? It was unbelievable.
Yeah, those guys are fast. Breaking news here. It's a good race when the guys who are the fastest, they look up and they don't know who won.
Right.
You know, like I don't know. Did you win? Did I win?
I don't know. Did you win? I don't know.
Thompson from Jamaica was just like, come on, give me the score. Because he like, show me that I won. I think Lyles actually kind of conceded, was like, I think you got me on this. And then when they show Lyles' name, you know, of course he goes and celebrates.
Well, Jamaican's foot crossed before Lyles' chest, but Lyles' chest is what matters, not the foot.
Yep.
So he gets the gold, and then unfortunately he has a bout with COVID and took bronze in the 200.
Yeah, and that's his event. He's a 200 guy.
He's a 200 guy, but he was illin with the vid. Has to be the Australian breakdancer. This has been burned into my mind and will take a long time to go away.
That's so good.
All right, so we saw this Friday just before the end of the show. You came.
Yeah, I told you guys. I was like, you guys got to see this. Like,
and the fact that breakdancing is actually an Olympic event right now is ridiculous in its own right. But I'm not going to say she made a mockery of it, but she clearly was not in the same class as.
She got 0 points.
What you would expect from her. Did she really score 0?
Yeah, she got 0 points.
Oh.
I don't think a judge gave her. I don't know. She got shut out, whatever it was.
Like if I'm at some party or go out, I don't go out dancing anymore.
Is this what you're comparing it to?
I'm just saying, if I were to go out, like if you're at some wedding, right?
Yes.
And here's drunk date decides to get out there on the floor and put some moves out there. I would say pretty impressive for drunk date to do that.
Yeah. Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like, that's not bad.
Wait, is drunk wedding dancing an event in the Olympics? Because that's what that was.
Yes, but not until it returned to Australia in Brisbane in 2032.
Okay.
Then it will be. But it's not a drunk wedding date, and it was actually an Olympic event, and that's who represented Australia. And if you haven't seen it, you got to Google it. It's so worth watching.
Oh my God.
And like I said, the moves are fine for, somebody who you don't expect to be a competitive break dancer, a competitive dancer. It's like, okay, yeah, not bad. After 7 whiskey sours, you can do that.
Like,
that's pretty
hey,
good.
Dave, your sister-in-law's out there breaking.
Not bad.
Yeah, all right.
I started drinking Cosmos all night. That's not bad.
Okay.
And she also did a shot of Fireball. I'm like, okay, God, yeah. No, nice job. And then she gets done. You're like, hey, way to go. Thanks. Want to hook up?
Listen, there are a lot of viral moments that happen in the Olympics too, and this is one of them. This is amazing. I told you guys when it was on that breaking was starting. You and Doug were on the air. I said, "Hey man, during a break, you guys got to see this. This woman out here. She's 36 years old. She's going against a 17-year-old, and I don't know breaking like that, but it was obvious
Pop and lock.
Yeah, she wasn't." The things she was doing on the floor is what my 5-year-old does. Like when she doesn't get ice cream. You know what I mean? Like, I was like,
just
relax.
Is that a spasm?
Yeah, right. She just tried to tie her shoe while she's lying down.
Was that an unaccounted for gyration? What happened? What was that? Like I said, again, fine if you're, drunk wedding date and, you're on the floor and you decide to put some moves out there. It's fine. Not so much if it's in a competition.
Not for the Olympics.
For the Olympics?
The ones with like the Seinfeld music in the background.
Oh, the memes that are out there with the Elaine dance. Yeah.
The Peter Griffin stuff.
That's so good. Bird is a word. What stand out to me was the shooter from Turkey. He was a boss. No team colors, no fancy glasses, no headphones, just a white T-shirt, and he kept his hands in his pocket. He wins a silver, and he only entered after he had a fight with his girlfriend who made fun of him liking shooting. What a story. I did not know that story, and now I want to go back and revisit that story.
Another viral moment. I mean, my man, did you see the one where they used Steph Curry with his hand in his pocket, and he's got a gun like to mimic the shooter from Turkey because they were both dead-eye shooters? He's got his mouth guard out. Yeah, it's fantastic. If you haven't seen that, look that up, the Turkish shooter.
This guy went all Orange Cassidy from AEW Wrestling. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same another text if you want to send us your iconic moments from the Olympics. I've yet to reveal mine. I'll come up with it in just a few minutes here, but we want to get your thoughts as well. Champ and Jump. We'll offer our Champs and Chumps coming up at 10:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. So as far as is my iconic moment, I love the Steph Curry moments. And that was, I mean, I'd fist pumping in the air watching that game on Saturday early evening when it was finishing up. It was amazing. But the one that really got me going was when you got somebody that's going for a world record. And it's not a sport that's judged. It's just, you versus the bar, which is the pole vault. And when Armand Duplantis, who represented Sweden, even though he's from the Bayou, both his parents were athletes. His dad was a pole vaulter. His mom was a heptathlete and I think volleyball player as well, something like that, for Sweden, though. Even though both parents met at LSU in the 80s, he decided to represent Sweden, in part because his father was offered a job by the Swedish team to be a technical coach for the pole vaulting. So, and also because he wanted to honor his mother's heritage. He could have represented either country. He chose Sweden, and that can rile some people and rub them the wrong way, and that's fine. I get it. But this guy is the best in the world, and there's no disputing it. Like, this is how you know you're the best in the world. When you set a world record at something like this, literally can't be disputed. And he broke his own world record. And he went, it ends up being 20 feet and 6 inches or something like that. Just an amazing vault that he had, and he's going for it, and it hits the bar, gets another attempt, goes and clears it easily, and celebrates. And it's just one of those really, really cool moments in time where he's got it locked up. He won. If he clears his vault, then not only does he already have the gold medal, but now he's got the world record, and he did. And the fact that he's only 24 years old and can keep doing this if he wants to for at least one more Olympics. He won Olympic gold last time out too. It's quite impressive. So for me, that was the moment, Kang, the Swedish pole vaulter, Swedish pole vaulter.
I was gonna say he's just a kid from Baton Rouge, Gator.
Right? Yeah. Swedish pole vaulter Armand Duplantis.
Emphasize ish.
Ish.
Yeah. No, but I mean, yeah, that's one of those Olympic events that I honestly, if I'm being 100% honest, I don't care about until the Olympics, right? Pole vaulting, those, but I enjoy the Olympics because of that. I parachute in, and I see all these events that I never pay attention to throughout the, for 3 to 4 years, and then it comes up the Olympics. I'm rooting like hell for my country. And I know he wasn't participating for the U.S., but I mean, he's a U.S. kid.
Right.
And that was cool to see.
Yeah, and for me, it's like the best of both worlds, being that I have Swedish heritage, but I'm American. I kind of liked it. Take a text coming in. The iconic moment for me was the men's 1500. The two Americans stunned the two heavy favorites who had been yapping at each other as if they were the only two in the race. Plus, those guys were a-holes. That's from Geyer. Sure. It's cool. Some great moments. What was the most iconic moment for you? 248-539-9797. Daniel's in Warren. You're next up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Daniel.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so as a former pro basketball player, I just want to say I am a huge fan of Steph Curry, just like anybody else is. But looking at it from, I want to say, the Olympic standpoint, the reason why he probably didn't get the MVP is I'm assuming because the first 4 games or 5 games they played, he only had 20-some points combined. And then the last 2 games, he had 60, which phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
But then when you look at LeBron, he pretty much flirted with a triple-double or got a triple-double in each of his games. So I'm thinking because of that dominant performance, that's the reason why they gave it to LeBron.
Probably was. Now, you say you were a former pro player. Did you play overseas? Did you play in the league? Where'd you play?
It was 2 very short stints with a couple G League teams.
So let me ask you this. With regards to the 3-on-3 tournament, now that you've seen the 3-on-3 in the Olympics, is that something that would give you hope? Because they're not using NBA players for that. They're not even using college All-Americans.
Personally, I think it does. You get college players that, you look at them and think, well, this guy's pretty good. He can come off the bench as a 6th, 7th, 8th man and still contribute relatively nice. I don't know. I think it gives a lot of people chances and hopes. I trained a guy that is he had a chance to go to the NBA draft a couple of years ago. He kind of screwed it up a little bit because he went to a club and met with a scout, and he got busted, and they were talking and said, "Hey, well, what if I gave you $1 million? What do you do with that?" So, and he's really good too. He plays professionally 3-on-3 right now, but now after so many months now, he actually just signed a contract. I forgot what team it is, but he just signed a contract in Spain, so he's going overseas here in a couple of months.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it. Interesting insight. And, that was something King and I were talking about off the air, but the 3-on-3 stuff. And it's, the fact that they're not using NBA players in the 3-on-3, I'm not sure why that is, that you just go back to like old school with the amateurs, sort of. That would have been kind of cool if you saw Cade Cunningham representing the United States in the 3-on-3. Guys that just fell short of making the Olympic team. I don't know if he just fell short of making the Olympic team, but he could sure as hell play in the 3-on-3. Would have been perhaps more interesting. Time now for our champ and chump. Single out somebody for having a great weekend, somebody who did not have a great weekend. King, I will start. My champ, it's going to be the rookie quarterbacks in the NFL that got a chance to play this week at the first taste. J.J. McCarthy with the Vikings, he showed a lot of poise, showed a strong arm, looked really good. Caleb Williams from the Bears, same thing. Drake May for the Patriots. Joe Milton for the Patriots, for that matter. You had Jaden Daniels with the Commanders. He looked good, made a couple plays and scored running the ball in. Penix, Nix.
I was going to say, you waiting around Nix? That's your boy, man.
That's my boy. Jaden Daniels is, but Nix right behind him. All the rookie quarterbacks really played well and at least gave you a hope that, okay, the league's in great hands moving forward. Like even to an extent, and to a much lesser extent, but just seeing Hendon Hooker for the first time, I liked what I saw there. Now, it wasn't the same type of feeling that perhaps what these other guys had, but I thought it was pretty impressive.
No, definitely impressive, and we will definitely get to that later on in the show with the two of those quarterbacks you mentioned are in our division, so we're going to have to talk about that. My champ of the weekend is going to be Steph Curry. Caller, I understand what the caller is saying. LeBron James getting the Olympic MVP, it's debatable, whatever. I have no problem with LeBron. My personal MVP was Steph Curry, though, because although he didn't do much until the final two games, he's the reason why the U.S. won the Olympic gold is because of Steph Curry, those final two games. Like you said, 60 points total. Just an unbelievable shooting, spectacular performance he put on. And then he ends it with a night in Paris with basically a YOLO type three. When the game was still, not in hand necessarily, and he launched it because he's Steph Curry. So Steph Curry, my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, that shot was kind of like, a shot you make in horse.
Yeah.
Okay, hop on one leg, bounce back, and
over two guys.
Two guys, yeah.
He's a bad shot taker, but he's a bad shot maker.
Look at you. Yes, he is. As far as chump of the week is concerned, I got to go with the Olympic Committee and how they have handled this situation in gymnastics with the bronze medal. I believe it was the Romanian who had won. The Americans wanted to appeal because they thought that they missed out on judging and deducted a point that they shouldn't have. They go back and say, oh, you're right. Yep. We'll adjust it. And then Childs, the gymnast for the Americans, she thinks she's got it. And then Jordan Childs, and all of a sudden she doesn't. Because like a day and a half later, the Olympic Committee hears an appeal from the Romanians, and they're like, oh, you're right. You know what? This appeal was filed too late. They were 4 seconds too late, so we're going to give the bronze. She's going to have to give the bronze medal back. Like, what? And now you find out that the Team USA and gymnastics team, that they are filing an appeal saying we've got video evidence to say we didn't appeal this too late. It's well within the time frame. So it's still not over with. I feel horrible for everybody involved. You look at both of the gymnasts, they could deserve it on their own merits for different reasons, I guess. But in the end, I'm not even sure that I would want the medal at this point, because how are you winning it? Did you win it because you were that great out there on the floor, or are you winning it because of an appeal and you get it on a technicality? I mean, it's a mess that they should have handled right there in the spot.
Yeah, it sucks for both girls involved, honestly. I don't know if you can give out 2 bronze medals or what, but
Cut it in half.
Yeah, it just feels tainted either way at this point. My chump of the weekend, I'm sticking with the Olympics as well. It's the U.S. men's 4x100 relay, and they messed up the baton exchange again. And if I feel like this happens every Olympics for them, it's part of the race. You got to exchange. I know Noah Lyles, I think, was supposed to be in it, and they had a replacement, but this seems like something that I'm sure it's harder than what your average person like myself give it credit for, but they're the pros. They're the ones who practice this all the time.
Part of the race. It's not just how fast are you in the 100. It's and you have to handle the exchange.
Yeah, I can take losing on time. Hey, another team was faster than us, but I don't like the fact that we don't even get to compete because we can't hand off the baton. So it's 4x100 relay team is my chump of the weekend.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to tell us what your iconic Olympic moment was. We've got lots of texts we want to get to, more of your calls, and we got some football stuff coming up as well here as we continue. Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you along with King, our producer. Doug will be back next week. And we take your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're talking about the great Olympic moments that happened over the last couple of weeks. Now that the Olympics are done, we kind of reflect on that. What was the moment for you that just stands out? I mean, there's so many great moments in the Olympics. And every year I feel like, and maybe this is just a good strategy for me, that I go into the Olympics not dreading it. I don't dread it, but I'm like, I don't have a ton of interest in it. And then you start watching, and then you get caught up in it. And by the end of it, you're like, that was great. It was awesome. And I think that what it does well and why it works for me is because I come in with low expectations. It far exceeds my expectations, and it doesn't linger too long. Like now it's done. It's only a little over 2 weeks. I know that it seemed like gymnastics lasted forever for some people. The track and field lasted forever. But because there are so many different events and so many athletes to follow, it became tolerable. And I think they got out at the right time. Like if this had lasted another week, maybe you don't feel that way. But for me, it was kind of like the perfect timing, King.
Yeah, I think it's about perfect. You're right. As far as how long the Olympics are, because I think near the end here, I was like, all right, I've had kind of enough, and it's over. It is enough. So I think 2 weeks it's the perfect mark, and they pass the torch. I think the opening and closing ceremonies are cool. I enjoy watching those. I try to watch them as long as I have time or am able to, but those are, the pageantry that's the Olympics, right?
Yeah.
That's a big part of the Olympics.
It's really cool. And Paris did a great job. Hats off to them for making the most of it. It wasn't perfect.
There's some hiccups.
Yeah.
The
Seine River was not.
I was
more like
mentioning
the
that.
insane that you're even swimming in the Seine River.
Yes.
Was not clean.
No.
But aside from that, and an Australian breakdancer, it really was pretty great. And actually, that made it. That kind of made that sport even better to have somebody like that. 248-539-9797. Bob is on a cell phone. Welcome to 97.1 The Ticket, Bob.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. A lot of champs, especially for all the Michigan participants, whether they placed or not, but just so many of them there, I couldn't keep track. And especially Grant Fisher, the kid from Grand Blanc, Michigan. First time ever, 5,000 bronze, 10,000 bronze. Unbelievable.
It really was. He just came from behind to get the bronze, and it was nobody gave him a shot. And here he was sprinting for his life. It was awesome.
First time, and of course the two guys, Knocker, I forget his name, and Negussi in the men's 1500 with a gold and a bronze, and of course the Chump is pretty easy as far as I'm concerned. Having coached track and field for many years, the coach is screwing up the 4x1. I realized they had Lyles couldn't run into it, but you don't change two variables, and they change another variable by changing the order. If they had ran the same guys that they ran the preliminary 37.4, that would have been a gold. Unbelievable, huh? You know, they got to blame the coaches, not the athletes, for changing the order, and they didn't have to. They could have ran those same four guys as the preliminary, and who knows what would have happened. But,
so Bob, you seem like a track guy. How difficult is the exchange in a relay race?
Well, you have to work on that 4x1 forever. You know, in high school, you do it every night for maybe an extra 20 minutes. You do it early in your practice session, and then when they're tired later, you do it over again. And I think the problem at that level with the Olympics, those guys, they aren't together all year long, as you know. They're from all parts of the United States. You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
So I don't think they're in a living situation very long either. So I think it's hard to put them together. And they're so fast. You know, they're unbelievable fast.
Yeah, I got to imagine it's even harder in the 4x100.
Oh yeah, it's
because
a short
it's
time.
Like,
it's so fast.
10
seconds.
10
right?
seconds.
Yeah. Bob, one last one for me because we don't know this stuff is the baton handing off. Is the guy with the baton just supposed to put it in the dude's hand, the next guy's hands? Is it as simple as that, or?
Well, it's not that simple, but you
of course
know,
not.
You mark your step, and you saw where I think it was Curley who put that tape down.
Yeah.
That's where the third guy, when he hits that spot, then I believe it was Curley has to take off, and he bolted way too early.
Yep.
He bolted way too early, and no way
you couldn't catch up to him.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible, especially at that speed.
Yeah.
You know, So they screwed up. They shouldn't have changed the order. I really believe that. I think you should have stick with what you had. Once you saw that Lyles couldn't run, okay, forget about that, okay? Just change the order, keep the order that you had in the preliminaries, and let it go. Let's see what happens. And I can't. I get so disgusted with that.
Okay.
I know, man.
All right, thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. Appreciate the insight.
Hits home with Bob.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's something, and of course, it's not. The exchange is not simple. If it were, then they would never screw it up, right? But it's something that you have to work on. It's like in swimming, you work on starts and turns. Like, it seems like it's real easy, starts and turns. No, I mean, you have to work at it to perfect it, because a bad start can ruin your race. A bad turn can ruin a race. A bad exchange with the baton ends dreams of being an Olympic champion, which is too bad. I got some more ticket texts coming in. The best moment of the Olympics was the Sha'Carri Richardson look over during the women's 4x100 relay. That's from Dan in Sterling Heights. That was kind of funny.
That was a boss move.
When
you feel that confident, you can take a look over because, I'm going to win this. So.
Here's some shade.
Yeah.
Throwing it over there. I was waiting for the Australian breaker to start dancing like Elaine from Seinfeld. That's Jeff.
Did you watch the other breakers, like the real ones?
I saw. They were unbelievable.
Yes. It's not even the same.
I mean, I don't know if there have been a whole lot of innovations in breakdancing in the 40 years that it's been around. I was amazed with it back when I was a kid, and I'm still amazed with it today of how
what they can do. Yeah.
What they can do, how fast they are, how quick they are, and how coordinated they are. It's fantastic. I enjoy watching it. I don't think it should be an Olympic event, but I enjoy watching it. The best moment was Tom Cruise rescuing the Olympics from the French. That's from Zach in Ypsilanti.
I missed actually a good portion of closing ceremonies. I know I mentioned earlier I like that stuff, but I wasn't able to catch it live. I saw the replay. Did you watch it?
I did not. I saw very little of the closing. I was flipping around because the golf went forever last night because they had to finish 2.5 rounds in one day, basically.
Yeah.
So it was finishing up, and then the Olympics was already done, and I didn't feel like watching the replay later on. But yeah, I didn't see the Tom Cruise part. I'd read about the Tom Cruise part like a week ago.
Yeah.
They said what he was going to do and do some kind of stunt, and that's cool. It's all Hollywood and stuff.
Totally Hollywood. And of course, because they're going to LA, so make it Hollywood.
Exactly. Gator, Olympic moment, Snoop Dogg. It's great to see a celebrity not take himself so seriously. The man is funny. That's from Bob and Dexter. I love Snoop.
I mean, Snoop became the unofficial or maybe the official mascot of America.
Yeah.
Honestly, right?
Yeah.
Like, he was like, this is our mascot, Snoop Dogg. He was getting paid reportedly $10 million for this gig.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's why he was so happy all the time, people. And the edibles.
Right.
I'm just kidding.
It's fun to see him with Martha Stewart. Those two together are it's always funny. My champ of the week is Steph Curry. Yep, 75% of the shots he takes, I think he shouldn't. He's a chucker, but he's amazing. My chump of the week, the Australian breakdancer Ray Gunn is her name. That's from Whitmer. Ray Gunn. Champ, Bo Nix did not look like a rookie this weekend. Will be interesting to see him versus the ones in a regular season. Can he compete with Mahomes in that division? Chump, Sudfeld. Guy looked awful. How many chances do we give the same guy over and over and over again, even for a backup? Nate just isn't working out. I don't know how many chances he's been given. I mean, he didn't have to play at all last year. Was with the team the year before. Didn't play. I mean, he's thrown 37 passes in his NFL career, and he's been in the league for 9 years. 37 passes in 9 seasons. He doesn't play. Now, would I feel more comfortable if they had a more capable backup, somebody that's more battle-tested? I would. And I think that's going to work itself out this week. Once the Lions figure out what's going to happen with Hendon Hooker, if he's going to play this week, do they need to sign another veteran quarterback to the roster? And I say it has to be a veteran because you need somebody that can just, step in right away and on 2 days of practice notice, play in the preseason game on Saturday. But Sudfeld's going to get an opportunity. Here's where Sudfeld has the edge. He's been with the team for a couple of years. He knows the playbook, right? Now, has the game slowed down enough for him where he can execute the playbook to the ability with which you can just hand him the keys if Jared Goff gets hurt or something? Then that clearly isn't the case yet. But the more reps you get, the more comfortable you look, and maybe he'll look like a different quarterback this Saturday against Kansas City. But it brings up the topic that we're going to get to. There were a couple things in there regarding quarterbacks of the future in this division, and also what the Lions need to do. Two separate things. We'll address them separately, but we'll address one of them next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. As of an hour ago, Red Wings single game tickets officially went on sale. Their opener October 10th versus the Penguins. The team says that fans who buy 10-game packages will also be able to move to the top of the season ticket wait list for 2025-26. Lions practice is happening later than usual today. It's their evening session that will commence at 6 p.m. with season ticket holders cheering them on. Live Onwuzurike has been enjoying a breakout camp now that his body is feeling up to par. Also tonight, we'll see if Jake Bates has an encore for his 64-yard field goal from yesterday as well. Riley Green could be back soon. The Tiger Star will begin his rehab assignment tomorrow in Toledo. He's been on the IL since July 26 with a hamstring strain. No game for Detroit today. They're back at Comerica Park versus the Mariners tomorrow. And a very strange finish to this past weekend's PGA tournament. It resumed at 8 a.m. this morning and finished at 8:06. Matt Kuchar declining to finish from 18 fairway yesterday, even though his group did. He was the only only one left to hole out. He made par, finished 12th. Aaron Rai officially made the winner, his first on tour. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so we knew we were going to talk about this at some point because we got some new blood in the division. When it comes to competition for the Detroit Lions, I think we all more than pencil in. We're kind of inking in that the Green Bay Packers are going to be the team that's going to push the Lions the most. Green Bay's got a young team. Their quarterback, even though he's in he's entering year 5, I think, of his NFL career. He's just coming off his first year as a starter, and boy, did Jordan Love look great last season. But they've got a really young team, and that team kind of gelled around him, and they won a bunch of games last year and even won a playoff game in Dallas. So we look at the Packers and say that's a real threat to the Lions. I like what the Lions have done in the offseason. I think they've gotten better because the defense, I think, is better. They've added to the secondary tremendously, and they bolstered up a little bit in that defensive line. Maybe not as much as people wanted them to. People want to get another edge rusher out there, and we haven't seen Marcus Davenport. And the mixed reviews on James Houston after one exhibition game, but it really doesn't matter. What matters is the regular season. But I think that the fact that you bolster the secondary is going to make this team better on D, which is great. But we've kind of, correct me if I'm wrong, we've kind of discounted the Bears and the Vikings from the discussion because, well, they're both going to welcome in rookie quarterbacks. I mean, Caleb Williams with the Bears is going to start from day one. Not sure if McCarthy is, the former Michigan quarterback, if he's going to start with Minnesota from day one. But, we recognize they're both talented quarterbacks, but it takes time. The exception to the rule is what C.J. Stroud did last year with Houston. That's the exception to the rule. Or is that going to be more the norm because all these rookies, like this is just in our division, we're looking at J.J. McCarthy and Caleb Williams, but throughout the league, rookies got their chance to play over the weekend, and they all look good.
No, I think I used to be, I don't want to say used to be, but I tend to agree with you as far as, C.J. Stroud, exception to the rule, right? That just doesn't happen. But maybe times are changing, Gator. Maybe you will expect a lot more out of these quarterbacks coming into the league now to do something right away. Not like it has been before where, hey, Jordan Love, hold a clipboard. Hey, you got to wait your turn a couple of years and then you get in the league. No, they're getting a start right away in practice, right, before the season starts. And then during the season, maybe they're expecting something from them. We spoke about preseason last week of how you don't want to overreact to anything, good or bad.
Right.
You don't, right?
It's hard not to.
It's hard not to, but you try to keep it in check.
Exactly.
But I also said you'd rather look good than bad. And these quarterbacks, these young quarterbacks, all of them that you mentioned that were drafted in the first round, they looked good, man. And that's better than looking bad. Now, I don't know if it's going to translate when they're going against the ones in a real game.
Right.
And it's still going to take some time, and they're going to have some bumps along the way. But I got to tell you, it's a quarterback league. The rules have been shifted for the offense, specifically the quarterback. So, I think the C.J. Stroud thing, although we say it's an exception to the rule, it might not be it. It might become more norm, and maybe not to that success right away, but just looking good your first year.
Well, it depends the crazy thing is that nobody thought that he was walking into a successful situation, right? It didn't, like Nico Collins as a receiver going into last year, nobody thought this guy was going to be great.
No,
right?
No expectations, really.
None. And they clicked right away, and it mattered. And then they went out and had a pretty good offseason, landing some pretty good players. And they went to the playoffs, and he looks like he's the real deal, C.J. Stroud. When you look at the Bears situation, it's a good situation Caleb Williams is walking into. This is a team that has, first of all, just for the game, if you didn't see it, he went 4 of 7, which isn't, phenomenal, but it was 4 of 7 for 95 yards. He hit on some deep passes, on a deep pass. He ran the ball once, but for 13 yards, showed his elusiveness, showed, that he can buy time, and make plays happen. And, he's a talent without question. He's a really talented player. But they're setting him up for success because of who else they have on the team. DeAndre Swift coming off a career year with Philadelphia. We saw him here in Detroit. We always said the same thing. If he can stay healthy, he's a really good running back. But it's not just him. They add Khalil Herbert for depth. Velus Jones is a guy who came into the game, and if you remember him from the combine, I think it was a year ago, he ran a ridiculous 40 time. He's got incredible speed and can play receiver, can play running back, whatever they need him to. But the receiving core is DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and rookie Roma Dunze. I mean, that's some talent. Obviously, Dunze's the rookie, and you're not sure about him yet, but I sure like Roma Dunze from what I saw at Washington when he was in college. And the other two guys are absolutely proven wide receivers. Now, the question mark is always going to be how good is the offensive line, because everything starts there, and that's going to be we'll find out soon enough. Cole Kmet, tight end, quality tight end, big target for him as well. The Bears can be a problem. The Bears can definitely be a problem. And after watching Caleb Williams over the weekend, I'm like, he's going to make mistakes because he's a rookie. And if you watched him at USC last year, they got off to that great start, and then they just kind of disappeared. There were some injuries that took place. And I'm not saying that he checked out, but he was not the same quarterback in the second half of the season he was in the first half of the season.
As soon as he started losing the game or two, that people did question whether he was kind of more focused on the next level, which is the NFL, than USC, because they looked like they weren't going to make the playoffs. What else is he playing for? What he did at USC, he kind of showed flashes of over the weekend. Is he can make all the NFL throws. He's got a really strong arm. He's very mobile in the pocket. He's not Lamar Jackson or anything, but he's got good pocket presence, and he's elusive. He knows how to move around. He was really good at playing hero ball at USC, making throws on the run, you know what I mean? Going back the other way, throwing guys open, things like that. Can get you in trouble too, though.
It can.
And this is the NFL where the defensive backs and linebackers are a lot faster, and they're ball hawks. With that being said, though, Caleb Williams showed why he was drafted number 1 overall. He's got all the tools, like arm strength, like I mentioned. I don't know how much the Bears are going to be a threat this year, but you can see this could be happening a lot faster than maybe we even expected.
Yep. And
because they set him up, like you said, they've set him up for success.
They're setting him up for success. They're giving him weapons to work with right away. So, the growing pains will be there, but maybe the learning curve isn't as steep.
Yeah.
Then you go to the other team in the division. The Minnesota Vikings. J.J. McCarthy from Michigan drafted there, and Sam Darnold they signed in the offseason, and he's going to be competing with – those two are competing for the starting job. What did J.J. do? 11-17 in the game for 188 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. He also carried the ball twice for 18 yards, 9 yards each time that he ran the football. Look, we saw him here. We know that there's talent, but we don't know what it really means because he never had that – spectacular, awe-inspiring, stat-filled game at Michigan. That was always the knock on him. Well, what about that? Is he going to be able to throw for 400 yards in a game? Can he be dynamic that way? You never really saw it with Michigan. They didn't have these amazing receivers to work with, and that really wasn't part of their game. But you knew that he had talent. I was selling him short, and he hasn't played a game in the NFL yet, but he's got the preseason game under his belt, and he looked good. Delivered the ball on time with zip. Had a bad interception. May have been the benefactor of a bad call that was reversed. It was ruled a fumble on the field, and then they said no, his arm was in motion when he threw the ball. But when you watch him throw the ball, it's good, and he's good. Now, will he start from day one with the Vikings? Remains to be seen. But the Vikings are another team that is set up for success if you're the quarterback. They got the running game. Aaron Jones comes over from Green Bay. They've got receivers, best receiver in football, and Justin Jefferson. And, Jalen Naylor stepping up his game. We'll see what happens with Jordan Addison with his legal issues.
But if he's on the field, he's one of the better receivers.
He's so good.
Better young receivers in this league.
Exactly. And then they've got other receivers that just get the job done. Tristan Jackson is one. My man Brandon Powell still around.
Still around, huh?
Yeah, and then you got T.J. Hawkinson, who's still coming. He's coming off injury, but we know what Hawk is. And again, we'll come down to the offensive line and how good that offensive line can be. But I think with the weapons at hand, both quarterbacks, Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy, are set up for success, not for failure. How does that make you feel, Lions fans? You got your first chance to take a look at both quarterbacks. Again, it's preseason. We're not going to overreact to it. Or are you? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Well, I talk about customer service and how much it matters, and I'm telling you, the great folks over at Precision Garage Door, they've got it down pat. Here's why. You want to be able to schedule an appointment on your schedule. They allow you to do that. You simply go to their website and pick out a time that's going to work for you, and they can come out and help you out. They did with me, and look, I just need normal service. I need a new battery put in the unit, and it wasn't in my garage door, which wasn't as simple as just changing out AA batteries. It's a little more complicated than that, above my level. So I was glad that those guys came out and worked at a time that was convenient for me. Daryl and the whole team, they're so easy to work with. They're awesome at Precision Garage Door. Also, weekends are available at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and if you're going to call them, all calls are answered 24/7. If you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. So call now and fix it today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com to schedule that appointment. So if you watched football over the weekend, you got a chance to see a lot of quarterbacks play. A lot of the rookies got extended play. J.J. McCarthy and Caleb Williams, the two rookies that are in division with Minnesota and Chicago, respectively, they both look pretty good. And they weren't alone. When you look at the rookie quarterbacks got a chance to play this weekend. Drake May playing with the Patriots, limited action. It was 2 of 3 for 19 yards. You had Joe Milton, rookie from Tennessee, who, of course, played at Michigan as well. He was 4 of 6 with a touchdown pass. Carried the ball 5 times for 22 yards. He had a couple of highlight plays and displaying what he can do with that arm of his. God, he's got a cannon for an arm. You just saw a lot of really good quarterback play. Michael Penix was 9 of 16 in his debut for over 100 yards. Incidentally, Taylor Heineke was 4 of 11. We bring that up because the Lions might be looking for another quarterback. In fact, I'm this close to shooting the boot, guaranteeing they're going to sign a quarterback or trade for a quarterback before the preseason's done. Just based on looking at all these box scores, every team has like 3 quarterbacks or more playing. Some teams had 5 quarterbacks play in the game. I think Denver had 5 quarterbacks play for them.
5? Your boy Zach Wilson's on the team, isn't he?
He is, and he played well. Actually, I think it was the Indianapolis-Denver game. Both teams combined had a ton of quarterback play. You had 3 quarterbacks for Denver that played and 5 for Indianapolis. Now, obviously, Indianapolis has their guy, your man.
They are.
Anthony Richardson played just a little bit, 2 of 4 in the game for 25 yards, carried the ball once. They also have Joe Flacco, veteran quarterback. Sam Ehlinger, who's now you consider, I guess, a veteran quarterback, been in the league for 4 or 5 years, whatever. Some guy named Jason Bean, who was 4 of 6 for the touchdown, the only touchdown pass of the game for Indianapolis, and he threw it to Laquan Treadwell. Yes, that Laquan Treadwell, who I believe is in his 8th NFL season, and he's making plays in a preseason game in the 4th quarter of a preseason game.
Good for him, man. Never. First of all,
don't give up.
Remarkable that he's still trying to make a team. Or I know he's been around the league. You said 8 years, but he's first-round pick that just never came through, right?
Right.
But still good enough to be on teams' radars for roster spots. And hey, he ain't no shame in his game, right? Put me on a team.
No.
I'm playing. I'm willing to play.
He was a first-round pick, 23rd overall in 2016 by the Minnesota Vikings. In his 9-year career, he has, or 8-year career, I should say, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This will be his 9th year. 111 receptions in his career. That's not much for a guy who was drafted 23rd overall. But I'm with you. I think it could be a great story if he's able to latch on and become a quarterback, become a wide receiver threat again in the league. It'd be great. The other quarterback that Indianapolis used was Keaton Slovis, who played for, I think, half of the teams in college football.
Speaking of Caleb Williams.
I mean,
he was at USC, right?
USC and BYU, and he was at like Arizona, I think, just all over the place. Was he? They finish up at Pitt, maybe? I mean, it's just everywhere. But that's 5 quarterbacks that they used. So seeing all these quarterbacks being used, I'm telling you, I think the Lions are going to add a quarterback this week.
Well, they might have to, because if Hendon Hooker's not ready to play, they need someone to at least go in there and take snaps, because we'll talk about this more later. I don't want, personally, Goff taking any snaps. But you look around the league, you mentioned all these quarterbacks. That means they're not all going to make the teams either. So you could find a replacement for Sudfeld as well, not just the one taking snaps in the preseason, but your actual backup quarterback, depending on how Hooker his injury is.
And you're going to have names that are recognizable that are going to be dropped from rosters. I mean, Houston used 4 quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud, Davis Mills, Case Keenum, and the ever-popular Tim Boyle.
Yeah, I don't think that's one.
Don't need.
No. We've done that.
Don't have to do that. But would it surprise you if the Lions signed like Case Keenum?
Not at all.
Not at all, right?
Yep.
Pittsburgh used 2 quarterbacks, and they didn't play Russell Wilson. So they played Justin Fields, and then they played Kyle Allen. Kyle Allen got extended play, 17 out of 23 in the game for a touchdown and a pick. I'm just bringing the names up because someone's going to be like, I don't know how many teams are going to carry 3 quarterbacks or more. They're not going to carry more than 3. But if teams are playing more than 3, then you can start looking at these teams and saying, hey, what about this guy or that guy? But the rookies really played well. Jaden Daniels limited just 2 for 3, but for 45 yards and ran for the touchdown. He looked good. It's fun to see that, and yet at the same time, it's also, okay, what are the Lions going to do? And are we concerned because this new guard is taking over here where quarterbacks are hitting the ground running, if this is going to be a new trend, if they're set up for success, like we discussed? Caleb Williams set up for success with all the offensive weapons he's got around him. J.J. McCarthy set up for success with all of the offensive weapons he has around him. Jordan Love was set up for success, but in a different way, because the weapons he had around him, they were all really young players. So they grew up together, kind of, which is an interesting way to get it done. And they obviously have gotten it done. Those are 3 potentially really good quarterbacks to go with Jared Goff, and who we think the Lions are the best in the division, but it's not like this giant gap between the Lions and, say, the Vikings for 4th place.
Well, who are you more concerned with? I'm leaving Green Bay out of this because they made the playoffs last year. They won a playoff game on the road. They look like they're legit, okay? Like a legit threat, I would say that, to the Lions. As far as the Vikings and Bears, though, Gator, which team do you think turns it around faster and makes the window not as open for the Lions as we think it is? I mean, I want to be so good. You know, I hope Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell build a team and an organization so good that it doesn't matter, of course, who else is in our division, because we're going to be competing no matter what. But you do want the road, a little bit of an easier road, less resistance, right? Yeah. And it looks like the Bears and Vikings might provide some resistance earlier than we thought. So which one scares you more? Which one has you, I don't even want to say scares you, but which one are you keeping an eye on first, the Vikings or Bears?
I think it's the Bears, and I say that because I think the Bears have more players on defense that can make things difficult too. They've got Montez Sweat on that defensive line. They've got some very talented linebackers there, and they've got some decent players in the secondary too. I think their defense is set up better than Minnesota's defense is. I think Minnesota ultimately has the trump card with Jefferson as the receiver, but they could also be hampered early on with Jordan Addison in his situation. So I'm more concerned, I guess, about the Bears than I am the Vikings, and that's not a slap at J.J. McCarthy. I was impressed with what I saw from J.J. McCarthy. Who is it for you?
Oof. I mean, I believe in Caleb Williams more than J.J. McCarthy, but I feel like the Bears are always kind of, other than for some, Mitchell Trubisky was doing it against the Lions. Like, it almost didn't even matter. Like, they were kind of been a thorn, in our side. Yeah. Like, and then even when Fields came in, even though we came back and beat Fields, the Bears had that game won. So I guess I'm going to go with the Bears, but I'm not discounting the Vikings at all. I think J.J. McCarthy showed why he was a first-round pick, even though people, the haters or the naysayers of McCarthy were like, well, he never did anything at Michigan as far as throwing the ball.
Right.
Elite handoffs, right, is what they were calling it or whatever. But no, he can make elite-type throws, and that's why the scouts and, the coaches in the NFL really took a strong look at J.J. and broke it down. I was like, yeah, he's an NFL quarterback. Now, we'll see if his decision-making, improves. I thought it was questionable at times at Michigan. I know but he's got the arm for sure.
Well, I think the difference between him in the NFL and him at University of Michigan, it's the receiving core. It's night and day different. He didn't have the great receivers to throw. He had a great tight end.
Well, Roman Wilson was a good receiver.
Okay,
he's not Steelers.
But he's not.
He's not Justin Jefferson.
Right. He's not Jordan Addison. He's not any of those guys. But they were okay. There was nothing special that they had at Michigan, the receiving corps. But they had the best offensive line in college football, according to the awards, for 2 years in a row. And their defense was spectacular that they had at Michigan. So he kind of comes in under the radar because he was never tested to have to throw the ball downfield. It wasn't that game plan like you would see from Ohio State. Yeah, their game plan is we're going vertical, or other schools would go vertical. That wasn't what Michigan was about. So he's kind of coming into this a little unscathed because he wasn't banged up a ton at Michigan, and also under the radar because you never really got to see him show off and showcase the talent that he's got. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Which team between the Bears and the Vikings, with their quarterbacks and the situations they're in, does one team separate themselves over the other as one that you think the Lions need to pay closer attention to, or at least the NFL does, and you think, you know what, they can make some noise? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Kind of going around the league and seeing how rookie quarterbacks have done in the opening weekend of the exhibition schedule. And they've all played really well. It's been pretty impressive so far. And I'm also looking at other box scores to see how many quarterbacks were used, because I think it's going to become pretty obvious that the Lions need to add a quarterback this week. With Hendon Hooker in concussion protocol, And I suppose we'll get some word later on today about where he stands on that. Yesterday, it seemed like they thought he might be out maybe even until Friday. And they've got the game Saturday, which would probably keep him out of that game, unless he's able to come back sooner than that. If he's able to come back to practice, say, on Thursday, maybe that's something better for the team and better for Hendon Hooker. But if not, I just think the Lions probably need to have a quarterback anyway. Because going into you have 2 preseason games left, and we know Jared Goff is the unquestioned starter for the team. But what we don't know is if he's going to play at all. Dan Campbell kind of seemed like he was more open to him playing this week. And I wonder if he's more open to that because they're not doing a joint practice this week. So the Lions had the joint practices last week, the very spirited joint practices with the New York Giants. And then they had the preseason game against the Giants. It's always been my contention that you get way more out of the joint practices than you ever will out of a preseason game. And I think that's why you didn't, for the number one reason, maybe it's 1A and 1B, of why you didn't see the Lions starters really on either side of the ball, with the exception of Terry and Arnold, that you didn't do it because they were going against the ones in practice anyway. So you don't need to play them in the game. And I get that. But this week, you're going against a team that's not doing the joint practices with you. So maybe this is more of an opportunity to see some starters play. And maybe Goff gets to play a little bit. And like I said, Dan Campbell kind of hinted at it a little bit that he's more open to it. As the week progresses, we'll find out how serious they are. And it also may depend on the health of Hendon Hooker, if he's healthy enough. But one thing we kind of all agree on is that if it's left to Nate Sudfeld, it's disappointing based on what we just saw in the preseason. It was not great showing from Nate Sudfeld. I want to be as fair as I can about this. I'm not one of these guys, and Doug isn't either. Neither one of us fly off the handle and come up with a hot take or without looking at something 360 degrees. Do the full circle look at it. And I think there are mitigating circumstances, maybe why he looked as bad as he did. And maybe number one of the circumstances is just that he's not good enough. And that might be the case. And I'm lean towards that. However, there was weather in the game. Your twos against their twos. It's not your ones against their ones. And, maybe there's a difference there with the talent level. I don't know. He came back into the game late when Hooker left after concussion protocol. And Sudfeld looked better. Looked a little more comfortable in that fourth quarter that he did in the first half. So he'll get a bunch of snaps in practice this week because Hooker's not getting snaps in practice this week until he returns to the practice field, which, as we said, may not happen until Thursday or Friday, or maybe not at all this week. So who gets the other snaps? Going to be the quarterback, Nate Sudfeld. And they don't have any other quarterbacks in camp. It's kind of strange. Like, normally you see training camp videos, right? Little drills they do in practice, and you'll see 4 guys in red shirts throwing passes. You look at the Lions, they got 2 guys in red shirts throwing passes right now. 2 guys do not touch, absolutely do not touch Jared Goff or Nate Sudfeld. Leave them alone because they don't have other quarterbacks in camp. So, I just started writing down some names of players that are possibilities. We went through a few last week, and the one that stands out to me last week was Ryan Tannehill, and whether or not you want to make an investment with him. He's obviously a proven quarterback, and as I said before about Minnesota and the Bears, those rookies are coming into a pretty good situation because the teams are good offensively. Any quarterback that comes to the Lions that would have an opportunity to work with the ones is coming into a good situation. I'm not a huge Ryan Tannehill fan, but when Ryan Tannehill's had some players to work with, he had that offense going pretty good over with Tennessee. I like the offense the Lions have. I don't ever want to see him play quarterback in a game because I want Jared Goff to stay healthy because Jared Goff's the man. But if something were to happen, I'd feel more comfortable if they had somebody more capable with the keys, so to speak.
No, I hear you. Last year, we didn't really have to worry about it because Teddy Bridgewater was behind Jared Goff, and we figured if anything happened in Goff during a game or he had to be out for a couple weeks. We felt pretty confident Teddy Bridgewater could come in. He's such a veteran. He's been around the league. He's been successful around the league, that he could, with this offensive line, those weapons, that he could at least, keep the boat, afloat, right?
Yeah.
This year is different, of course. Teddy Bridgewater retires, and you're in there. You got Sudfeld. You're not sure, what he's going to look like. Then we see preseason game number 1, and we're like, oh my God, this is like the worst quarterback I've ever seen in my life. And then Hendon Hooker gets a concussion. I still think in the end, don't panic. Everyone relax. As long as Hendon Hooker comes back from his concussion, I think that's your backup quarterback. Now, he's not perfect. He may be a guy like Ryan Tannehill would be better, or Taylor Heineke, or whoever. But I think you use this because, knock on wood, you don't want to see Hendon Hooker anyways, but you can have him develop now. And if for some reason he does have to enter a game for a week or two, you find out where Hendon Hooker's at. If he's awful and it's clear you're not going to be able to win any games with Hooker as your quarterback, you do what the Browns did. They went out and got Joe Flacco, who's sitting on his couch. And Joe Flacco actually won a playoff game for them. So maybe Tannehill's still on the couch. Maybe somebody else is still out there. But I think you need to find out who Hendon Hooker is. I think he's good enough, what he showed at least to me in the first preseason game, that he can be a viable backup, in this league for this team. So I think Hendon Hooker is your backup. You wait on a quarterback. I know other people feel, you go get one right now, but I still say wait.
Yeah, and looking at like Kansas City, who the Lions play on Saturday, they used 4 quarterbacks in their game. Patrick Mahomes played. He was sharp. Then they had Carson Wentz, who was also sharp, 4-4 in his debut there. Ian Book, the quarterback from Notre Dame from a couple years ago. And then they had Chris Oladikin, who's in his second or third year in the league. Never really heard of him, but he was 7 of 10 in the game. They're not going to carry 4 quarterbacks. This is why I'd love to have the luxury of waiting things out to the end of preseason, but I think there might be a little more sense of urgency because of the injury situation they have right now, just to get something, maybe, pick up the phone and call Tannehill right now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, as of right now, you might need a quarterback because you don't want Jared Goff playing at much, if at all, right? So you're going to need somebody to take snaps if Hooker can't take snaps. So I get that part of it, Gator. But for the season, I'm just saying wait, because no one's going to keep all these quarterbacks. There's going to be quarterbacks available.
Yeah.
But as of right now, you might have to sign Tim Boyle, I know he's on the Texans, somebody. You might have to sign somebody, or, if they get cut, I guess they're not going to get cut till the end of this. But you got to sign somebody, because if Hooker can't go, you can't just put Sudfeld out there by himself.
Right.
For 4 quarters.
Exactly, which is, I think this is a really interesting week to pay attention to see what the Lions are going to do, if anything. If they can afford to wait it out this week and not do it, and then Hooker comes back next week to practice full-time, and then okay. Because then you're just getting ready. Everybody just stay as healthy as you can. You're not going to play Goff in the last preseason game, I can't imagine. But that's a whole other discussion, is how do the Lions handle their players, their starting unit right now, as they're getting ready for preseason game number 2, because they don't have the joint practices. All they have is a preseason game this week. So maybe this is the week we see some starters. But do you want to see all the starters? Do you want to see no starters? Or there's some starters you're like, you know what, I want to see this guy, but not this guy. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I think, King, you and I might differ on a couple names here, or we're going to bring up some names of guys we want to see or guys we don't want to see, because obviously injuries are a huge part of the game. This is a really good football team the Lions have. You want to ensure it as much as possible that these guys can stay healthy. Of course, injuries are so wildly unpredictable, other than predicting you're going to have an injury. But hopefully it's nothing too serious. But I mean, they're bringing new guys into camp every day because of injuries to players, and they lost a couple more in that game against the Giants to season-ending injuries. And they're bringing in some new players, including a new offensive lineman. It's a little feisty, and he's got a chance to stick, which will be interesting. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to Texas as well. We'll continue taking your calls and texts right here on your home for all things Detroit sports. The Karsch Anderson Show on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Gator and Kang with you today. Doug will be back next week. Maybe we'll have Riga tomorrow. Maybe not. We'll find out right before the show, I'm sure. We take your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're talking about the Lions right now and getting up for geared up for this week of practice that they're going to have leading to the game Saturday afternoon against Kansas City. And seeing how other teams have already handled the first week of the season, there were a ton of starters that played in this first week of the season. All the rookie quarterbacks that you think will be starting this year or vying for a starting, they all played. And they all played well. Like, there wasn't a clunker in the group. There might be a clunker play here and there, but by and large, those guys played really well. But the veterans were playing. Most teams' quarterbacks played. The Lions are one of the few exceptions where they did not start their starting quarterback. In fact, on offense, the Lions didn't start anybody from their starting unit. None of them on offense. And on defense, you could say that they started one with Terrion Arnold. Ennis Rakestraw got a lot of time. He might see time as a nickel corner. He might start as a nickel corner. But beyond those two defensive backs, we didn't see any starters on defense. And that includes Levi Onwuzurike, which I think is more evidence that this coaching staff believes in Levi Onwuzurike. I will also throw this in there. I think because DJ Reader is unable to practice yet at full speed, that I think that also plays a role in why you're not going to put Onwuzurike in the game. Again, he falls in that category of probably working with the ones last week in the joint practice, doesn't need to play in the first game. But this is the second game, and you don't have the joint practice. Would you play the starters on offense or on defense? Who would you hold out? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Obi is next up here on 97 on the ticket. Hey, Obi.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
Good. So my philosophy behind it is that you're obviously not going to play any starters in the third preseason game. It's just too close to the season. You don't want anything, crazy to happen there. But I feel like I wouldn't mind maybe a series with the specific starters like J-Mo, Jack Campbell. I'd even maybe throw in Davenport in there, get his body ready, to handle, the rigorous parts of the game. But I wouldn't throw Goff in there. I wouldn't throw St. Brown in there. I wouldn't throw Sewell, like the obvious ones, Zeitler, all these guys. I wouldn't throw them in there. Anzalone.
So you probably wouldn't play anybody in the offensive line.
What's that?
You wouldn't play anybody. I mean, just looking at the offense, it's more of a case of who you would play as opposed to who you wouldn't play. Because it sounds like you wouldn't play any of the offensive linemen. You wouldn't play Goff. The receivers outside of Jamison Williams, you're not going to play the running back. So really, the only offensive player you'd want to see is Jamison Williams, and very limited.
Yeah, I think just because he hasn't gotten that many reps in game action, I feel like preseason going against maybe twos or threes, I feel like giving him maybe a series or two, him, Davenport, just to get their bodies right, just get a claim to the physicality. Like I said, maybe Jack Campbell, just because I don't know if it's just, he's hidden in the plays and he's kind of just that silent player that's getting the job done, but just I feel like I just need to see more out of Campbell, things like that. Obviously, Arnold and Rakestraw, we saw them. We'll probably see them again, but that's really about it.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it, Obi. Kang, offensively, are there any starters on offense that you'd like to see in the game Saturday afternoon?
No. I'm one of those people that last year I actually wanted to see like Laporta out there. He was scheduled to be like the starting tight end. He was a rookie, though, so I'm like, hey, this guy's got to just at least put on, the pads and go out there and hit an NFL player to see what it's like. Line up against, someone in the NFL, run routes, things like that. They never did that. And obviously Goff didn't play, and no one played from the offense. And I thought, oh, this might be a mistake, whatever. And it wasn't, clearly. Last year they went to the NFC title game. So I am all in on believing Campbell and Holmes and deciding them not to do that again, essentially. Don't play the ones on offense. To me, I know what they are. They are elite position. That's our elite side of the ball right there is the offense. I wouldn't risk anyone on the offensive line. I'm not risking any skill position players. Clearly, I'm not risking Jared Goff. It doesn't really do any – it does more bad than good for me. The risk is not worth the reward. So I'm not playing anyone on offense. What about you?
I'm the only player I'm even considering playing at this point is Khalif Raymond.
Really?
the third receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I want to see if Sudfeld's likely to get the majority of the snaps. I don't know if Goff is going to play or not. I prefer they not play Jared Goff. So assuming that he doesn't, and let's assume that Hendon Hooker will be able to play some, I'd like to see Khalif Raymond be the top receiver that they have with a crew of the other guys that they have, with Donovan Peoples-Jones and whomever, Darius Fountain or whoever the player is, Caden Davis, and because I want to see the competition. We didn't get a big taste of it last week. We had heard in practice that these guys look good, this guy's turning heads, and then it came time for the game and nothing. And I don't think it's all on the players. I think a lot of it had to do with the conditions and then, who you're playing with. But this week, I guess I'd like to see Khalif Raymond.
But what could Khalif do for you, Gator? This is your guy. I'm not trying to talk you out, out of seeing your guy. But what I'm asking you the question is, what could Khalif do or not do for you that would change your mind on Khalif Raymond?
Because I need to know that that's the guy who I think is the third receiver. And I'm not sure if he is.
Well, I think we both agree that he's going to make the team no matter what, right? Okay, so this is not fighting for a position spot.
No, he's not fighting for a position. I just want to know I want to make sure that, okay, game situation here. Is this the guy that we want to be our third receiver? Or are one of these other guys going to step up and have, is there a clear separation between him and the rest or not?
Can you get that from a backup quarterback and backup offensive lineman?
That's a great question, and I'm not sure you can. Obviously, you learn more in practice than you do ever in a preseason game. But I guess, he's the one guy on offense that I wouldn't mind seeing. I'm not demanding it. I'm not dropping a hammer. He's got to play. But I think that's the only one maybe I can be convinced of that I want to see on offense. Defensively, it gets back to I just want to see it to believe it, and it's Unzarike. Outside of him, do I need to see anybody else? Did we even see Rodriguez play in the game last week?
God, I don't even remember it.
I don't think he did.
I didn't look back at the snap count, but if he did play, it was not memorable. He might not have played. I'd have to look back at it.
So, on the defensive side.
Yeah, I'm with you on Levi. I don't know if he's all of a sudden become untouchable, but I think you need to see him. Okay, he's healthy. Can he stay healthy in a real game? I know even if it's against number twos, those are still big dudes, strong, fast dudes on the other side. Let's see if he can hold up, right, in a preseason game.
Yeah, not only hold up, but is he going to dominate? Because if he's, quote, one of the best, then let's see him play.
I know he's been doing very well in practice and also in joint practice, but in a game, it is different. And I'd hate to be like week 1 or week 2, all of a sudden he's like, oh, you know what? My back is hurt again because I wasn't – these guys are a lot stronger than what I was going up against.
Not quite in game shape yet. I'm in practice shape and not game shape. James is in Southfield. James, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, James.
Hey, how you doing there, Gator?
Good.
And gang, how you doing it today? Just wanted to comment on who I think between Chicago and Minnesota will be giving the Lions a run for their money during the run for this championship. What I'm looking at is I think that 15th game in Chicago, that will give Caleb enough time to get maturated with the offense. And then it will allow the defense to be able to do some things that they normally wouldn't do in a sense of giving the ball over to Caleb. And the big thing is that Caleb will be used to the outside weather in Chicago because that's the 15th game of the season. So I think that they will have a real strong chance to make some implication on our playoff situation, that 15th game. And then by chance, Minnesota might do something on the 17th game if it's here in Detroit. By that time, if JJ is playing, he would be able to have some kind of effort. But I think Caleb will have much more because of the duration and the maturation that he would have at that time.
All right, thanks, James. I appreciate it. I think the other thing, Caleb Williams, I think he's a better quarterback than J.J. McCarthy. I don't think I can get a whole lot of pushback on that. He was taken first overall in the draft for a reason, and people would have taken him last year if he was coming out in the draft. But I think when you start talking about the problems that the Lions defense has had over the years, it's dealing with quarterbacks that have that escapability, quarterbacks that can run. Both of these guys have that. I think Williams has a little bit more than J.J. McCarthy. But I also think the Lions defense is better suited to stopping that nonsense. They work on it all the time now. They've got a better secondary, I think, this year than they have since Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have been here. I think this is the best secondary they've assembled, and yet there's a bunch of unknowns because we haven't seen these guys play together. We're not seeing Carlton Davis or Amik Robertson or any other players, really. I mean, we've seen the two rookies, but that's really kind of it. So I do feel confident, though, that the secondary is going to be better. How different will the Bears look and the Vikings look towards the end of the season? If they're healthy, they should look a lot better in week 15 and 17 than they look in weeks 1 through 3. I mean, that's just how it works. You get better as you get more reps and more comfortable in the offense. I don't think either player is a basket case waiting to happen where they just can't handle it and they got to shut it down.
Well, that's the thing. How's the season going? I think Caleb's projected to be the starter. JJ, we're not so sure yet with Minnesota. As long as their confidence hasn't been completely shot during the regular season, right? You would hopefully they get used to the NFL game speed and things like that more as the season goes along. But yeah, I think the Bears could. I'm not counting any win. I'm not counting any W's as automatic anymore. You know.
Yeah.
I expect wins against the Vikings. I expect 2 wins against the Vikings, and I expect 2 wins against the Bears. But is it going to be a shocker if they go 3-1?
No.
Like this is the
NFL. 2-2.
This is the NFL, man. There are no layups necessarily, and it could happen at any moment. You're on an off day, and the other team capitalizes.
248-539-9797. Same number to Texas if you'd like to do that. We're talking about the competition within the division. Rookie quarterbacks making their debuts over the weekend, and they all look pretty good. Not just Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy, but all the rookie quarterbacks got a chance to play. Nix and Drake May and all the rest of them. They look pretty good. And for the Lions, do you want to see any of the starters play this week? Or are you cool with not playing starters? Because if you're not going to play any starters, they might have a quarterback situation. If Hendon Hooker can't play, you might have to play Jared Goff. Or is it just Nate Sudfeld for 4 quarters? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. A lot on the table today. We got Champ and Chump. Offer up your Champ and Chump for the weekend. We've been talking about the Olympics, your favorite Olympic moment, the one that really stood out to you. With the Lions, is there a starter that you want to see this week, and are you fine without seeing any starters for that matter? And we're going to see if the Lions at some point this week, if they're going to make a play for another quarterback, or they just wait till after preseason to sign a veteran to be an extra quarterback on this roster. Also, with regards to the division, saw a lot of debuts this weekend with all the rookie quarterbacks getting a chance to play, and all the rookie quarterbacks played pretty well. And then you look specifically at Caleb Williams with Chicago or J.J. McCarthy with Minnesota because they're in division. We already know how good Jordan Love is. Does that make this division even tougher? Do you think these guys are going to hit the ground running like we saw last year with C.J. Stroud? Maybe not to a level of success right away, team-wise, but do you think that these guys are going to be players to be reckoned with by the end of the season when the Lions will play both teams in the last few weeks of the year? 248-539-9797. A lot of ticket text coming in as well. LMFAO, all of you on the Caleb Williams hype train are comical. Look at his college career and see how many credible NFL defensive players he went up against. He played against defensive cream puffs every week, except for Notre Dame. How did that go for him? All right, well, did you watch him play this weekend? I mean, it wasn't a huge sample size, but, I mean, if you're going to totally discount it and say he didn't play against anybody, do that at your own peril. I think he's quite talented.
I think NFL scouts know who Caleb Williams played against in college. You know, when Patrick Mahomes played at Texas Tech, there was no defense in the Big 12. You know, Bo Nix played in the Pac-12. There's no. They know who they're going against, and they scout accordingly. They still look at the skill set, the arm accuracy, the arm strength, all that stuff. And it was a consensus Caleb Williams was the best quarterback in the draft. Now, whether he pans out or not, I couldn't tell you for sure. But I do know he possesses enough of all those skill sets I mentioned that they think that it's a good chance that he could be a franchise quarterback.
Now, the other thing we'll have a more of a closer look at is because he's part of Hard Knocks. And they had the first episode last week, and he's already showed some leadership skills. And it's going to be the relationship with he and his head coach, Mike Eberflus, is going to be interesting to see how quickly he does develop as a quarterback. But I think he's good.
Yeah, I mean, and the leadership thing is something you might not be able to know until they get in the locker room and see if they can command the respect of their teammates, right?
You got to earn it. Mm-hmm. You got to earn it. Jeff Van Sandusky, go ahead and say it. The Bears rebuild happens faster than the Lions. Well, I can't say that because the Lions went to the NFC Championship game. I think safe to say that they did it quicker than the Bears.
And if the Bears do it faster than the Lions, quote unquote, did, I don't care as long as the Lions are still good and on top of this division, right? Like if the Bears happen to be good, because you just said we don't expect them to be, Caleb Williams and the Bears to be like C.J. Stroud and the Texans last year, where they go win division, win a playoff game or whatever. Did they win a playoff game? Can't remember, but they made the playoffs, obviously. No, but they could be that good next year, and then so that makes me wonder about the Lions' window of not having any resistance in the division a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's going to be resistance, certainly from Green Bay, and I think these other two teams, the Vikings and the Bears.
Would that happen next year, Gator?
I think
more
so. I think it'll be prickly.
Mm-hmm.
I expect the Lions to beat these teams,
Me
but
too.
I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk. I think you're gonna have to earn it. Look, it's the NFL, and you have to earn it anyway. But both of those teams are very talented. Take the quarterbacks out of it. Do the Vikings have offensive talent? Do the Bears have offensive talent? Yeah. Now, do the Vikings and Bears have defensive talent? I think one team has more than the other, but I just think that you're gonna have to earn it. I'm curious about Gator's thoughts on that self-serve brewery that he went to over the weekend. Okay, so Friday night, I went out and met some friends of mine that I hadn't seen in a long time. We're out in Royal Oak at the, I want to make sure I get it right. I think it's the North End Brewery, which is at 11 and Main. And so it's a self-serve place. You go in there, you give a credit card, they take your information, then they give you a wristband. And the wristband is this, it's got some sort of signal on it, and you walk up to this wall of taps. They have, I think, 40 different kinds of beer, seltzers, and wine on tap. And they have all the glassware is underneath the tap. So you pick what you want. You look up and see which beer or beverage you like to select. You hold the wristband up to this sensor, and it acknowledges it. And then you pull the tap for as much as you want. And if you want just 1 ounce, or if you want to fill the glass up with 10 ounces or whatever, then you can do that as well. Interesting concept, right? Because they've got people that are there. You can ask them questions; they'll answer questions for you. But all the information about the beer is right there on this touchscreen by the tap. I didn't have the highest expectations going into it, but I came away kind of liking the concept. It's something I could see doing again. I would check the beer list before I go again and see if there's a bunch of beers I'd like to try, because this is great for doing flights of beer, and they have that set up, but you can get these smaller glasses and with the holders for it if you want to come up with like flights. I like that you can just pump out an ounce of beer out of it, sample it right there on the spot, and if you like it, okay, hold the wristband up again, and this time I'll pour 6 ounces in there. It was kind of cool, Kang. I have to admit, and there was no tipping at the end.
I was just gonna ask. I mean, can I ask this? You brought it up Friday. Did you? You had a question. Are you required to tip in this type of scenario, this type of serving? I guess.
Which is what I like, because there was no opportunity
tipping.
to.
Okay.
It was.
There wasn't.
No, they got your credit card when you came in. Every time you would use the wristband up to the sensor, it would let you know, hey, here's how many ounces you had, here's the cost per ounce, and here's how much money you accrued on it, and that's it.
There was never an option saying
no
15%, 20%, 25%. No.
When you checked out,
okay,
you just turned in your wristband, and they said, okay, you're all set. Thank you.
They took it out of your hands. I love that.
Now, I didn't get any food, so I don't know if there was that opportunity for food, but I'm going to guess no.
No one you were with got any food?
Not that I could see. I got there a little bit later than everybody else, but not too much later. But nobody was eating when I got there. They may have eaten ahead of time, but maybe that was a different situation there. But it was kind of cool. It's actually kind of cool. If you want to try something new when it comes to beer or seltzers or whatever, and you don't want to get the whole thing, but just an ounce to try it, it's great. It's like I said, it's like getting flights of beer at another brewery anywhere else in town that has that. So pretty cool. Shoot the boot. The NFC North will have 3 teams in the playoffs this year. Williams and Love are the truth. I don't see any option for busts in them. That's Hunter and Tecumseh. I don't think Jordan Love's a bust. I think Jordan Love proved it last year. And, you got 2 different ways you can break quarterbacks into the league. You do it the way they did with Jordan Love, where he sat behind Aaron Rodgers for, 2-3 years, whatever it was. And then he comes in and hits the ground running, which, by the way, is the same way that Aaron Rodgers was broken into the league, because he was backing up Brett Favre for those years and then got his opportunity. Or it's sink or swim, like what the Bears are doing with Caleb Williams. You're a rookie, but we drafted your first overall. You're going to start. So long seasons, we'll see how it does work out. But I think the quarterbacks in the NFC North are pretty good.
If it was this year, though, could you imagine?
I don't want it to be this year.
No, neither do I. And I'm not scared of the Bears.
I'm not afraid.
Neither one of us are scared, but that would be like, seriously, that fast, huh? We just got to the top here, the Lions.
Part of my angst about that is I'm thinking about how wide is this window open, and how long is the window going to be open for?
Exactly. Yep.
And to me, because I'm a guy who builds with the offensive and defensive lines, and specifically the offensive line, like, I don't know how much longer Frank Ragnow's going to want to play with his banged up body, even though he's one of the best in the league. I'm not sure.
Zeitler's on a 1-year deal.
I know. Zeitler's the guards are both kind of, not makeshift, but they're plug and play for short contracts. Penei Sewell is the real deal. He's amazing, and you got him locked down, and that's great.
Anchor. And
you just signed Decker to a multi-year contract, but you can get out of that easier if you feel the need. But he's you're hanging another year on him.
Well, right now, basically what you're saying, it sounds like to me, Gator, is you're saying you feel good about the outside guys, the tackles. Inside, you're not sure where this is headed maybe after this year.
Yeah. I mean, I looked at a mock draft last night. I saw a 2-round mock draft, which is ridiculous that somebody's going to have a mock draft. And as ridiculous that I would look at.
I was just going to say, you clicked on it. Look at this stupid mock draft. I wonder what they have. I got to click on this.
Nobody's played a down of football yet in the pros or in college, but
I look at it for two reasons. One, I want to see where they had the Lions picking to see how good they think the Lions will be this year.
Of course.
And this one had them picking like 28th.
Not 32?
No. And the other was, what position do they think the Lions would gravitate towards at that part of the draft? So I was curious to see that. In this one, I believe they went with the defensive tackle. And I was kind of shaking my head going, nope, I hope it's offensive lineman, because they have to start replenishing that. And they've used some draft picks the last couple of years on the offensive line, but those are projects. These guys are real projects. So I don't know. We'll see. 248-539-9797. More of your calls. We got Steve and others on hold. We'll get to you, and more of your text messages as well as we continue right here on 97.1 The Ticket.
248-539-9797. The telephone number, same number to text us if you'd like. We're talking Lions. We're talking lots of football here. Rookie quarterbacks making their mark in the league in the first week of the preseason schedule that they had the opportunity to play, and all the rookies look pretty darn good, and even looking specifically here in the division. J.J. McCarthy with Minnesota, Caleb Williams with the Bears, they both look good. We're asking people which team, I don't know if the concern is the right word, but which team do you think is ahead of the other when it comes to the NFC North and could provide some solid competition for the Lions this year? Like, not waiting for the future, like the future's now. Like, these guys can both play at maybe a pretty high level coming into the league. We saw C.J. Stroud do it last year. I think that's an exception to the league. But he was also, I mean, you look at that situation, you wouldn't have thought that he was set up for success. It felt like that was all C.J. Stroud that got it done, and he just happened to hook up with a wide receiver that nobody thought about in Nico Collins, and they were great together.
And don't forget, they had a rookie head coach either. Although D'Amico Ryans was a really good defensive guy, you didn't know being a head coach is different when you have to oversee an entire team. And he knew that going into there, like, hey, there's going to be some growing pains. No, how about we make the playoffs the first year, and how about we win a playoff game?
Pretty impressive first season. And, you know, are the Bears and Vikings set up to do the same thing? Well, I'll tell you what, offensively, those quarterbacks are set up for success with the skill players that they have around them. I'm not sure about their offensive lines just yet, and ultimately that is what really will matter for them. But they've got guys to throw to for sure. Minnesota has a wealth of receivers, including the best in the game in Justin Jefferson. And what the Bears have to throw to, they've got two solid veterans, and then they just drafted Rome Odunze in the top 10. He's awfully good, and they both teams have quality tight ends and running backs to work with also. So we'll see how set up they are for success, or if they just get outmatched by other defenses in the league. I love the young talent at quarterback entering the NFL. It makes the game very exciting, but it terrifies me as a Lions fan. I'm nervous about Hooker and our future after Goff. The Lions might want to look to draft the quarterback next year. Well, if they're drafting next year, they're likely to draft in the high 20s, hopefully into the 30s, hopefully 32. And you're not likely to get a quarterback. Well, you're not going to get the top quarterback drafting that high. You would have to trade up to get somebody like that. You have Goff signed for years. Not really worried about Jared Goff. The backup situation is a one that's of concern right now. Although I felt better about it after watching Hendon Hooker play a little bit last week. Would have felt better if he got to play the entire second half. Unfortunately, concussion protocol put a roadblock in those plans. But I do think the Lions quarterback situation moving forward, I think there's going to be a remedy for that real soon, whether it's them picking up another quarterback this week, or if it's just we're going to wait till the end of the preseason. You'll see players that are waived, and they'll go get a veteran that way, or pick up the phone, call Ryan Tannehill, and say, "Hey, need you to come here and back up Goff for the season. What do you say?" So they've got some options here, but I do think something will be done. I don't think Nate Sudfeld gave a whole lot of encouragement to Lions fans about the backup situation.
No, not at all. And
to put it kindly.
Yeah, you are putting it kindly.
I'm trying to be kind.
It's much worse than that. Like that on Friday last week.
Well,
I think he was compared to Meatloaf.
Ma!
No, but the Lions, they don't need to go out and draft a quarterback next year. I mean, late round, you see some guy that slipped that you have high hopes for that you could develop, maybe, but your quarterback is now in the future is Jared Goff. What you're looking for, you're in a win now mode. So what you're looking for is a viable backup. I still think Hendon Hooker can be that viable backup.
I do too.
If Hendon Hooker is not that viable backup, then I'm looking for a veteran. I'm not looking for into the draft for my backup quarterback.
Yeah, if Hendon Hooker can stay healthy, and I'm not even intimating that he is injury prone. I'm just saying if this guy can stay healthy with his legs in particular, because that was the issue he had in college with the ACL injury. But he's got time. There was no rush because you've got Jared Goff signed. He's got time to develop, and you saw just a glimpse. He's got talent. He can throw the football. He can absolutely spin the football around the field, and he can maneuver through the pocket and make plays with his feet. He just needs more reps. He needs to feel more comfortable in the offense, needs to know the offense backwards and forwards, and that's going to come with more time that he gets to run the offense. Unfortunately, he may not get that chance this week, which would be really,
really awful for him because he needs those reps. Good morning, Gator and King. I believe the Bears are the team that the Lions should pay close attention to. The Bears' offense and what they brought in could be potentially dangerous and under the radar. There's some Derek and Wyandotte. I tend to agree. I think I'd be more concerned about the Bears than I would the Vikings, but Vikings are no joke with the group of talent they have at a skill position. We don't know if J.J. McCarthy's going to win the job there. I mean, it might be Sam Darnold's job. But Sam Darnold has not really been dazzling so far in his NFL career, despite being one of the top picks in the draft. Steve is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Steve.
How's it going, guys? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. We're talking about skilled positions, and I mean, it's our secondaries who we need to see more. You mentioned the starter that we only saw was Terry Arnold, but with Mosley being out, it's Amik Robertson or Rakestraw at the nickel position. I mean, we saw both of them out there. I think we need to continue to see both of them out there. And then to add to that, new to the system is Carlton Davis, who's going to start at the other side of Arnold, and we need to see him out there. Revamped secondary. Our division's full of receivers that are going to have a lot of speed, a lot of talent. We need those guys out there. And that's the only real key group I need to see. Offensively, we've seen enough. There's enough injuries. We're really limited at the wide receiver 3, I think. So I don't need to see any injuries there. I'm good on that. I think just get more secondary guys out there and playing.
Yeah, I get nervous, and thanks for the call, Steve. I get nervous with the secondary because it's always a position group that is ravaged by injuries year in and year out. It's not just a Lions thing. It happens throughout the league. So I'm always a little leery about putting those guys out there for multiple preseason games if you don't have to. I agree with your points. I mean, you want to see these guys work together. I think there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve and trusting where you guys are on the field in any given situation. You don't want to have the breakdowns in coverage because you haven't had enough time to work on things. And with a couple of these guys being rookies, you would think that curve is going to be a little bit longer. Add to that the other two guys you brought in, it's their first year with the Lions, and neither of them played together. And everybody's got an injured history. You know, Carlton Davis hasn't, been all that healthy in his career. Hasn't played a full season. And Robertson, another guy who's just now getting an opportunity to play more. He's undersized, but he's one of these guys, you love his grit, you love his determination, and he's one of those football players. Just get out in the field and watch him make plays. I don't know if I need to see them play in the preseason. And like I said, I'm very concerned about using guys that are starting in the secondary a whole lot more as this preseason goes on. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Something happened in the Olympics that is either awesome or pathetic, however you want to look at it. But I wonder if anybody else can relate. I can relate. I can relate to this situation. I wonder if you can. We'll get to that next year in 97.1, The Ticket. Well, this sucks. I just saw this tweet. Okay, you know what's going to bother me a little bit? Very little left in the baseball season. This is the minor league season, even less involved with that. Kevin McGonigal, who had just been promoted from Lakeland to West Michigan a couple weeks ago, along with Tigers, one of the top rookies, or I should say one of the top prospects, Max Clark. McGonigal and Clark, two guys that came in the same class from last year, both have a ton of promise, both playing really well. Apparently, Kevin McGonigal has been placed on the injured list with a right hamate fracture. That doesn't sound good. That's coming from the West Michigan Whitecaps Twitter account. So that's unfortunate. He will not be matriculating through any more the rest of this year. I doubt that Max Clark will either, but both players have a lot of promise. McGonigal, the shortstop, Max Clark, a center fielder. So, damn.
Yeah, you don't want to hear bad news.
No, I don't want to hear bad news. Look,
that's bad news, man.
Yeah, he's just getting his career started.
Yeah.
He's a really, really advanced hitter already, and it was exciting watching him in the box scores every day. You know, I really look forward to West Michigan now because of Max Clark and McGonigal. Plus, they have Lozano, the guy they got from the Dodgers, the catcher from there. Roberto Campos is an outfielder that they invested in years ago. He's only 21, but feels like he's been in the organization forever. But he's starting to pay some dividends too. So, yeah, that's all right. We'll see.
Well, hopefully maybe the half glass full part of this is handle the injury early, very early in his career.
Well, it's a hamate bone, so I don't know. My guess would be that he got hit on the hand with a pitch, and that happens. This kind of thing happens all the time. It's not a serious injury, but it's one that keeps you out for action because it's got to heal, and there's not a whole lot you can do. You know, I don't know if you cast it up or if this is something you have to put pins in. I don't know. I'm not going to try to pretend to be a doctor here, but it's unfortunate. Tigers should be expecting, though, that Kerry Carpenter comes back to the team this week. They come back home against Kansas City starting tomorrow night. Looking forward to that matchup again. The Tigers went 3-3 on the road trip. Could have won a couple more games, but they lost them late in heartbreaking fashion, able to hang on last night to a 5-4 win. Cater Montero, another solid outing for Cater Montero. Another solid start for Parker Meadows, making things happen. And thus concludes our Tiger talk for today.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, we'll get back to it probably tomorrow or something. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe we have time.
Yeah, if we have time. Don't know if we're going to go to Bed Bath & Beyond or not. Although they're really not around anyway. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Want to get some more of the ticket texts that come in. Let's not forget that Nate Sudfeld was off for a whole year, and this was his first real action in over a year. He obviously didn't look good, but maybe it was rust. Let's see how this week goes, and if he's bad again, then let's panic. Jeff at work. Jeff, I'm glad you sent that text in, and that's an excellent point to bring up.
That's a very mature approach.
Very mature approch, and I do appreciate that.
We can't freak out now,
let's
right?
Just hold on.
Don't want to lose our composure. Yeah, but if he sucks this week, dude.
Well, it's like I said, let's see how this week goes. If he's bad again, then let's panic.
All right.
And I would tend to agree with that. Exactly. Okay.
There you go.
All right.
First time back out there. Okay, let's go, Sudfeld. Let's go.
All the rookie quarterbacks went up against third string and practice squad type players. That's Rick out dashing. Is it dashing Rick? I imagine door dashing probably.
Maybe he's just good looking.
He is. And who are you out dashing?
Yeah, right? I'm just dashing, man.
You're more dashing than the next guy.
That doesn't get used. That doesn't get thrown around a lot, the word dashing.
No, I agree. Well, years ago, remember when we did an interview with Aaron Andrews?
God, how long ago was that?
It was 17 and a half years ago. We just started the show. We were still on AM. And we had her on because she was in town for like a Michigan State basketball game, I think. And I, was play flirting on the radio with her.
Look at you.
And said,
Riz before Riz.
Yeah, exactly. I said something. I said, you're quite fetching. I love the term fetching. And then we were curious as what was the ensemble for this evening? And she said, I'm not sure. What would you suggest? I said, I don't know. Something like maybe a cream-colored sweater, something like that. It's cold out. I want you to be warm. And hopefully it wasn't as creepy as it just sounded right now.
Probably was worse.
Probably.
All right, go on.
I may have had more charm back then.
Yeah,
too, though.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, you never know. More Riz before
More
it was
Riz,
as
yeah,
you said.
exactly.
I'd like to see us kick more field goals to see what we have with Jake Bates instead of going for it on fourth down in preseason games, Brendan and Wyandotte. Amen to that. I agree with that. I was hoping they were going to do that and take advantage of those situations when they arose in the game last week. They did not. They kicked one field goal, was 53 yards out. He drilled it, plenty of leg to spare. It went straight as an arrow, just inside the left goal post. It was great. Jake Bates kicked a 63-yarder or 64-yarder yesterday in
They
practice.
said 64 with the reports.
Wojo said last night, he and Stoney were on with Dan Miller on Sportsworks on Fox 2. Wojo said, because he boomed it. That would have been good from over 70. So he clearly has the leg. It's just a question of when he's comfortable enough and when the staff is comfortable enough that this is a guy who's gonna be accurate. Just he's got to. We talk about quarterbacks getting reps. Kickers are the same way, particularly when they haven't kicked, when they're coming straight from the soccer field and the UFL for the first time. It's not like he's been kicking field goals his entire life.
Which is weird, right? So the thing with him is, you mentioned, his leg is strong enough. Clearly, we saw it with the Michigan Panthers. We see it in practice, or the reports are in practice that he can kick long. Consistency is the issue. Why isn't Campbell? I know it's only one game into it, but he was going for it fourth down every time, right?
Yes.
Don't you want him to get more reps and be more consistent? Bates, I'm talking about.
I'd want him to get as many kicks as he can.
Would you even say even from like 30 yards out? Just to get,
absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Because those are the ones you're expecting to, you got to make those. That's where you're going to make your money. I mean, this team should score a bunch of touchdowns. I want 7 points every time. I don't want, 6 and cross your fingers he's going to make it. I think he's obviously better than that. He's got a ton of talent, but I would like to see him get the opportunities to kick 30, 35-yard field goals in preseason games. If you have to, why not? What are we going to learn about, Nate Sudfeld on a 4th and 2 from the 23? I mean, okay. He's a backup quarterback and running the offense. I don't care about that. I want to see the kicker is the one we all worry about. I don't know if worry is the right word. I feel like I have more confidence in Jake Bates than anybody.
I don't know. Maybe not as much as the Lions front office, because they won't go get another kicker to even compete at this point. They won't even go sign another. They're not. It's like I feel like they're acting like they got Justin Tucker back there. But even the Ravens went out and would get competition for Tucker. And I don't even want to say competition, but they would get other kickers in there, right?
Right.
Someone else to kick. There's no pressure on Bates, is there? Or are they trying to take that off his plate? Like, listen, man, it's your job. Just, you're good. Keep doing what you're doing. The results will happen.
Maybe. I mean, that's a good way to look at it. Are they just trying to take the pressure off by saying, we're not bringing anybody in? You're the guy. We want to instill confidence in you. You're the guy. You're allowed to make mistakes, and we're going to cheer you on every time you're out there. Perhaps. Okay, so this we put this off long enough. Also, want to let you know that it is Champ and Chump. We reset our Champ and Chump. My champ of the week were the rookie quarterbacks. They all showed up this weekend. They all did a great job between Nix and Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix and all the rest. Drake May and Jaden Daniels. Joe Milton. Even Joe Milton played really well. The quarterbacks did a great job. Kang, your champ?
My champ is going to be Steph Curry. Over the weekend, he pretty much won the U.S. gold within the men's basketball. He was pretty quiet, throughout the Olympics until the final 2 games where he erupted for a total of 60 points. He had his Steph moment, one of the most memorable moments in men's basketball with the night YOLO type 3 over a double team. Steph Curry, my champ of the weekend.
As far as Chump is concerned, I'm chumping the Olympic Committee for the debacle they had with the women's gymnastics and awarding the bronze medal, and then the United States appealed it and wanted to take a look at the scoring on it. They overturned it, gave the bronze to the American, and then like a day and a half later, you find out that the Romanians had filed an appeal as well to take a look at it, and then the Olympic Committee said, "Oh, you know what? The United States didn't file their appeal in time. It was 4 seconds too late. So hey, we know that Childs won the bronze, but you're gonna have to give that bronze medal back." Give the bronze back. Like, it's ridiculous. And now the United States is appealing that decision because they say they have video evidence that shows that, no, we did it in time. It's just a mess all around.
I hate the word appeals in sports. You know, you want to leave it on the court, on the field, wherever. I'm gonna stick with the Olympics as well for my chump of the weekend, Gator. I'm gonna go with the men's 4x100 relay team. Once again, they botched the baton handoff. It's one thing to lose straight up to other countries in a race, you know, but when you don't even get a chance to compete and finish because you can't hand the baton off correctly, again, that's frustrating. Those guys are my chump of the weekends, unfortunately.
248-539-9797, the telephone number. Your champ and chumps, they're welcome either way, through ticket text or through the phone to call us and talk to us on the air. We'd like to do that with you as well. Talk a lot of NFL action going on. Your favorite Olympic moment that we saw over the last 2.5 weeks. And speaking of the Olympics, something happened there that is, I think, it looked at as being awesome or just pathetic. It's something that maybe some of you folks can relate to out there. I know I can, and I want to hear from you next year on 97.1 The Ticket. If you're looking for a hassle-free car lease, check out Sarah Chevrolet Southfield's transparent pricing. This is awesome. No hidden fees, with taxes and fees included in every quote. Let Sarah Chevrolet Southfield provide you with an upfront, honest deal. And Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they've got you covered. They're open every Saturday for sales and for service. Their hours are for working people like you and me. If you need your car serviced, they offer loaner vehicles to keep you moving. Plus, their service technicians work in a comfortable, air-conditioned environment, helping them stay focused on your vehicle. I've seen it firsthand. These guys are really happy to be there, and it makes a difference when it comes to your car. With over 80 new demos available, you can drive away in a new vehicle for literally thousands less than employee pricing. At Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, all new 2024 vehicles are sold at employee pricing for everyone. You can choose from the best selection of used cars in the state while getting top dollar for your trade-in. Visit the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at Telegraph and 696. They've helped me with my cars, and I know that they're going to take great care of you as well. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and experience unbeatable service combined with an exceptional selection. So if you watch the Olympics and paid attention to the men's basketball team, you saw the United States have to make some comebacks. Down 17 against Serbia, ended up winning the game kind of handily. But they were down 17 in the late in the third quarter. They were down 13 in the fourth, and then they had a 6-point play.
Yeah, or 6-point possession. Yeah, that helps.
Crazy.
Yeah, hey, it took a lot, but they got it done.
We'll take it. And then battled against France in the gold medal game, and it was a lot closer than I think people wanted it to be. But in the end, Steph Curry was the man, knocking down not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 3-point shots in the last couple minutes of the game. He also blocked a shot and had a steal in the last 30 seconds of the game. He was just doing Steph Curry things. He's ridiculous, and he snuffed out France all on his own in the last few minutes of that game. And France they were not easy to put away. They were battling as well, knocking down a 3-pointer, and then Wembanyama knocked down a late 3-pointer, and just trying to stay within that striking distance, and they would answer. They answered Steph twice, but they couldn't answer him all 4 times, and that's what makes him great.
That's too much. You see LeBron get dunked on? Oof.
Yes, I did.
Wow, it's highlighted that man's career, right?
Yeah.
Get it on a poster. You show everybody you did that.
100%.
Right?
Start sending it out to NBA teams.
Yep.
Hey, I did this.
Yes.
But somebody who didn't get a whole lot of action in the game was Tyrese Halliburton, who obviously plays for the Indiana Pacers. A very good basketball player.
Yeah, really good young player.
Yeah, last couple of years has averaged over 20 points a game. Made the Olympic team. Really exciting player. Averages over 10 assists a game, almost 11 assists last year. Solid point guard. Some Piston fans may remember him because that guy looked like it made all the sense in the world to draft him, and they didn't.
Yeah.
Was that Killian Hayes draft?
Another one? Oh, my God. And Killian Hayes, so good, he's not even on Team France.
Well, now, to be fair, Team France did get to the finals of this thing. They got to the gold medal game.
Yeah, without Killian Hayes, they don't need
Right, and they almost beat the Americans.
I know.
So, I mean, yes, I think it's kind of funny, but it also may speak to the depth that the French have. But Tyrese Halliburton didn't play a whole lot. Didn't play a whole lot at all. Kane, you brought this up to me over the weekend, his tweet.
Yes.
And the tweet was...
It's great. 100% hysterical. Halliburton gets it. He totally gets it.
It's basically, as I pull it up now, it's a picture. It's a picture of him holding up the gold medal wrapped around his neck, and it says, "When you ain't done none on the group project and still get an A."
That's right, baby.
And then with the gold medal emoji, it's funny.
Yeah, when you said he didn't play a lot, he literally didn't play the last 2 games at all. He just was there, clapping, cheering on the team.
Yes, did not play. Coach's decision for the last couple of games. Like Jason Tatum, a lot was made out of his usage.
Yeah,
he played 11 minutes in the game in the gold medal game, but Halliburton didn't. But he's got his gold medal. I know some people say that's awful. It's like you go to the the movie. What's the basketball movie with the Flint Tropics? Will Ferrell, the comedy.
Semi-Pro.
Semi-Pro. When they trade for Woody Harrelson's character, who's Monix, and Monix is the championship ring for playing with the Celtics, but he had to play on the bench for somebody who didn't play, but he was nonetheless got his ring for a championship and didn't contribute at all when it came time for the game. I can relate to this. In high school, I was part of a state championship swim team. I swam. I was terrible, but I was on a team. My sophomore year, we had an excellent chance of winning, and we did. So I get to claim being part of the state championship team, which I always say I was part of the team. I never say I was a state champion because I feel like I would have had to actually get in the pool during the state championships and contribute that way. My contribution was basically for the 500 freestyle, I held the marker and would wave it in the water as the swimmer was approaching the wall to see how many laps he had swum. That was my contribution for one of my teammates. That was about it. Because you have to qualify for the state championships in the individual events and also the relays. And I just wasn't good enough. So, but nonetheless, I get to say I was part of a state championship team. And I'm proud to say that because I great friendships with those guys and great memories of swimming in high school for 2 years. But did I contribute? No. I gave my support for sure, but it's not like I was in there in the 50 freestyle and, took fourth in the states and helped get a couple points towards the point total that got us the state championship. No, that was not the case. I was not one of the top 1,000 swimmers in the state, so that would not have happened. But curious if people have been in that same situation, or can you relate to what Tyrese Halliburton had to say there? Kind of feel like you're in the group project, but you didn't really contribute and you still get the A? Yep. I did that too in college, but that's a whole other story. I was just
Literally, huh?
Yeah.
What was the class, Gator?
It was some communications class that, I really didn't contribute a whole lot.
You weren't communicating?
No, I was there. We had a meeting for this group project, and basically two guys kind of took over the project, and I'm like, okay, cool, hook them, and it worked out just fine. Because here I am today. Yay! But have you ever been in that situation? Can you relate to this?
Yeah, actually, pretty close. It was basketball. It was like a church rec league. And if you don't remember, I'll refresh you, Gator. It was about a little over 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah,
okay. So right. I was in the championship game. Our team was in the championship game for this rec league.
And you were a starter on that team,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Played a big role. One of the better players, I would like to think myself. So, but the problem was, I don't want to say a problem, but
no, it was
not a problem. It's the greatest day of my life. Was my daughter was being born that day. My wife had gone into labor the day of the championship game, right? And I had posed this possible question before to the listeners because it was up and coming. I was like, this could get close here. Should I be able to play in the game after the baby was born and everything, right? The baby was born, everything's fine, mother's fine, baby's fine. Can I leave the hospital, go play this game that night? Because
you're not.
The baby was born.
Kid's gonna sleep.
Exactly.
Mom needs rest.
You're in the hospital. Nurses are there. More qualified people than I would be able to.
I'm gonna let you sleep for the next few hours.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
Yeah.
You playing basketball? What?
So spoiler alert: I did not leave to go play in the game. Okay. They won the championship without me.
Oh yeah.
So I did nothing. They won the game, and I got a medal. I think the next because this next season, next quarter, whatever starts in a couple weeks, I came back, got my medal with the rest of the team. We got medals, we got medals. I think the team got a trophy, which the captain takes home.
I got a trophy, a little plaque trophy.
Yeah, and everyone else gets a medal. So I got a medal. I did nothing for that game. I was a champion, Gator. So kind of like Halliburton, I didn't play, but I got a medal.
You know what it's like. It ain't easy. But 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Can you relate to Tyrese Halliburton, or can you relate to myself or to Kang in our situations where part of championship teams, but
didn't do anything.
Not really.
Didn't do much.
I was there for support. It worked out. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. You can text us as well as we continue here at 97.1 The Ticket. Saw a cool video that the Lions put out about 15 minutes ago. There's some Red Wing players that were at practice yesterday and exchanged some jerseys. They gave some Red Wing jerseys to the Lions players, some of the Lions players, with their name and number on the back. So it's interesting. So the guy they showed, Jack Fox getting a jersey is number 3. St. Brown is number 14. Dan Campbell got one with 89 on the back. And this was cool. Jared Goff got 2 jerseys because Jared Goff wears the number 16. And obviously there's 16 Jared Goff, but the real 16 is Vladimir Konstantinov. So they gave him a Konstantinov jersey too, which was pretty awesome. So getting geared up. I want football. I'm not ready for hockey to come back. Still need a break from hockey. So it's kind of weird to see the guys, Dylan Larkin and some of the other players, Jeff Petrie and others, coming to a Lions practice. Like, not yet. Not just yet. Although I guess it was this time last year we saw Sider and Raymond were there, and they were so impressed with how big the football players were. Yeah, they're big. They're football players, nonetheless. Lions will play Saturday afternoon at Kansas City. We don't know if they're going to play with starters. We don't know if Jared Goff is going to play, although it seemed like Dan Campbell the way Dan Campbell talked, it sounded like he's open to it. It literally might have been exactly what he said, regards to players coming back.
Yeah, he's more open to it than I feel comfortable with, to be honest with you, kid. I'm surprised at how he answered that, but is it because they don't have available players?
I think there might be a couple factors. I think the first factor is that they had their joint practice last week with the Giants, and that's where you get more out of than a preseason game, because you're going ones-on-ones for a whole practice, basically. And then you do situational stuff to bring in some backups. But I think that plays a role in it, why they didn't do it last week for the game. But seeing other teams around the league that don't do the joint practices, and the teams around the league, it seemed like almost every team was playing starters in the game. Like even Patrick Mahomes played. Will Patrick Mahomes play this week? I doubt it. I mean, he already played in the game. Doesn't need to play anymore in a preseason game. But I don't know how Andy Reid's going to handle that. But because the Lions don't have a joint practice this week, does that give them more impetus to go ahead and say, yeah, you guys get out there and we're gonna run the ones for 2 series or the first quarter or whatever it's going to be. The fact that Hendon Hooker may not play in the game because he could still be in concussion protocol, leaving the Lions with just one other quarterback on the roster, being Nate Sudfeld, that might play a role into it as well. We're going to have to listen to what coach has to say after practices or before practices as this week progresses, and specifically when it relates to Hendon Hooker. But it did sound like he was open to it, Kane.
Yeah, I have the cut if you want me to play it.
Let's play it so we know exactly what he said. So there you have it. We'll see. It's, got to let the week play out. That's what we tend to say. Maybe.
Well, what starters need reps? I mean, to me,
I don't know if they do.
They don't.
They're getting all the reps in practice.
Yeah, they had the joint practices. They have more reps this week. I know Hooker's going to sit out a couple practices to be safe. I'd feel comfortable if they sat him out this week for the game, to be quite honest with you, but that would mean they'd have to go sign somebody else. Because I know Nate Sudfeld can play an entire game, but there's a chance he gets hurt, and then you have to put somebody else in the game. And that's what it's for, when you sign somebody else.
Yeah.
Whoever that may be, I think Jacob Eason just got released by the Packers, whoever it is, sign somebody just to have him out there in case Sudfeld, has to leave the game. Because, play Sudfeld the whole game, give him a chance to redeem himself, because he looked pretty bad week 1.
Do you think they signed somebody this week?
I think they're holding out. It sounds like they're holding out hope for Hooker to be able to play.
It does sound like that. And yet, at the same time, he's just coming off concussion
That's
protocol.
what I'm saying. Why not take it a little more cautiously?
But you know what? Last week, Terry Arnold was held out of a practice after he got trucked by the lineman, and then played the practice the next day.
And then he played in the game.
So
I think they're holding out for Hooker. I think that's the real question, is he going to be okay to play this week?
I guess the protocols are in place for a reason. they're going to err on the side of caution. If you clear the protocols, and you've cleared protocols, you can play.
Let me ask you a question. So
don't point at me.
Sorry, I was pointing in the air, like, hey, I got a question. Like raising my hand.
Oh, yes, King.
Yes, thank you. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts played this weekend, preseason game for the Colts. He wore the Guardian cap, okay? If Hendon Hooker plays this weekend, would you like to see him wear the Guardian cap?
So the Guardian cap is the padded helmet on top of the helmet, if you will.
It's like another inflatable helmet on top of the helmet or something.
Right. It's this, I don't know how else to put it. It just looks like it's the padding you would see on the inside of a helmet, but you're putting it on the outside of the helmet.
It's like an airbag.
It kind of is, to help mitigate the effects of getting hit on the helmet. And it would have been perhaps nice to see Hendon Hooker wearing that last week when he got hit right in the head on a unnecessary roughness call, and then also led the way by lowering his shoulder and barreling into the defensive back and picking up an extra 4 yards on the carry. Trying to put myself in the shoes of a professional football player. Would I wear the Guardian cap? Yeah, I would, because it matters to me. You know what else I wear? My mouth guard. I have it in at all times. You know what else I wear? I wear my cup.
Well, a lot of players don't wear.
I know. Well, you see,
most don't wear that.
Most don't wear it. And I'm seeing a surprising percentage of players that have the mouth guard sticking out of their helmet,
dude.
and they don't use. Like, what are you doing? You know what helps to prevent concussions? Biting down on a mouth guard. Seriously, it helps.
No, so I agree with you 100%, because as much as we rip on the NFL and Goodell for pretending to care about player safety, the players got to care too, right? We're the equipment provided to help, further your life after football. Because if you're going to blame CTE and all this concussion stuff, like you said, wear the mouth guards.
I don't understand that. And the mouth guard thing, it just drives me nuts. Like, if you're not going to wear a cup to protect the boys and something happens, that's all on you, right? Okay, I get it. They're uncomfortable as hell. You can move better without the cup, and I agree with you. You can. I think some positions over others, I'd probably be more inclined to wear it, but I'm going to wear it because I want to protect them. I when I was in high school, we had to wear, as offensive linemen, they made all of us offensive linemen and defensive linemen too, I guess. Even I started on defense, not on offense, but they had us all get the knee guards, the knee braces, and I hated them. That felt terrible. You couldn't move with them. They would rub against your leg and create issues, and you had to tape them up and pad them extra. It was just a big pain in the ass, and nobody really wanted to wear them until you saw a guy get hurt the first game of the year. One of my teammates tore his ACL, but he was wearing the knee brace. We were told, well, it may have been worse if he didn't. Okay, whatever. He tore his ACL, and that was before we knew anything about ACL injuries, right? I mean, for the next 5 months, seeing the kid walk the halls in school on crutches. So we all just said, okay, well, I guess we should wear these things. But when it comes to the Guardian cap, I don't get what's the hang up on it. Just because it looks funny? It can't weigh that much. I can't imagine it weighs more than a pound, 6 ounces. I don't know what, like you said, it's kind of like having an airbag on your helmet. Now, does it look funny? Yep. But as a player, is it going to get in your vision? No, because it's on top of the helmet. You're looking through the hole in the face mask. It's not going to affect that. I can't imagine it's an effect because it has effect because of the weight. So what's the deal? Why wouldn't you? No, because it looks funny, I guess.
Maybe that's it. We'll see. But the fact that Jonathan Taylor, a big-time player, big name in the league, wore one, maybe we see more guys doing it.
Or maybe it's just a preseason thing and they'll never touch it.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't even wear it next game. I don't know. But he tried it out. Maybe he was just trying it out in a game, see how it would work for him.
Good. 248-539-9797. If you got an opinion on that one way or the other, you can text us as well, the same number. I got some ticket text coming in regarding Tyrese Halliburton and can you relate? Also Champ and Chumps coming in as well. My Champ is both men's and women's USA basketball. Yep, both took gold over France. My Chump, Australian breakdance. Jeff in a truck.
Well, just one competitor, right?
Yeah.
I guess that was their whole team. She got 0 points.
If nobody else volunteers and wants to be part of the team in breakdancing and you see the
I'll go to
opportunity-
Paris.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I'll try it out.
That's what she did. She goes, I'll go to Paris.
Gator, don't sell yourself short. You're a state champion in my heart. Thank you. I was part of a state championship team.
You're part of the team, man.
I was part of the team. For the regional final of high school quiz bowl, we disconnected the buzzer of the worst kid on the team. We won. He was window dressing. John in Lake Orion. They disconnected a buzzer so he couldn't compete.
Is that real?
I don't know. It sounds awesome.
And how would he not know this?
Well, he maybe just thinks
Just
somebody
thinks
else
he's
buzzed
slow?
in. Yeah. Like, oh, it's not working. They got in
Slow on the
before me.
trigger, man. Can't get in on any of this.
Yeah, that's too bad. Oh, man, I'm sure you had it. I'm sure you knew the answer was Des Moines. I was part of a track team that won state 4 years in a row. I participated in the shot put, but never placed. New Haven High, 94-98, Julius and Leonard. Yeah, same. I can totally relate. Great throwback, Kang. Your daughter being born, a rec league championship. Some of the radio bits that you did with Doug and Gator leading up to that day, some of the funniest, best radio I remember. Cheers. I do remember that stuff. And it was funny because we're like, what? She's just going to sleep, right?
I had a lot of support to play the game.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, it's cool, right? If I'm just going to go for a little bit. I mean,
I don't even know. I don't think I even had the guts to even ask my wife because that's just, to even ask. But I threw it out there like without asking. I'm like, the game's tonight. Yeah, the
guys,
championship. Yeah,
it's too bad I got to. I'm missing it. I would. There's no place I'd rather be than right here by your side and welcoming our beautiful daughter into the world.
Yeah.
This is going to be amazing. I'm not playing, but it's amazing.
Yeah.
They're without me tonight. It's amazing to just be here with you instead of being with my team.
Seems like you got a lot of help here too. Right? Everything's good here.
Yeah. Do you remember what it was like in the hours after she gave birth? Like, was she just totally spent, rested, on drugs, whatever?
It was exhausting.
Kid nowhere to be seen after like the initial, hey, we're going to put her in the nursery for a little bit. And
it's a little bit. Nowadays they let you. They try to leave you in the room with the baby as quickly as possible. But it was just exhausting. I can't even imagine asking if I could go play in a basketball game, dude.
You're like, you say your wife's name's Jackie. Like, Jackie. Say it quieter each time to see if she's awake, and then just go. Yeah, that wouldn't happen.
I'm gonna go downstairs and get some ice.
I got an ice and maybe a Coke. I should be back. If they don't have any Coke,
go ahead and sleep. Sleep.
If they don't have, go ahead and sleep. If they don't have any Coke in the machine, it's okay. You know what? I'm gonna go to 7-Eleven. I'll get some. And if 7-Eleven doesn't have it, I'm gonna have to go. I'll go to CVS or maybe I'll just go to Meijer. I'll be back in a couple hours. Whatever. You want anything? We'll never know. You're going to have to ask her. Revisit that when you come home today because that was funny. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We'll continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. the back and forth thing. Wrong coach. Wrong circumstance. Dan Campbell saying it goes back and forth whether or not he wants to play any starters this weekend. And look, he says it's dependent on how practices go. If they have good practices, there's no need. There's no need. But if they got stuff they need to clean up, then you might see some starters get in the game. I think a lot really kind of depends on the health of Hendon Hooker, if he's able to play and practice later in the week so he can get in the game on Saturday. I think that matters. I think ultimately you'd prefer not to play guys like Jared Goff or St. Brown or really frankly anybody on offense. I mean, Ken and I talked about it earlier. I don't know if there's anybody on offense that's a starter that I want to see. I mean, maybe to me a little bit. The only case I can make would be for Khalif Raymond, just to see if there truly is separation, a big gap between Khalif Raymond and, say, Doris Fountain or Caden Davis or DPJ or whomever. And that's more of a personal thing I'd like to see, I guess, out of curiosity. But does it make sense? That I don't know. And defensively, I don't think we need to see anybody that's a starter defensively. And I think one of the reasons we didn't see Onwuzurike is because DJ Reader is a little limited at this point. So Onwuzurike probably elevated to being a starter at this point if they started right now. And you're not going to play him. But he's the talk of the camp right now, Levi Onwuzurike. Everybody's excited about it. Everybody's speaking very highly of what he has brought to the table. That's kind of cool. Like to see that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More ticket text coming in. Champ Gator for taking his shot with Aaron Andrews 17 and a half years ago. Chump Aaron Andrews for passing on Gator 17 and a half years ago. Joe in Colorado. I wouldn't say I took my shot. I shot my shot. That definitely wasn't the case. But there was a little,
you threw it out there.
It was a little playful.
You put the vibe out there at least.
Yeah. I mean, it was over the phone. I mean, she couldn't resist this,
over
in person.
The phone first. Hey, man,
just over the phone. It's like, who's this guy? Yeah. No. I want to see Levi Onwuzurike show up on tape making key plays. If we have something with Levi, we could have a special defensive tackle room with the upside, and it could be massive. If he has a breakout year, that'd be amazing. Austin in a car eating lunch at work. That's a lot happening there for Austin, and thank you. Regarding the kicker needs to be mentally ready, not knowing if you're going to be called on, then suddenly you are. He needs to be used to that. So that's somebody who wants to see Jake Bates get more kicking opportunities in the preseason. Like some of that's going to be predicated on what the Lions do. I mean, if it's 4th and 7 from the 30-yard line, guess who's kicking a 47-yard field goal? Jake Bates. But our point is, if it's 4th and 1, from the 30-yard line, do you need to go for it, or do you want to see him kick a 47-yard field goal? I want to see him kick and get that kind of experience. And another reason I really wanted to see it last week was a weather game. You're kicking outdoors. You had rain coming down, albeit not that hard, but enough to be annoying, and it played a role. Would have liked to have seen it. I'm glad that they went for it on 4th and goal instead of Bates kicking a 25-yard field goal. I'd rather see what the backup quarterback does on 4th and goal. If Bates can't make a preseason kick at the goal line, then we've got a problem, Ryan at Ypsilanti. I would agree with that for the most part. But I also think you want to give this guy as many reps as you can. Regarding the Tyrese Halliburton stories, could you relate to being part of a championship caliber team, a gold medal winning team like he was, but really not contributing? Didn't even play in the last 2 games. King told the story of winning the basketball championship in his church rec league while not playing in the championship game because of the birth of his first daughter. I love this story, Kang. I remember this being a topic. Your unborn child would have wanted you to play.
I'll never forgive her. No. Yeah, it was. The reason I think it resonated with so many people, Gator, is we just got done watching the Olympics, right? Great moment for those athletes, like true athletes. 99% of us will never feel what they feel. The closest we have is rec league. Honestly, right. Church league, rec league, whatever it is. So when you have a chance to play for a championship, I don't care what kind of league it's in, you try to take as many advantages as those you can, because at some point you just get old, and most are playing while we're already old, but to the point where you can't even play anymore.
And you leave it all out on the line.
And so that's probably one of the few times, if I ever have again, to play for quote unquote something.
I mean, I remember, and you want to leave it all out on the field, on the court, whatever the case is, if it's for the championship. I remember playing in a kickball league, and I left it all out on the field.
Was it a championship game?
It was like for the B championship or something. You know, like we didn't qualify for
the good teams. It was
yeah,
like the lower.
yeah. And my buddy's a coach, and I every week we'd play.
You have a coach in kickball?
Yeah. Well, the guy who
put the
recruited,
lineup
put
out?
the team together.
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
So and each week that went on, my kicking leg, my right leg would get progressively worse when it was done. Like, because I was trying to stretch, but apparently I didn't stretch properly.
You're hurt,
and then,
man.
Yeah, I was hurt. I was limping after games.
Mm-hmm.
And we get to the last game, and my buddy Kevin, who was the coach, he's like, "We need you, man. We need you, big fella." I'm like, I got you, Kev. I got you. And I kicked, and it ended up kicking like a double or whatever. And I'm limping into second base. I'm like, this is bad.
What
like
are you,
I know exactly, and I knew it was bad. Like it's incredibly painful. I can hardly walk. And then I have another at bat late in the game, and I'm like, I got you, Skip. I got one more in me, and I left it all out there. And I swear to God, I thought that my the muscle just tore right off the leg. I thought it was done. We went to 24 seconds after the game, had some beers with the team, celebrating. I'm there for like 15 minutes, and I go, I gotta go. They're like, why? I'm like, I'm in so much pain. And we were upstairs on the rooftop deck, and I had to walk down the stairs. It took me literally like 8 minutes just to walk down 10 steps. I was done. I remember coming into work and limping. I limped for weeks.
Think of how a stupid decision that was.
It was such a dumb decision.
Right? Like, seriously, it's not like...
Since then, and I really did damage, and I never got it checked out. And I should have gotten it checked out because I think I really did some damage. There would be other events, you know, for the station had like picnics, right? And you would have, we had a soccer net out there. We were kicking balls, and I kicked one, and I'm like, leg's gone again. There it goes. I could feel it. Like I could feel the leg being an issue, and it still is. Although I did when I hurt my back, I got some therapy, and I think that helped out the leg. I'm still not ready to kick again, man. And it's been like 15 years.
Yeah, you're done, man.
I'm done.
This is because of a stupid kickball. I don't even want to call it rec league kickball because is there such a thing as professional kickball, Gator?
No,
it's even worse.
This is like a Berkeley kickball
Yeah, like
league.
who?
on some of like the
don't
elementary
worry.
school yards.
You did it for legacy, Gator.
I did. Woo! I got the MVP.
Yeah, don't worry,
They gave me an autograph ball. All the members of the team signed it. I'm like, MVP right here.
Remembered forever.
Yep, and I do. I can relate to this because I got a medal in track and field once. I was running the 2 mile. We were hosting like 3 schools. One school forfeited because they didn't show up, and the other schools did not have any distance runners. And I was like put out there. I will, and I went out and I got a bronze medal behind our 2 best runners, and I'll run that 2 mile. Got a medal, even though I'm the guy that only did the shot put.
You all right, man?
Yeah, I had a little cough there.
You're right.
Well, when you're talking for 3.5 hours at this point with no rigor.
Wow. Rigor catches us straight late in the show.
It's not Rigor's fault that Jimmy didn't tell us. That's beside the point. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I saw something over the weekend. I'm not sure I understand it, but I think it's another thing that everybody can relate because guys just make up stupid games with the dumbest things. Just make up something to make it competitive. I think that's what I saw this weekend, but they're turning it into an actual sporting event. Did you see this? We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, I got some more ticket text coming in. I love the men's Olympic gymnastics team. The one guy with the glasses looks kind of like the kind of kid that had asthma and plays video games all day long, watching his super jacked teammates go out there and compete in every individual competition. He sits around for a couple of days, comes off the bench, takes his glasses off, a la Clark Kent to do the pommel horse, and walks off with a bronze medal and drops the mic. Sure. And maybe you sell him short some credit for being an all-around gymnast, but he is the specialist in the pommel horse.
Yeah, I mean, that's another viral moment, right? That sticks out in people's minds for these Olympics.
More Champ and Chump votes. Chump U of M for flipping off the NCAA by bringing out weird uncle back to the outhouse. Chump, Steph Curry, that's from Little Weasel. So the Michigan situation, that broke late on Friday's show as well. We really didn't get a chance to address it. That it was announced that apparently Ward Manuel has extended an invitation to Jim Harbaugh to come out for the first game of the season and be an honorary captain. Now, from my understanding, and I could be corrected on this by anybody if you know better, my understanding was that this was mentioned in a podcast that he had done earlier in the week. My question is, that podcast, was it recorded before they knew that the NCAA nailed him for the show cause and banned him for 4 years? Or was it done afterwards? Because if it's done afterwards, that is absolutely, the double bird from Ward Manuel and the University of Michigan to the NCAA. If it was done beforehand, if they recorded it ahead of time and didn't know the show cause penalty was coming up, it's not a good look. And it leaves you going, really? You're doing this now? Really? But whatever, I guess, they're going to do what they're going to do. I wonder if the Connor Stallion stuff, if something gets leaked out or breaks before the start of the season, will they stop and say we can't do that anymore? Sorry, Jim. Stay out in LA, get your team ready for your first week of the season. I don't know. We'll see. It's the story that just doesn't die. It really just doesn't die. Jump of the weekend, Austin Dillon for wrecking 2 cars on the last lap to win at Richmond. Champ of the weekend, Joey Logano for not holding back in his post-race interview. That's in KP and Canton. Kang, I don't know if you saw the highlights of this race.
I did not.
So Austin Dillon literally wrecked 2 cars in the final stretch to get the win. Just went after the cars, took them out, and ended up winning. Afterwards, Joey Logano being interviewed, and he said it was a chicken-S thing to do, but then doubles down and just unloads on him and basically says that he sucks as a driver. He's a sucky driver, doesn't have any business out here, and now he's made it into the playoffs, and hey, good for him. It was so obvious. He was so pissed. I guess there were multiple drivers that lodged complaints and really wanted to get after Austin Dillon, but interesting as NASCAR continues to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not into NASCAR, but when I see stuff and hear stuff like this, it makes me wish I was more into it because it's got like a WWE element to it. I feel like these, and I'm not saying it's fake because I think, you know what the difference is? Road rage, man. Road rage is real, and so have you ever gotten... Hey, Gator, have you ever gotten upset behind the wheel before? Yeah. Okay, now imagine someone sticks a microphone in your face immediately, minutes after it happens. You're going to be, that's raw. That stuff is, and it's probably not well thought out. You're pissed. And I'm not saying he doesn't stand by what he said, but that stuff is like, that anger is different than other anger is when you're behind the wheel. Yeah. And so I didn't see what happened here with Austin Dillon or whatever, but when you wreck people, and these things are death machines, by the way. This is not something
they go 200 miles an hour, and
crazy.
it's dangerous. It's dangerous as hell. Plus, when you get to that final stretch of the race, and all these cars are still in it, and they're just, hey man, this is it. It's now or never. And
people are going to be pissed.
To win. Yeah,
and they're going to call you out, and they're going to tell you they don't like you, and they're going to tell you we're going to be fighting next time we see each other.
Exactly. So I saw this over the weekend. I mentioned it to you before the show, and I can't believe this is a thing. I'm going through the channels, and maybe I just never noticed it over the summer or even in the spring because Bally's wasn't an option to watch on TV. because of the issue they had with Comcast. Now they got it straightened out. I got my Valleys back. I can watch the Tigers and everything else. Michigan Golf Weekly, the whole bit. But I came across a show that was called Warehouse Games. I'm like, what the hell is Warehouse Games? Let me stop on that. Enter. And I started watching it. And Warehouse Games, apparently they do 4 different games literally in a warehouse. Now, it's like a studio, maybe a 3-story tall building, maybe 2-story tall. It's 2 stories tall. I forget what it is. Chris Rose used to be the host of Best Damn Sports Show. He's hosting this with some guy who I think used to be a cricket player. And one of the games, the only game I got a chance to see, was called Ball in Play. Now, I didn't know it. At first, I just thought this was the only game they had, where basically you have a guy who pitches a ball towards a batter, and it's like a wiffle ball or plastic ball. It's yellow. And the guy at the plate has a wiffle ball bat. And the pitcher cannot make the ball curve. There's no movement on the pitches. You can only just basically kind of lob it in. You're grooving in there for him to swing the bat and hit and put it in play. Thus, the game is called Balls in Play. Depending on where the ball goes, you get a certain number of points. And I didn't catch it from the beginning, and I'm sure there was an explanation of the rules, but I'm trying to play catch up. When you don't know the rules of the game and you parachute in, you're like, what the hell am I watching? This was that moment for me. Because it seemed like it was a combination of wiffle ball, baseball of some kind, and cricket, and maybe wicket. I don't know. And the word wicket was used in this. You got a 6-run home run for hitting it in the top part of the warehouse. Otherwise, if you hit the back wall, it's like four runs. You've got a runner who I'm not sure what it's like he's on a line and he's trying to cross the other line. You may or may not have a catcher positioned to the side of the target that they're trying to throw because you have to throw strikes. It's also incredibly confusing, and yet I couldn't stop watching it for a while. These guys had these goofy outfits on, like these jerseys that almost look like they're like highlight jerseys. And then they all wear these bucket hats, like the Gilligan hat from Gilligan's Island, with the front flipped up, and they have these weird names for their teams. And it's also confusing. And none of these guys looks like they're elite at what they do. Like, they literally look like it's just a bunch of dudes who made up this game and they're playing. It's not like, oh, yeah, I played 4 years of college baseball and I'm transitioning to this. No, it's just, yeah, I drank for 4 years in college, and one night we got wasted and we thought we'd come up with this game idea and we started playing it. I don't know if anybody else saw this. I'm curious if you have. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. But apparently there's more than just the game Ball and Play. They also have Blitz Ball, which is a game where basically it's wiffle ball and you can make the ball spin as much as you want. And it's kind of crazy to see the ball curve all over the place. They have another game called Slap Ball. I'm not sure what that is, but it involves
I don't want to know.
Slapping
just stop
the
right
ball.
there. I don't need to know. Is this extra? I don't want. I
And
already
then
paid for cable.
And then there's another game that's basically looks like it's floor hockey with a ball, with hockey sticks in the whole bit. In the
Peter,
net.
it sounds like you watch like gym class or something. Like, what are you watching?
Right.
Like, and you're talking about not knowing the rules. They don't know the rules. They're making them up as they go along. Does anyone know the real rules?
I don't know.
Are there bylaws? Is Blandino on the horn ready to go if there's a controversy?
And the scoring is insane. It's like, oh, they scored 28 runs in the top half of the it's not an inning. I forget what it was called. All weird directional stuff in this game that I couldn't get because I didn't watch the beginning, where I'm assuming that they explained the rules. And again, I'm parachuting in. I found it fascinating. Not sure I like it, but I was fascinated and fixated on it until I went to commercial break. Then I went to something else because, ADD kicks in. But did anybody else catch this over the weekend? The warehouse games? Can you explain it? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same to text us as well here on 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so I said I checked out these warehouse games. It was on Bally's over the weekend. Saw it for the first time. I guess they had a full season's of it, worth of it last year. I don't know if what I saw over the weekend was the new season. They were previewing. I saw a YouTube video this morning where they're previewing 4 sports that they have for warehouse games. But the game that I watched was it was called Ball in Play. Looked like it was a combination of wiffle ball and cricket. And I don't know any of the rules. It's just weird. And it's my own fault I didn't watch from the beginning where I probably had an explanation. But I was curious if anybody else caught it and what did they think? Because I was fascinated by it. Even though I didn't understand it, I don't know if I like it, but I was fascinated by it. Damon's first up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Damon.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
You know what? I caught it, was it Saturday night?
Yeah, I saw it was on both TV. Saturday and Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, I caught it Saturday. I'm like, what are these bright highlight jerseys on the screen? I'm out having dinner with some friends of mine, and I'm just like, what's going? I don't know what's going on. I'm confused at all their actions. I don't know what to do with my hands. You know, I'm just like, I don't know what to do. I can't look away from the screen because I'm interested and baffled at the same time.
And I can't help but notice that I don't think any of these guys are particularly good at what they're doing. Like they're
drum
doing
major at the beginning.
I mean, they're like having these tomahawk swings at this pitch that's coming in. Some of them are swinging and missing. They're just popping it up or top. I'm like, there's no deception at all with the pitch. The guy's literally just grooving it in a strike zone, and you got to hit it. And they don't look like they're all that good.
Then I was trying to figure out what was the celebrations about. You know, you got one guy bent over. You know, I know it was a girl's butt or another man's butt he was drumming on. I'm like, okay.
I don't know what they were celebrating. It was yeah. And thanks for the call, Damon. I don't know what I was watching. I didn't understand it, and
I don't know what you're explaining.
Yeah, it was just weird to watch. It's like playing wiffle ball in a warehouse, but yet the field is only like from home plate to the wall is like 50 feet, if that.
That's part of the attraction for you guys. You're trying to figure out what you're watching.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why once you figure it out, if you ever do, I think you guys are going to be done. Like, all right, I get it. This is stupid. I'm out. But right now, you're in that curiosity mode where you're like, what am I watching? You're trying to figure out the rules. You're trying to figure out the scoring system. You're trying to figure out what's going on.
Exactly. I don't know. And like I said, it's like a 50-foot field, if you will. You're in a giant square. Like it's a square building. It's a square warehouse. It's not a diamond like baseball. I don't understand it, but I can't stop watching it. Adam's on a cell phone. Welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Adam.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
So I've been watching a little bit of those guys. They have a big YouTube channel, and that's where they basically post everything. But the thing you're talking about is like it's almost like cricket, and that's what's kind of weird about it. It's like they try to make it as easy as possible to put the ball in play.
Yeah, well, that's this game. This game is called Ball in Play. They want you to literally put the ball in play, but I mean, you can hit home runs as long as you hit the back wall before somebody's able to get to it, and the wall it's 2 stories tall.
Yeah, they're almost trying to make it like an easier Americanized version of cricket. And then they also have some other games like the slat ball and the ball in wiffle ball and like blitzball that they play a lot.
Yeah.
They have like big tournaments about, which gets pretty competitive.
Yeah, the blitzball I get. That's the more the wiffle ball where you can curve the pitches and all that. And that can be really, really interesting to watch. And that's where skill really comes in. This looks like a bunch of fraternity dudes that are out there just inventing a game because they're bored. They're done with finals. They got nothing else to do and the bars are closed. Hey, let's do this.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of drunk guys having fun.
Exactly. Which I'm for. Thanks for the call, Adam. I feel like I need to take a tutorial on what the hell I'm watching. But if it is a dumbed down version of cricket, okay, it's still confusing as hell. But yet I'm watching it. Sean is in Lapeer. Sean, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Sean.
Hey, man. So, yeah, like the last guy said, it's all basically just a bunch of dudes having fun. And most of it's really just, especially what you were just talking about with the ball in play. I don't know what league or what time they were doing it on Bally because I didn't catch it. I watched their YouTube channel. I think it's entertaining.
Yeah,
But,
they had some kind of, it was almost like a marathon. I think there were like 4 or 5 episodes in a row on yesterday, and I happened to catch one of them.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, like you said, they do tournaments and whatnot, but I don't know, they were trying to get, like they talked about it on their YouTube channel during the tournament. Like they actually get people from around the world, especially for ball and play, who actually are involved in like Major League Cricket and stuff like that over in like Pakistan and Australia and stuff like that. Like they have people that come from over there to come play for like 3 weeks or so in this warehouse. It's really entertaining.
It's weird. And thanks for the call, Sean. I appreciate it. And again, as far as this game ball and play is concerned, they don't look particularly good. But it's just like, guys hanging out and let's play this game. All right. Okay. I mean, again, they had my attention. I'm not sure why they had my attention. It's not like King, you know how I feel about the show Entourage.
Yeah, you watched it, but you hated it. I thought it was a terrible
show, but I watched it every week. every week.
It was a great show.
A couple of great characters. None of the main. I mean, Ari was great. Lloyd was great. The rest of them, Vince, awful. Turtle, awful. E, awful. Drama, the worst.
How did you continue watching this show?
Eye candy. Probably, and because I thought Ari was hysterical and Lloyd was great.
Otherwise, but you knew what the show was about, though. This games, you don't really know.
I don't even know the rules of this game.
See.
And like I said, I got to watch it from the beginning in order to understand what the hell the rules are for that game. But it's just if that's what cricket is, then I don't need to get into cricket. But it's like a combination of cricket and wiffle ball. And like I said, these guys don't even look like they're that good. Like, tell me you can find better wiffle ball players than this easily. But if they're recruiting them from the world of cricket from all over the world, I don't know. It's crazy nonetheless. Rico Beard joins us in studio. How are you, Rico?
I'm good. Don't know what I just walked into, but yeah. Sure.
Have you seen any? It's Warehouse Games. It's called. It's on Bally's. I think it's from John Boy Entertainment, and it's like, they have a sponsorship through one of the gambling sites, but it's games played in a warehouse. Strange.
Yeah, I did see that.
Hosted by Chris Rose from the Best Damn Sports Show back in the day.
Yeah, because they were playing wiffle ball.
It was like wiffle ball.
Yeah, it was. And it was like, what the rule is, and because I was like, what the hell am I watching?
Is that an out or is it not? No, it's not. It still says 0 outs. They got 26 runs, and I don't know what the hell am I watching, but I found it entertaining nonetheless.
Yeah, I immediately switched off and said, you know what? You need a life. We're gonna do something.
Oh, that's some shade at me.
Rico. I said I need a life. I realized I hit the bottom of the chili pot.
Rico's like, I'm better than this. I gotta get bowing out.
Seriously, if there was a number to call, I would have called that number. Like, I'm watching wiffle ball. I don't understand.
I mean, I'm getting ticket texts are coming in. Yes, Skater, I watched some of that weird warehouse games. It was so confusing. Nick in Davisburg. Jacob from Kentucky here. Love the John Boy guys in the warehouse games. They have it all on YouTube. I was dumbfounded seeing it on Bally's. My wife says to me, what the hell are you watching? And I responded with, I don't know. It's called warehouse games.
Right. That was just it. Like, it really looks like some kids who just made up a game in the backyard. Yes. Only thing missing was a keg at second base.
This is what we did in college once I moved into houses and lived in houses the last 2.5 years I was at State. This is the type of stuff we did. In the living room that had no furniture in it, we'd get like a book, one of our textbooks, roll up a bunch of socks to make like a little ball or get like a Nerf basketball, and you'd hit around the house and you try to get somewhere before somebody gets the ball, retrieves it, and throws it to home. I don't know what the hell. It was just stupid. Anyway, What's coming up on your show today?
You know what? Everybody fell in love with the Olympics. Peacock did a great job with it. So, to start off the show, did the Summer Games of 2028 become a bucket list item for you? Are you headed to L.A. because you don't have to travel, you don't have to fly, you just have to find a room out there and you get to watch the Olympics in person? No passport needed.
Will
Did it become a
surfing
bucket?
be in Tahiti?
No, but I like women's softball will be in Omaha.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they actually have facilities made for women's softball for the World Series. So yeah, the softball part will take place there. So you don't have to build brand new things. It's
Fair
smart.
enough.
Yeah. Outsourcing?
I guess it's an interesting topic might be for the future. Maybe this is what you guys are going to do on this. But I'd love to see just play in the United States. It doesn't have to be in a specific city. But it can be played in a bunch of cities. Each city can host a different event. Might be kind of cool. But then the athletes don't get to share the whole Olympic Village feel to it. I don't know.
That's true.
Anyway, look forward to it. Rico and Mike coming up next year. 97 won the ticket.
In a year where they look to defend their national title, Michigan football is ranked number 9 in the AP preseason poll. Georgia voted number 1. Lions coach Dan Campbell may be reversing course on his plan for the preseason. One of those 3 practices is tonight at 6 in Allen Park. The Tigers' number 4 prospect Kevin McGonigal is heading to the minor league injured list with a right hamate fracture after being elevated to high A in late July. McGonigal is hitting .214 through 14 games with the Whitecaps. The big league club has the day off after their win in San Francisco yesterday. They'll return home to face the Mariners tomorrow. Gary Carpenter is set to be reevaluated today and could be available as soon as tomorrow. A.J. Hinch said, quote, a lot's going to be determined by how he does, how he feels, and where we're at. We're not going to be a day too early, end quote. Carpenter played 4 games with the Butthens last week. He logged 3 hits and 14 ABs. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Rico Beard has started his week by yelling and demanding we start with a certain topic. We are off and running on an idyllic summer day here in the great state of Michigan. How are you?
I'm
You
here
good?
for you, man.
I know. I know. It's going to be great. Jim Costa's back. That was
I
big
heard.
news. He actually functionally could speak today without sounding like the suit guy from TV.
Okay.
He has risen.
I was about to say, did we start calling him Jesus?
I will only
I
tell
mean, he
you.
died last week.
I will only tell you this on Cash the Ticket today. I did call him Jerry Falwell. More on that later.
It's been 3 days.
It has been 3 days. You're right.
Really? Really? All right.
Come on out.
We have been sideswiped. Not by Rico Beard, but by the audio that Rico Beard has demanded. So we're going to play it for you. Lions had no plans on playing starters. And I'm fine with that. I'll stand by that. But apparently, Dan Campbell may have a change in course. Let's play the audio, and then let's have a conversation. So I would like to have this conversation with Mr. Rico Beard, David, Kenny, and all of you. I think you're a Super Bowl team. I think Super Bowl teams get to do things differently.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like when Rico was at his fake high school. He had special privileges because he had one of those 4.7 GPAs. That's why Rico never had to show up on Fridays. He had already graduated.
Real high school, but continue.
The point is, I don't think you play starters. Now, I'm not going to yell and scream on this, but I get very concerned. And look, case in point, you didn't play any starters in the opener and lost 6 guys to injury. Okay, the 49ers right now, I mean, calf strain, Christian McCaffrey, terrifying.
Dude, they've canceled their joint practice.
Exactly.
With the Saints because they've run out of bodies and said, we can't do this. We'll see you at the end of the week for the regular game.
Yes. So I am very committed to I bubble wrap all my best players. If you disagree, I want to hear it. You tell me what you make of Campbell's comments and why the seed change.
I think for Campbell, it may be partly a little bit of bravado, knowing we talk about their Super Bowl team, Mike. Well, the Super Bowl back-to-back winner, they have a policy. The starters play. Patrick Mahomes is try to keep me away from the games. Now, he's not going to play the whole game, but he will go out there and get some reps. And in the old school way of doing preseason football, this would be the game that the Lions would play their starters for at least a half, so that you go up against live bodies and you can work on the timing. You can work on a lot of different things. If you don't play anybody, you don't get to work that stuff out until game number 1. And yeah, I guess if this team had just been so good for the last 5 years, I could buy that. But okay, you had a good year last year. I think that the starters should play at least If you told me they're going to play 2 series, I'm like, okay, good. I can at least see what you have. You can work on timing. You can have some stuff that you could actually put out on tape. But the bubble wrap thing, it's nice, but it's football. You can't protect people from injuries. I do think, and I think the biggest thing is, you're playing Kansas City and they're playing their guy, which leads Campbell to say, well, if Mahomes is playing, well, why aren't we playing any of our guys? If they're willing to put out their people and they won the Super Bowl, what the heck are we doing? Why are we afraid?
Right. And again, I can't quantify the impact. I don't know if it'll help you. Like, I don't know the benefit. So I don't choose to get upset. I just go, all right, whatever benefit I might get is far outweighed by some goofball who's working at Family Video next week rolling up on Penei Sewell. It's a cost-benefit analysis.
No, it is. And it's, as you like to say, both things can be true because Sewell could get rolled up on the first play of the game, kind of like Hollywood Brown. He catches 1 passes for the Chief, and he's in the hospital with a shoulder injury. But they still kept going on. And like I said, to me, I guess I look at it when the best player in the league is saying, I'm going to play in every preseason game. Then I question, if the Chiefs can do that and they're not worried, then what are you worried about? You go out there, because if you want to beat the man, you need to be like the man, and maybe you need to play some of your people.
But in fairness, like to use the Mahomes example, Mahomes has gone on record saying he doesn't like the joint practices. He likes the games. It's a different thing. Now, I don't have evidence of what Jared Goff will like. I want to know where the fans are. Would you agree with me? This is not like a yeller, screamer.
No, it's not.
No.
This is a preference. This is a Coke Pepsi.
Now, do I reserve the right to yell and scream if someone dies? Like if Hutchinson or Sewell or, God forbid, Jared Goff, do I reserve the right to then go chair drop retroactively?
No.
Okay.
No, because of the nature of the game. Because would you do the same chair drop if they went out in the first series against the Rams? No, it happens. It's football, man. 248-539-9797. Should the Lions play any of their starters, or are you perfectly happy waiting until opening week against the Rams?
David, your thoughts. I mean, you're a hardliner.
Yes.
You have conviction.
Yes.
What do you got?
Here's the thing. The Detroit Lions need to figure out what they have on the offensive line outside of their starters. We know what their starters are. We know what their starters can do on the offensive line. So finding the depth on that offensive line is important, so they need the reps. So if I'm not playing my starting offensive line, then I'm not playing Goff. I'm not playing
David.
Gibbs. I'm not playing any other starters.
No, and that's why I said your starters are out there. Even one series, hey, guys, here's the deal. Score a touchdown, and you can go put on your track suits, take a shower, and you're done. I just want you to go out there, do something in that first series. Ideally enough, you drive down the field, you score, we look great, 5 plays, 75-yard ending in a TD, and then you're done for the day. And now we can go back and look at the film and look at what we did right, look at what we did wrong, and it's not just going up against each other in practice. They don't know the plays. They don't know what's going to happen. So that's why I think just a timing thing. Don't get me wrong. There's no way any of these guys should ever see what the second quarter looks like. Ever. If anything, you don't even get to see what the third series looks like. I would go 2 series max. But yeah, I would play some of my starters.
All right, Rico says play him. I say no. David, I mean,
No.
You're a no. Kenny, where are you at?
So it is very much risk reward, but I think, one series, one set. To me, there's no point. We already know what we have in these guys. Primarily your offensive line, primarily Jared Goff, St. Brown. All of these guys, you know exactly what they are and how good they can be.
Could I negotiate a settlement?
Mm-hmm.
What I'd like to do is this. I would like to be a divorce mediator. I am going to negotiate a settlement on this next. And I want to see if you think what I'm presenting is fair and balanced and palatable, and everyone could walk away happy. Is that fair?
Hillbilly.
Go Comatose for me. Great movie. Great reference.
Don't jump. It's not mine. All right. Go ahead. Take him to church. I'll give you the settlement next.
I'm barely holding on to things.
Kindly leave. All right, go.
I'm reading these books.
You better get your ass to that wedding.
Some things can just be better together. In fact, it's pretty cool if you could just get your favorite streaming apps and internet together, right? Xfinity thinks so, and that's why the Xfinity Stream Saver was designed to deliver. When you add Xfinity Stream Saver to your internet, you get Apple TV Plus, Netflix, and Peacock all for just one low price. And now through September 22nd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. Plus, add Stream Saver for just $15 a month. That's a whole lot of entertainment for your money, all on a network built for streaming. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity brings on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and prices are subject to change.
Sorry, I had the audacity to be talking to Rico there. Listen, companies are advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing's for free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. And they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They beat any price. And now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com.
It's Lions coach Dan Campbell saying he may be changing his mind. Maybe he plays some of his starters in this game. Maybe not. The next 3 days are going to determine it. I look at it as this. Guys, back in the long ago, starters used to play in game 3. They would play at least a quarter to maybe a half. There's only 3 preseason games now. This would technically be that game where you would play your starters for about a half.
Settlement. Dan Campbell may change course and play starters. Now, I'm a hardliner. I wouldn't play any of them. You're a Super Bowl team. You've earned the right to just be bubble wrapped. But what if I did this? What if I am allowed to sit 4 players? I want to sit the following. You can play all other starters. I will sit Jared Goff. I will sit Amon-Ra St. Brown. I will sit Penei Sewell. And I will sit Aiden Hutchinson. Those 4. You allow me to sit those 4, play everybody else as long as you like.
Okay.
You get the airline miles. There you go. Go Comatose.
All right.
So talk to me. Is that a fair settlement?
No, I think that is a fair settlement. It would show you. I like that, Mike, especially on the offensive line, because it gives you a chance to see what would happen. Like, we don't want it to happen, but if Sewell couldn't play, how would you guys function in a game that, if you lose it, it's okay? It gives your Nate Sudfeld a real offensive line, so we'll see what you are. Because, David, I know a lot of people are like anti-Nate. Maybe he looks better with a real offensive line blocking in front of him. Maybe he looks better if he could turn the ball and hand it off to Jahmyr Gibbs and let Gibbs do something. So why you just keep shaking your head no, David?
No, because I'm not accepting that deal. Zeitler's already dealing with an injury. I don't need Ragnow or Decker out there who are already long in the tooth. I don't need them. Sorry, I can't accept that deal.
Okay. David can't accept it. Take that.
I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to get myself to 0. Don't talk to me while I'm eating.
Want to charge the batteries?
Right.
I don't want to talk about what happened last night because it will only make me upset. Kimo Sabi's going to get some flavor.
Right.
It's one of the great, again, another comedy that they wouldn't make today because the woke police would freak out and every actor in the film would get canceled.
Yes, especially the scene before the breakfast scene. Yes.
Little difficult. Todd, the painting was a gift. All right. Kenny, have you ever seen Wedding Crashers? I'm making sure because that is 20 years old.
Yes, that is within my scope of movie watching, yes.
Excellent. Great film.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. They don't make comedies like that anymore. We miss them. David, what do the ticket texters have to say?
Tom in Detroit says, do not play the starters in all caps. It would be unforgivable to lose key guys in a season who get injured in games that don't count. O-line depth isn't there this year for the Lions, and Holmes needs to bring in a real backup quarterback, someone says. Those two things have me slightly concerned.
But maybe your backup quarterback looks a lot better if he had a real offensive line in front of him. That you wouldn't be as concerned because you're like, oh, it was just because the other 5 guys blow. But he looks good when he has real starters in front of him.
If Dan is going to give the starters reps, can he also stop doing the 4th down every time thing? We have to determine if we have a kicker or not, Tom in Flat Rock.
No, I think, Tom, you just need to get comfortable. He ain't changing. You can scream till you're blue in the face. he is going to use the math. And the math, not Dan Campbell, the math says go for it way more than you're comfortable with. You're just going to have to submit. Now, look, we'll argue about the NFC title game till we're blue in the face. I wanted him to take the points one time. But factually speaking, the defenders win the argument because 2 drop passes lost you that game, not passing on 2 field goals. If Josh Reynolds catches 1 ball, we're good.
Someone's simply saying what worked last year. Whatever worked last year, I would do it again this year. So that means don't start him.
Yeah, but here's the other angle. If he doesn't like what he's seeing in practice, if he doesn't like what he's seeing in camp, and I don't know this factually, I'm just giving you an idea. This is a way to send a message. This is a way to jumpstart things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would look, if he was going to play starters, you can't put your quarterback out there. Can't. No? You want to fight me on that?
No,
him. He's got that stupid look on his face.
No, not at all. I'm good.
What's your problem?
I think you can put your quarterback out there. I mean, here's the bottom line. It's football, guys. And for everybody to, well, what if you get hurt? Man, you can get hurt at any time. So you can't have that mentality of being so afraid of what about this and what about that?
You're right, but they have no backup. And of course, everyone knows if your quarterback goes down, you're done. I get that. But they have no backup.
What are you talking
disagree.
about? Hendon Hooker's amazing.
I disagree because, David, I disagree because if this was a concern, they would have addressed it. So they believe they have the right people. So it's just like every year I'm like, hey, can you guys draft some D linemen? No, we like who we have. It's just to the point now where I'm like, you know what? I can't tell you how to run your house.
Let's go to Harrison, 97.1. Hi, Harrison. How you doing?
Good. For starters, in terms of do we play any starters in the preseason, to quote Cat Williams, no.
Agree.
You actually brought up a good point right before you put me on here.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more Dan Campbell trying to send a message. Camp is grueling. They're human beings. You get a lazy day or two, and maybe he gets a little ornery, and he holds this over their heads and says, "Hey, you know what? If you guys keep messing around, I'm going to put you out there, and you're going to have to go out there and work and risk something." Now, I think Dan Campbell's a smart man, and this is just him trying to get good practices out of this week. So hopefully that's the case. Or he thinks Nate Sudfeld is such irreparable garbage that he feels bad for the guys trying to make the roster with Nate Sudfeld out there with them.
Well,
so he wants to maybe put Isaiah Williams out there for one series with Jared Goff or something.
Oh, and listen, I'm not Harrison. You, I think you understand the speed I run at. I'm not going to yell and scream about the backup. It's just if Hendon Hooker can't beat Nate Sudfeld, I once again it reinforces the idiocy of the pick. It just didn't make sense then. It doesn't make sense now, and the window for it to make sense is closing. So.
Well, he can't play because he's in concussion protocol.
No, I'm saying just in totality.
Oh, I got you.
This idea of Nate Sudfeld being a thing. Nate Sudfeld shouldn't be here. And I'm with Rico. They don't value the position, but then they went counterclockwise and blew a third-round pick on one. I'll never make sense of it. If you're telling me you don't value it, I'm not mad at you. I don't think a lot of teams do. And the reality is, if Goff goes down, if Purdy goes down, your season's over. But even now, I don't have this ability to go nuts about it. It's just I can't play Jared Goff. I can't do it.
See, I think you can play Jared Goff for a series. I think you can play Jared Goff for 2, work on the timing, and then get him out the game.
He gets hurt, I blame you. That's all I'm saying. If he gets
Same
hurt,
here.
I blame you.
But guys,
blame you.
That is the dumbest mentality to have. Not saying that you guys are dumb, but you can't say that. Well, if you get hurt, it's football, man. It happens. Okay? If not, let's go ahead and put the flags on them and play flag football, and we'll just bring this here 4 years earlier and not wait for the Olympics.
I hear you, and I understand because Kyle Hamilton for the Ravens just got hurt in practice. You're right. Things happen. It's football. You're going out there. It's a physical sport.
Right.
I
Somebody
just
gets
would
their
not risk
ankle
your
rolled
starter.
up in practice. They shouldn't be practicing. Guys, it happens. But if you're going in there with that mentality, and I don't think that, look, I don't know Dan Campbell, but I'm sure he does not have that mentality of, well, I'm worried about these guys getting injured. No, you got to go out there and show me what you have. And yes, in previous years, this was the game that everybody would be playing. This was the game that most people would actually pay attention to, and you actually wanted to go to the third preseason game because it would give you a taste of what the team was going to be like.
Dave, a few ticket texts, we'll move on. Just thought it was interesting audio from Dan Campbell. Will he follow through with it? If so, who? He knows how to play the media game. He knows messaging. I have a lot of doubts you'd see a ton of starters out there, but it was worth the conversation. It is. And every time I look, even collegiately, like starting to get into the groove with Cash the Ticket, like Reuben Owens, Texas A&M starting running back, training camp, dead. Notre Dame's left tackle, dead. Like, these are the types of injuries you do everything in your power to avoid. So by keeping you out of live fire versus people that'll be lucky to work at an oil change next week, that's part of my deal. You would have to explain the value in it. I don't get the value. And I also, look, I admit this.
See, I think the value to me, Mike, is working on your timing because you're starting the year off with the two teams you eliminated from the playoffs who are a little salty at you, and they probably want revenge. The same way you want revenge on the 49ers, the Rams and the Bucs, they want revenge on you.
I agree. Then we have to get into, are the Bucs playing their starters or are the Rams playing their starters? I don't know. I feel like this team's good enough. They just don't need it. David, go ahead.
Play the defense, bubble wrap the offense. The young new players that could use the reps against the top quarterback in the game is what I want to see. Someone says, hey, David, if they play somebody and they get hurt, then yes, we could be mad. Rico says it's football. Exactly. That's why you sit them. Because Kansas City is playing starters, there's an opportunity to get the reps with the young starters. I would love to see Ennis Rakestraw against their number one receiver. That's what I want to see.
See, this is where I feel like fans have a derangement. Like you're going to be able to ascertain anything from the Chiefs running their most vanilla skeleton playbook. It just, you know what? God bless. Go live in that world. They're making determinations on reps in practice. These games, you want to talk about the last guy making the team, I'll give it to you. But when you are a first, a second round draft pick, you're not going to change a whole lot in the preseason. The team clearly has an investment in you. The team clearly has a plan for you. It's all about what you're doing day in, day out. I hate the preseason. I wish we get rid of it in sum total. If it were up to me, there'd be no preseason.
I feel you.
Training camp would be 2 months long. You do a bunch of joint practices, and we'll see you for the opener. These preseason games are nothing more than a grift by owners to get more money out of these people who already pay through the nose. Sorry. Apologize. David, we're good. 248-539-9797. All right, summer, it's here. We're in the top of the stretch here, and your schedule is getting busier, and Lord knows, as we get towards football, free time will be sparse. Get to Hungry Howie's. Get dinner on the table in 30 minutes. They're offering one of their best deals of the summer. Any large pizza, $14.99. Flavored crust, you choose. And yes, even the limited time only Kenny Cott menu, the pickle bacon ranch or the backyard burger pizza, the specialty items, limited time only, they're a part of the deal as well. $14.99. Get dinner on the table while you're sitting in the parking lot of the youth sports complex, like David, who has no life. It's Hungry Howie's. Limited time offer. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. All right, let's turn our attention to some football. Real football, not preseason. How about a little college football? David?
Well, we're doing college football. That's what we're doing. We are not doing that. Okay. No, we're just going to do some college football. The AP Top 25 poll came out.
Sure.
We're going to move forward.
What do you need? What do you want from me?
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the list real quick. Georgia, number 1. Ohio State, 2. Oregon, 3. Us for the people out there, in case they don't have it. Okay, you guys have it. Let's just jump to this. Every year, there are there's at least a team that jumps into the playoffs. We have a new playoff, 14 teams. Really, the top 13 plus a group of 5 team will make it. So my question to you is, guys, we're going to go from team 14 to 25 and maybe even a few of the honorable mentions. We're going to pick 3 teams that will crash the playoffs between Clemson, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, Miami, Texas A&M, Arizona, Kansas, Southern Cal, North Carolina State, and Iowa. 3 teams will crash the party, historically speaking.
Who do you want to start with? Let's go. David, you want to start?
Sure, I'm going to start, and I'll make it easy. I'll go Oklahoma State will do it.
That's 1. Who are your other 2?
Well,
okay. and if you want some honorable mention teams that are close, Louisville, Virginia Tech.
Let's go Oklahoma State, Kansas.
Oh, my God.
Texas A&M.
Okay, I'll eliminate all 3 of those. You're off your rocker.
See, I don't see. Kansas is the interesting one, Mike. They have their quarterback. Hopefully, he stays healthy. And
they lost Kotelnicki, the OC. They don't have a home game this year because they bulldozed their stadium. They're playing in 2 different spots, an MLS stadium and then Arrowhead. It's going to look like Temple football.
Yeah, but I've seen Kansas home games, and it really doesn't matter.
Look, bottom line here. Go ahead. Kenny, you go next because David's in outer space.
All right, so I'm looking at this. This is tough.
It's not supposed to be easy.
This is not fun, Rico.
I'm having a bad
time.
I just want to see if you name the team I like.
This is only part 1 of the exercise.
I hate this exercise in totality. I'm going to say Clemson because they're annoying, primarily because they're annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I think I don't hate David's A&M pick as much as you do, Mike.
With the transition to the SEC.
I still don't hate it.
Like the new SEC with no divisions now.
Oh. Yes.
You know what I'm saying. It's a different game.
It's a different breed.
They're
but
basically playing the role of Iowa now.
Yeah, 100%. This is the SEC Invitational at times, so all
right, I'll live with the A&M pick. His Oklahoma State was insanity. I think you're sleeping on Miami. This is the year it all comes together. They got a load of talent.
That's what they say.
And the ACC is ass, and a 9-3 Miami team is getting in.
You know what, Mike? You're right, but I feel a little bit of Steph Curry kicking in right now.
What's that mean? Go to sleep?
Yeah, I'm going to sleep on Miami.
Okay. The other one I really like because, again, the networks run the sport. This is WWE now. Southern Cal. If a 9-3 USC team is sitting there on the fringes, they're getting in. Why? LA, Snoop Dogg on the sidelines, and TV. That's why. I'll go Southern Cal. I'll live with your A&M, and you grab Miami. There you go.
North Carolina State?
I don't hate it. I don't, and I think Grayson McCall could be really interesting there. And Tony Gibson, it's the 3-3-5, hyper-aggression, but I can't see 3 teams in the ACC getting in.
Well, here comes the second part to this. If 3 teams are going to crash the top 13, we got to take 3 out to replace them. So, your number 1, Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss, Notre Dame, Penn State, Michigan, Florida State, Missouri, Utah, LSU. Pick 3 of those teams and take them out.
I'll take Florida State out. I'll take Notre Dame out. They just lost their starting left tackle, and they open up at Kyle Field, and I'll take Michigan out. They lost 13 guys to the draft, lost their QB, lost their running back, lost 3 of their top 4 wide receivers, lost the entire offensive line, lost several key pieces on the defense, and lost their coach and most of their staff. That's before we get to not knowing the other team's place.
I'll take Michigan out. I'll take Missouri out.
How dare you?
And I'll take Utah out.
Why do you hate the Utes?
Because I still don't, until I see him play.
Oh, Cam Rising?
Yeah, I can't go with him.
Everything's fine.
Michigan, Florida State, Mizzou. I'm taking out.
So Michigan, all three of you said Michigan. Yes. And it's just because of the reasons that Mike said that you just they're overrated right now?
I mean, those are all of the reasons, yes. And they don't know who their quarterback is. So, yeah.
Interesting. Mike said Notre Dame. You guys basically both said Missouri. So are you sold on this Alabama team?
I actually thought of Alabama, but I think they're good enough. It's 12 teams. I think they're good enough to make the 12-team playoff.
I mean, I don't know if you did the SEC breakdown on Cash yet.
No, I think Bama's good enough to get in. I just don't trust their ability to win it. But yes, they're still a playoff team. I still believe that. I just can't believe David knocked Mizzou. That hurts. That hurts. I love Mizzou.
All right, and finally on this,
yes.
and we kind of talked about this, out of the 13 teams that make it, will there be any teams with 3 losses, and if so, how many would you predict?
3 losses that get in?
That gets into the playoffs. Now, I know this is everything that you hate, Michael. Yeah. I get that.
Ain't that the truth?
That's on the. We're going to move past that right now for the sake of argument. Will there be any teams that make it into the new college football playoffs sitting there with a record of 9-3?
Yeah, I think 2 of them, because it's greedy TV scumbags. Your resume doesn't matter. And if it's the right market and the right helmet, they're putting you in. So I'll say 2.
I think at least 2. I think this is exactly what Mike said. Made for TV, the networks are going to dictate most of this. And like he said, if you have a good enough brand, a good enough market behind you, a 3-loss team will make it in.
9-3 Michigan. They're in. 9-3 USC. They're in. 9-3 Texas. In. 9-3. If you're a brand and you go, this is why I didn't want to expand it.
Okay.
But I think multiple 9-3 teams.
I like what you just said, Mike. Brand. Has the tarnish gone off of this brand? Michael, you may have been just a year ahead of your time, or maybe 2 years ahead of your time. If Nebraska is sitting there
at 9-3,
at 10-2,
oh, they're in.
And Michigan is at 9-3, and there's 1 spot left.
Oh,
Nebraska get the spot, or Michigan gets the spot?
No, this is the WWE. It'd be Michigan, and Charlie Baker, that POS, will get up there and just be like, well, the things and the barometric pressure in hotel rooms.
God, I have a tough time believing that. You might end up being right, but man, I have a tough time with that. That stinks.
Let go and understand this is WCW wrestling.
Every ounce of credibility you have, as soon as they said things like hotel rooms and stadium seats and ticket sales, your credibility went right out the window.
It was one guy, okay? He may or may not have had a few cocktails before he spoke to the media. We don't know, allegedly.
10-2 Nebraska, 9-3 Notre Dame. They're putting Notre Dame in.
So Nebraska should have because Nebraska is a name brand, like it or not. Plus, you got the number 1 recruit going there at the quarterback.
But if they're going against Alabama or Michigan or
no, but they're 10-2.
Okay, show me. This is wrestling now. So that's my answer until I'm proven wrong.
So name brand you think gets in over somebody? North Carolina State sitting there at 10-2,
9-3 Notre Dame in. So hell, they'll put 8-4 Michigan in over 10-2 NC State.
So basically, what you're saying is this: if you're one of the have-nots, you have to go 11-1 in order to earn a spot,
or minimum 10-2. Yeah.
No, because I'm saying if there's a 9-3 team, you're saying they're going to get leapfrogged.
Yeah, I got to see it to believe it.
So 11-1, if you're NC State, you can breathe easy.
Yeah, I just don't believe in these scumbags, and I don't think I'm wrong to have that feeling. And I think people would support me on that.
I'm not challenging you on that. I'm here for a different opinion, Mike.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine,
David. Okay. That's your college football blitz based off of the AP's brand new top 25 preseason poll, 97-1.
All right, a lot of people need to replace their roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are a lot of roofing companies out there. They'll skip over the most important step. That is the attic ventilation. If you don't have a plan and air circulation, you're going to have mold, wood rot, leaks in the winter. At that point, you shouldn't have bothered putting a new roof on. At Victor's, they don't skip the step. In fact, they don't do anything until they start with that plan. They will create a comprehensive ventilation plan for that attic, then install their perfect roof. That is why they can offer, with every roof they install, a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's that simple. Call for your free roof inspection and estimate today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or you book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. So, we continued the discussion during the break, and Kenny was disheveled. He's like, this is gross. I don't like any of it. I'm like, Kenny, whether you like it or not is immaterial to the discussion. It's, do you accept that college football is now WWE? I mean, I submit to it. I'm not fighting it. I know I don't like it. But these networks run it. They've always had a hand in it, make no mistake. That's how bowls would make their selections. Yeah, I'm making a point. It is totally in their control now because they're the ones who have paid for the rights to this product. And these numbers are so big, they're calling the shots.
Yeah, but see, Mike, I think this has already been going on for a long time. Since the original playoffs, I think that it was the networks, and they're getting their money back because they were picking the 4 teams. And as a matter of fact, they had their own show where people would watch it leading up to it, starting on Halloween.
But the problem is you lose steam with that argument when I've seen Cincinnati, when I've seen Washington, when I've seen Michigan State. And if Iowa had beaten Michigan State in that Big Ten title game, they were in.
Okay.
Rico, we're taking away those direct results. And the more teams you put in, the more subjective it gets.
I understand that, Mike, but this is one of those things where you may be getting upset over something that hasn't happened yet. You're speculating that it will, but technically it hasn't, because who would have thought that Cincinnati and Michigan State and Washington before Penix would have gotten into the playoffs? I wouldn't have, because I thought it was just going to be the same 4 teams every year, but there were opportunities. Now, the beauty of this playoff system is that come November, you're probably still going to have 20 teams vying for those 14 spots where your season's not over because you lost early.
The point I'm making is if you're at the back end of that playoff, you're never winning a bubble battle with a brand. You're not. And the committee will lie. They will change the criteria week to week. They will get up and lie to your face.
Well, no, I mean, but they did that early on when I believe it was when TCU was out and Ohio State made it. And then they could say they justified it by saying, well, the Buckeyes won, didn't they? We got it right. But I remember TCU was supposed to be in, and it was like
2014 team, right?
Yeah.
Trayvon Boykin.
Yeah, and it was like they were the better team, and they're sitting there on Selection Sunday like, wait, what happened to us? Because they remember the Big 12 didn't have a championship game, and they held that against them and said, well, if you guys would have played an extra week,
I actually agree with that stance, by the way. If you don't play a conference championship game, I mean, what leg you got to stand?
And I understand that, which is why the expansion was supposed to, in my mind, get rid of that. It was supposed to allow teams to actually have a chance. And I'm sorry to agree, but it will be the brand over the little guy.
But guys, can we simply do this? And I understand we do radio, but can we wait to let it happen before we say, well, I knew it was going to happen? Because maybe, just maybe, I know I'm going out on the ledge, and maybe they just hold up and actually put in some teams. Like before, I would have never thought I would say, hey, Michigan State and all these in Cincinnati made the playoffs, but they earned their way in.
I'm sorry, I can't let it play out. I know what's going to happen. I can see the future. I can look ahead and see the future.
I was going to say,
by the way,
he's been talking to his guy upstairs.
I saw that documentary.
It's not bad, right?
I was like, wow.
It's sad, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
David, ticket text, if you will.
Someone simply says, Blue Magic. It will always get selected over the non-brand.
That's right. And again, I think this only furthers their ability to pervert the process. Look, we're talking about the blitz we just did, and it's all fun. Like, I'm happy to talk about it. But I'm with David. I'm just convinced I can already see what's happening here, and it takes away a lot of the allure of the expanded playoff. Because I think what you get is what we're already seeing the networks doing in the last 5 years that we never saw before is artificially affecting the NCAA tournament, March Madness, with these made-for-TV, matchups. Oh, wait, are you telling us that we have this coach facing his former team in the first round? How'd that happen? Right. Oh, Tom Izzo's going to face Foster Lawyer? Oh, and then if they win, it's against Coach K? What a coinky-dink. You never used to see that. Now you do. Well, it's bleeding over because the money is so big. Like, Rico, I could absolutely see matchups a week prior. And you'll go, wait, this team was seeded 7th, now they're 12th. And it's all based on the TV.
Oh, brother, you saw that when State made the playoffs, and they weren't supposed to be playing against Alabama. And it was like, oh, we're going to reward them. Like, wait, what do you mean? They were supposed to be in Orlando playing Clemson. How did this happen?
I blocked all of this from my memory.
It's going to be brand. I know we don't think this is going to happen, but if Colorado somehow goes 9-3 and they're going against, let's just arbitrarily say, Nebraska.
They'll be the 1 seed.
Because Deion is there. Oh, we want him over this.
Joel Klatt will be oiled up in assless chaps. He'll be ready to roll. Oh, you know it. Colorado, yes. Colorado 9-3 or 10-2 Nebraska. Colorado.
Colorado.
Networks. Yep. Prime. Sunglasses. By the way, can Dion stop saying, I'm looking right in your eye? You're not looking into someone's eyes when you're wearing sunglasses indoors, Dion. Stop.
Fair.
I love you. I respect you. Then take your effing sunglasses off. You're an adult. Adults don't do that.
It's part of his image.
Oh, you know what? So's 4 and 8. Live with it when CBS puts you at the bottom of the ranks for coaches. I'm sorry.
No, it was just funny because somebody recorded Shador and Travis Hunter having an argument on the sideline at practice, and it's just like this they're bound to fail. Shador is like, hey, Travis Hunter's like, dude, it's a go route. Like, why'd you run so far? It's a go route. That's what I'm supposed to do. But you're supposed to be looking at me, like, not when I'm running down the field. How am I looking at you? Because I'm running. I was open. Throw the ball. Like, you need to check with me first. Like, I think he's ruined his kid. I just Shador thinks that he is all that and some.
He's driving a $500,000 car, so he's doing something right.
Yeah, this Colorado argument, this is moot. 9-3, no.
I told you, I said I know it's not going to happen, but if it does, I can see the future. Guys.
Somehow we've entered the Joel Klatt sexual dreams phase of the show.
Yeah, I'll do a show in a cowboy hat and sunglasses for a week if that happens.
You know, Fox would be if Colorado's 9-3. Somebody get the boat oars out.
So Colorado, Michigan, first round.
Oh my God, what would Gus and Joel do?
I don't know. They would have a side bet. One would come dressed in maize and blue, the other in black and old gold. That too.
We've actually gone live to Network Center. Charlie Baker's just getting warmed up. I'm sorry. That's terrible. All right. Well, I'm glad we covered that. Let's talk some actual football. We'll do it next.
Let's do that.
Football is approaching, factually. And if you want to get some action early in the year, tons of different player props, passing yards, TDs, and yes, the futures, win totals. We talked about this on Cash Ticket today. FanDuel now has exact wins. You don't just have to take a total. Let's say you have a prediction on a team. You believe, I don't care they're over under 6.5. I think they're winning 8. There's odds for that. Let's say they're going to woefully fail. You can pick them all the way down to 1-11. Is it responsible? Absolutely not. Could it be
Michigan State in 9 wins?
Believe it or not, it's there.
All right.
You may as well just hand me
Let's
that
go!
money. Okay, FanDuel.com/ticket. Check out all the new stuff. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Single-game Red Wings tickets went on sale this morning at 10 a.m. Could fans be purchasing playoff tickets this year? TV voice Ken Daniels weighed in on 97.1 The Ticket earlier this morning. The Tigers have an off day today before beginning a series with the Mariners tomorrow. Riley Green passed his running test yesterday, which was a big check mark towards the start of a rehab stint. He's expected to run the bases again early this week at Comerica Park and then start his rehab stint. Kerry Carpenter had 4 games last week. He could be back tomorrow. Oakland University sharpshooter Jack Golke will begin his pro career overseas as he's inked a contract to play in Montenegro. Plenty of fans watched Team USA men's basketball win over France in the gold medal game on Saturday. It was the most watched gold medal game since the '96 Olympics. Hassan Reddick has requested a trade from the New York Jets, according to Ian Rappaport. He has yet to show up to camp due to a contract dispute. Reddick is fined $50,000 for every day he doesn't show, with a bill totaling over $1 million at this point. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way, if you didn't catch the interview this morning, Ken Daniels was on with the morning show. You can go listen to it. I once again, there's no urgency. Jim kind of got into it a little bit. And it's this idea of, I don't know if it's playoffs or bust. Really? No, actually it is. Like for those of us that aren't on the payroll, it is. What on God's green earth? Like, when am I allowed to just say, make the playoffs or leave?
You're not.
So, no.
Not as long as Iserman is there? No.
No,
you can't,
it's just,
because you're the bad guy if you do that.
It's crazy to me. We're already tempering expectations for the upcoming season. No. No.
You heard that too.
And we're not doing it as a topic because like 8 people care. But
Right.
Rico, I was shocked.
Mm-hmm. I was, but then I was like, you know what? I'm not, because it would mean that you start the clock, and you know how teams around here don't want to start the clock because you got to wait for the core and all of that stuff. It's a commonplace.
It's a good segue. You talk about starting the timeline. Our 3 football teams. The Lions are the only one with a clear definition of success. Super Bowl. That's it. Put them to the side. We are under 2 weeks to college football, and we have done next to no conversation on the field about Michigan and Michigan State. I would like to know, both from the people in this room, but also you, the listener, what defines success for Michigan and Michigan State this fall? If you're a Wolverine, you're coming off the national title. I don't have a good gauge on I don't even know if you care, to be quite honest. I think many people are still drunk from beating Washington, and that's fine. But what would be the minimum of success this fall? For Michigan State, the whole program has been torn down, and now you've got year 0 of Jonathan Smith. Nobody really thinks much of the team. The over-under in Vegas is 4.5. Michigan's is 8.5, by the way. That's no great shakes. What would define success? So I wanted to have the conversation to understand somewhat you guys, but mainly our listener base. Like, what would make you feel like the year was a success? And you choose your side here. But the Lions, we know it. Super Bowl. But what is it for Michigan State?
See, for me, I don't know what people are going to say. For the Lions, you got to get back to the NFC Championship game. And preferably you have the game here in Detroit. That means that you are part of the elite, because getting to the Super Bowl requires some luck. So I'm not going to just simply say, well, if you don't make the Super Bowl, it's a bad thing. But you have enough talent, you should make it back to the NFC title game, and then you see what happens. And you saw what happened last year. It was a little bit of luck that went there against them, and they didn't make it. For Michigan, I think it boils down to 9 games. But I'm with you. I think this is the house money year for Wolverine fans. You don't really care. There's a lot going on, but you know what? I got my natty and whatever. If the team goes out and wins, great. If they don't, I'll just go back and rewatch the Washington game 12 times this year if I have to on every Saturday night in case we start losing games. But I think 9 wins for Michigan says, okay, new quarterback, new coach, 9 wins. You're in the talk for one of the playoff spots. That would be successful. For MSU, you're starting at rock bottom. This program bottomed out. I would say you're looking at twofold, 7 wins, and there's a 4-week period where you're going to be playing 4 top 25 teams. Can you not embarrass yourself? Can you score points? Can you at least be in the games and not just get lapped 4 straight weeks in a row? Because I think that would absolutely kill any momentum that Jonathan Smith is having.
Yeah, I'll wait till last. David, I want to know where you're at both of these. What is the definition of success for Michigan and Michigan State this fall? Define it. I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. What is it?
For Michigan State, I would agree with Rico. 7-5. Look 7-5 and have a competent offense, I would say. For Michigan, it's at least 9-3, but I think it's more important to me that you found your quarterback. So if you happen to win 8 games and you found your quarterback, 1 more loss in there, okay. Find your quarterback this season.
David, I'm not trying to add insult to injury, but talking to 4 different Michigan people over the weekend gave me 4 different starters.
That's what I'm saying, man.
And these were like insiders. These are the people in the know. And these were, no, not that guy. It's going to be this one. No. This person doesn't know what they're talking about. I don't think they know.
That's why. Find your quarterback. That's what I need this season. That's success.
All right. So David with an off-board selection. Record is secondary. Find a quarterback. All right. Kenny, what is success for Michigan and Michigan State?
Michigan State, I'm with basically all of you. 7 or so wins show that you're at least have a pulse offensively. For Michigan fans right now, I think this is house money. I agree with Rico. I think right now they could win 6 games. They could win 7 games. And Michigan fans are going to be like, well, that doesn't matter to me. We have our natty. We have our ring, whatever. And I know David hangs his head over there, but
Kenny,
I think that's the case.
If Michigan, let's just say they won 6 games, it's the NCAA's fault. It was just distraction. You know what? Wait till next year because we won the natty and they were just punishing us for winning that. So they set us up to fail.
I don't even think it needs to be that deep. I think Michigan fans just go, they'll put their hands up and be like, well, doesn't matter. We have our natty.
No.
I don't even think it goes that deep.
I disagree with the last part. They always need a boogeyman. They're the rich kid who blames everybody else for their problems. No, they need a boogeyman. They'll find someone to blame. Hell, they might blame you. The point I'm making is, look, for Michigan, I'm more in line with David. I don't think most fans would tolerate 7 wins. I think 8 would leave a bad taste in their mouth, but depending on how it looked and what circumstances surrounded it, 9 is where success is real. You go 9-3, the committee will break their own spine to put you in the playoff. That's success. To me, I don't know that they'll get there. We're not going to do some team preview. I already did that today with Cash Ticket. For State, I'll continue to say it. It's unacceptable to go 4-8, 5-7 at a program like that. You have top 20 revenue at your disposal. You have top 20 attendance. No, our stadium's not 100,000. It's like 78. I mean, Christ. You got an NIL fund. You were able to pay your quarterback 7 figures. If you don't win 7 games in year 1 or minimum 6, the hell are we doing? For me, it is a lot like what David said about Michigan. Show me that you spent money the right way and we have a quarterback. Run the touchdown play at a decent rate. And can we win some games? And I know it's year 0, and I know it'll take time. I won't be happy at 6-6. I won't be happy at 7-5. I'll be tolerant. Show me. We have adults coaching this team.
Yeah. See, for me, Mike, it's 3 seasons for MSU. The first 4 and the last 4 games, I expect you to be competitive and
The
win
middle
a lot.
four is an assassination.
It's the middle four. Can you just – we were joking and saying, man, when it gets close, what if I gave you the over-under of 16.5 total points that they would score in those 4 games? And I was kind of saying it in a jokingly manner, but not really, because you don't do well against top teams. So can you at least show me you've made steps to be competitive? And yes, I know I'm sitting here asking for a moral victory and juice boxes and orange slices.
Yeah, but when it's year
that.
0 of a program that's lost all of its pride, it's lost all respect. Yeah, you had a coach laid $82 million on fire in a hotel room. Like, listen, the bar is low. I'm with you. You're okay in year 0. If you're talking like this next year, right, I'll have a real problem. 248-539-9797. Listen, if you guys want to talk about cotton candy burritos, go somewhere else. Figure it out. Let's get a little college football in the mix today, shall we? Now, here's my question, David. What if the team goes 8-4, you found your quarterback, but you get pulverized by Ohio State? Embarrassed.
Okay. See, I don't want to be embarrassed by Ohio State.
You know what the game of the year line is on that?
I don't think I want to know.
Ohio State minus 11.5.
Yeah, I don't.
That doesn't mean it'll be that down the line.
It could
I'm
change.
Just telling you what it is today.
I was going to say 2.5. Wow.
11.5.
Okay.
I was just wondering what role the OSU game plays in your vantage as a Michigan fan.
Right, because I believe it's going to be a loss, but we cannot not get embarrassed in that game. No way.
I was about to say, Mike, what if the flip side, MSU goes 8-4, but in those 4 games, they get pummeled.
Fine.
And they score a total of 10 total points.
Don't care. I don't care.
Okay.
They could all be 56-0. 8-4, year 1, done. Where do I sign? Okay. That's how low the program is. But 8-4 would give you some level that, A, pieces are there. They're getting coached up. Rico, I'd sign the paper. I said this. If you could tell me Michigan State could make the playoffs on a once every
4, 5 years,
once every 3 years,
okay,
I'll sign a piece of paper. They lose 8 out of 10 to U of M. If you want me to have a mindset shift of what college football is, I will let go of the rivalry stuff if my team is getting a seat at the table. Mm-hmm. So I'd love to get back to the point where we're on even terms or beating Michigan at a consistent level. They're eons away from that. Now, I think you can't use the last 3 years as, this is what Michigan football is now. No, it's not. In fact, you're the lowest ranked defending champ in 50 years. And the roster had huge losses. You know what you didn't do? Go to the portal and fix it. Yeah. So I do think Michigan will come down to earth a little bit. All jokes about binoculars and cameras aside.
No, their defense will be there. Offensively, that's where I think they may struggle. Where, you know what? You may see your team, as much as you like to make fun of Iowa, you could become Iowa of last year or the last couple of years where the defense carried you. You won. Iowa won a lot of games. Wasn't pretty.
I had a fun stat. So there are 8 teams in modern college football history that have had an offense as bad or worse than what Iowa did last year. 8. Okay? They won an average of how many games?
The 8 teams?
Mm-hmm. What was the average win total of those teams?
I'll say 4.
2.7.
Okay.
Last year, Iowa won 10.
Mike, all I got to say is kind of how you made money off of Michigan when they were winning. I made money off of Iowa and the ineptitude.
The under?
You took the under. You parlayed that in any other bet. So anytime touchdown plus Iowa under to juice it up. And it worked.
Do you know how many touchdowns they scored in 14 games last year? Offensive touchdowns.
14, wasn't it? Tell me I didn't do my homework.
No, it's unspeakable. Yes. It really is.
You average 1 touchdown a game.
Insane.
And some of those, special teams. All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren at 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. And right now, there are unbeatable deals at Hamilton, including the August Rico deal. It's time to check out the all-new 2025 Chevy Trax. The Chevy Trax has been turning heads with the new body design, sleeker, sportier, and more stylish than ever. It's the perfect blend of form and function, ready to take on the city streets or just your next adventure. And get this, you can pull off the lot in the Rico deal for $250 $259 a month. Yeah, I did not stutter. $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Hamilton Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to upgrade your ride. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive. Summer driving season is here. Combination of increased traffic, monster trucks, motorcycles, and construction. It's a total disaster in this state. If you are injured in a vehicle accident, injury attorney David Femininio, him and his team, ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, not sure where your head is at. You don't want to talk college football, good for you. You can go somewhere else. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Your baseball team blows. Your hockey team makes no effort to have expectations. The Lions are a Super Bowl team. We ain't going to break down nothing there, and the Pistons don't exist. I have asked the question, what is the minimum bar of success for Michigan and Michigan State? We've given you what I think are pretty level-headed answers. Let me ask this one question. There's a big difference between these two teams. And, well, obviously, one of them won the national title and the other lost their dignity in a hotel room. For Michigan, there is no quarterback. As Rico put it, it's you talk to 5 people, they give you 5 different answers. I can't believe with a straight face, I'm like, geez, Tuttle might be their quarterback. The flip side of it is Michigan State. Now, again, this is not me endorsing this. I am simply telling you what's out there. There are many outlets
whether you looked at transfer portal rankings, whether you look at hype, people discussing it, MSU got, according to some, the number 2 or 3 QB in the transfer portal. Now, I find that difficult to believe when you've had 57 snaps in your life. But Aiden Childs, best recruit to go to Oregon State in a long, long time. He followed his coach, Michigan State, and a lot of dead presidents. My point is there anything for you, Rico, David, Kenny? I'm asking. If Aiden Childs is actually legit, you guys know what happens in college football. If you've got a quarterback, that's the cheat code. Mm-hmm. I mean, if it matters in the NFL, it's the only thing that matters in college. Like, is there an opportunity that Aiden Childs could just be that good, that exciting, that magnetic, that they could get to 7 wins and, like, I don't know, not be an embarrassment? Or is it wrong to put that all on a kid?
Mike, it's not wrong, especially when you're getting paid a lot of money to come there. So, no, you have to. It comes with the pressure of the job. I said it a few weeks ago, and you know, you guys kind of laughed at me.
Uh-oh. Receipts, David.
No, it's not a receipt. But if Aiden Childs is that, and he could cover up the warts of this team this year, it could be very Kenneth Walker-esque, where you found out after the year when K9 left, offensive line was horrible. Team wasn't that good, but Walker was such a special player that MSU goes out there and wins 11 games. And you start to think, got your coach paid $100 million. Donations came in, and State fans thought, we've arrived. We've turned the corner. Tuck coming. Instead, you ended up with where you are right now. Yeah, if Childs is as advertised, he maybe could cover up, because like you said, Mike, if you got the quarterback, you got the cheat code in college football. If you got a dual threat guy who could score for you and do some things, then yeah, you can not only win games, but maybe try to pull off an upset in that 4-game death row that you got to go through. So it's possible. Doesn't mean that the team is better. It just means that if he's that good, he could cover up a lot of the warts.
Yeah, no, and that was my whole point. Is like, I don't look, man. If you got 5 quarterbacks, you don't have one.
See, that I think is going to be problematic, because it's the fact that if Childs goes out there and has a bad game or throws a pick, he's not looking at the sideline.
No, there's no one there.
Right, but if you're one of those quarterbacks in Michigan and you throw a pick, you're sweating bullets, because now you got to go to the back of the line and wait your chance again about 7 games later.
David, you're putting your head down. I didn't throw any shade.
No. It's not even about the Michigan thing. It's about what you said. You said, is it unfair to the kid? Sorry, buddy. You're getting paid a lot of money according to reports.
So, just so I'm clear, I'm no longer a bad person.
No.
Okay.
No.
He's getting, listen, this is a 7-figure player.
And I don't call you a kid anymore.
It's time to be an all Big Ten quarterback. I don't know what else to tell you.
That's what has to happen now.
Like, if Caleb Downs, who's the highest paid safety in the history of college football, goes to Ohio State and is anything other than awesome. Mm-hmm. See, this is where my opinion on college football has changed. I've lost the ability to be remotely nice.
Right. No.
Now I hate them like the New York Giants.
No, patience is gone, because it used to be, okay, your first year there, I'm going to give you time to get your feet wet.
Right.
Second year, you're going to make improvements. By year 3, I expect results. Now, you got $1 million paycheck. I need results now. You got to justify why they paid you.
I think for Michigan, David, the way I would look at it, if we separate, take all the off-field stuff and throw it out, and who knows what's going on there, and I don't care. I'm so sick of talking about it. The point I make is, I think it's important that no matter what happens against Ohio State, which you are prohibitive underdogs against, keep the momentum going. And what I mean is, if you get to 9-3, and you're getting in the playoff at 9-3, there's no world Rico's TV network friends are keeping Michigan out. I think if you were able to keep that momentum going after losing an entire coaching staff with everything going on off the field, and you lost, here's reality. Outside looking in at U of M football, you lost your quarterback, you lost one of the all-time great running backs you've had, 3 of your top 4 wide receivers, the entire offensive line, and it was the best offensive line in the history of school. All 5 starters, gone. Rod Moore's dead. Sab transferred. You lose so much. 13 guys to the draft. And the schedule, thank God all your toughest games are at home, but this isn't the bakery you played last year, filling up on cupcakes. If you can keep the momentum going, David, I think it means you found your quarterback. I think it means you found your coach.
Mm-hmm.
I just think keeping that momentum going to where the winged helmet in the playoff is now the assumed norm, I think that is absolute success. I do.
Whereas you're looking at Michigan will be in the playoffs 4 out of every 5 years or 5 out of every 6 years, where maybe there's the anomaly that they don't make it because of an injury or something like that. It's just a given. Kind of how we always talk, Alabama or Georgia will always be in the playoffs. With the 14-team playoff, Michigan, if that's the case, will always be in there.
I'm just so focused on the quarterback thing for me because we have 5, and it's like, oh my gosh. I don't want Michigan fans to go to that Texas game and we look possibly not up to par because we don't have a quarterback yet. And they say, oh my gosh, here we go. Because your quarterback can still be found after that.
Yeah.
That's the second game of the year.
Hey, I can attest to it. If you don't have the right quarterback in an early game, it can cost you something. See Connor Cook.
Oh, I thought
you can't have it.
I thought you were talking about Noah Kim's entire existence.
Hey, he's a chandelier or whatever they are.
It's a Chanticleer. 248-539. Off and running. We'll get a couple of phone calls and some ticket text momentarily. Wow. The Coastal Carolina Chandeliers. Jesus. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. You see it. People putzing around on their phone, playing around on social media while they're driving. You're on the road, you're at risk. And nobody wants to talk life insurance because, well, it's a discussion about you being dead in a box. Call Mike Purpur, National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find that life insurance plan that not only covers your family, but is also affordable. And what makes Mike Purpura and National Benefit Plans different, they're going to shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They're going to guarantee you the best possible rate. And with over 30 years in the business, National Benefit Plans brings the experience you need to get the correct plan so that your family doesn't curse your name when you are dead in said box. So call Mike today, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Michigan defensive lineman Kenneth Grant spoke with the media earlier about what the key is for him this year. Michigan ranked 9th in the preseason AP poll released today. After a 3-3 West Coast trip, the Tigers return home to face Seattle tomorrow. Tarek Skubal will get the start. First pitch at 6:40. Fox says the rights for this year's Super Bowl. Variety is reporting that all but a handful of this year's ads have already been sold out. The price is over $7 million per spot. Jets GM Joe Douglas is making their direction clear when it comes to Hassan Reddick. Quote, "We've informed Hassan we will not trade him, that he's expected to be here with his teammates, and that he will continue to be fined per the CBA if he does not report. Since the trade discussion back in March, we have been clear, direct, and consistent with our position. Our focus will remain on the guys we have here as we prepare for the regular season," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 97.1theticket.com.
Chanticleer, chandelier, tomato. It's Noah Kim.
All right, let's get to the people. We'll go to Dre in Southfield, see what he's got to say. Dre, how you doing, buddy?
My boys, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Dre? What's on your mind?
Well, for one, I don't have the time. I wish I could have called you guys when you were talking about the whole Michigan and what should happen and all that. But we'll move on. In terms of my expectation, I think the sweet spot is 9-3 for various reasons. One, the competition level is raising with a good degree of turnover with personnel, coaching staff, and more importantly, the players. And I think 9-3 would show that, for one, if you're talking about between, Texas, Oregon, Washington, Ohio State, Penn State, and you want to throw in a 16 that could be competitive if you can, but that's 5 teams right there. So if you're going 9-3, that means you probably got, maybe 1-2 of those games.
Well, you got to take Washington off the list. Yeah, Washington's a six. No, you're good, Dre. I'm just saying they're a 6-win football team per Vegas. Leave them from the rest. Your point is well taken. If you got 4 or 5 tough games, you got to be able to get one of them.
Yeah, you got to get one or two. I mean, I think Ohio State, this is one of the first times I've seen in a long time, I think I can get our doors blown off. I mean, I think this, unless Ryan Day truly has, this summer soft of a program, talent-wise, we're nowhere near close. But overall, what you want to see is, and for the quarterback position, I'm not too worried about it, because I think one thing that if Sharon Moore is going to stay the path that he had under Harbaugh, which was before JJ, say a guy like Cade McNamara, the quarterback position was really simple. It was just take care of the football, don't turn it over. The ball, 1-2 reads, get rid of the football. And then with a guy like Orji, for example, he has the ability to run. So that's what I expect. We were clamoring as a fan base for them to expand the playoffs with JJ. So it's not so much that we're dependent on a high degree playmaker at the quarterback position to have an offense run the way they want it to run.
Right, but that was also when you had a collection over a 3-year period of the best offensive lines in modern Michigan history.
Right.
I got to see what happened, because here's the other thing. Dre, Blake Corum was a constant. He was a heartbeat. Blake Corum reminded me a lot of Rip Hamilton. And what I mean is, Rip was the heartbeat of the team. He was the pace setter. Mm-hmm. It would all come back to him. That's what Blake was. Bell cow, dependable.
Yeah.
Donovan Edwards hasn't shown any of it.
And you're 100% correct. And I think Donovan Edwards, for one, I don't even want him being a bell cow, because even with taking 50% of snaps, he tends to get banged up. I think he's going to split time with Mullins and whoever other guys they have back there. But two things can give me confidence, right? I mean, it's not hope. It's confidence that it will at least be competent at 2 positions, the offensive line and running back. For one, even though I would put Blake as the best running back in the last
since Mike Hart
7 years. Yeah. But I also say, think about it. Before Blake, we had Hassan Haskins. Before Haskins, it was Toussaint. Not Toussaint. Devin Smith, the first guy they had, 15. They tend to find guys who are physical with the football, who take care of it. They're not going to be dynamic and be a Blake Corum. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that the track record is that they should not become bad at those positional groups. The offensive line will go backwards.
No, and Dre, this is the thing. And I want to jump in on it because look, you lose your whole O-line. And here's the deal. You're a defending national champion. And we're talking about an unproven player in Donovan Edwards who's struggled to stay healthy and has never had to be a bell cow. And then the backup is basically a fullback. Cutscene. Travion Henderson, Quinshon Junkins. I mean, it's night and day. Like, I just don't understand what Michigan's offseason plan was. I don't. It's why I talked about it before where I said, look, Harbaugh got you the natty. All sins are forgiven. He didn't leave you in a great spot. I mean, there is no portal class.
No, Donovan Edwards is good when there's a hole for him to run through, but Blake Corum just found ways to fall forward and pick up 3-4 yards when it should have been a loss of 1.
Kid was tough as nails. Complete pain in the ass. Go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. It's an honor to talk to you guys. Hey, up in East Lansing here. I want to agree with you, Enrico, with what you said as far as 7-5 with a quarterback. I look at Northwestern. My nephew plays linebacker for Northwestern, and I saw him his first year go 1-11 or whatever it was that first 2 years ago. They had a tumultuous situation with the coaching, switch right beginning of the year. New coach comes in, David Brown. They had a transfer quarterback come in, I'm losing his name. Oh, Ben something. Anyway, Ben Bryant, I think it is. Yeah, Ben Bryant.
Yeah, that was the kid from Cincinnati, right?
Yeah, and they go 8. Would they roll off with 8 wins and win in Vegas?
They really rallied around the DC. The guy who replaced Fitz.
Yeah. So I think it comes down, like you said, Mike. It is quarterback, and if this guy's special, man, let's just say maybe. And I'm not. Tell me, I'm not. I'm like 46. I don't just drink the Kool-Aid. I used to, but. No, I'm kind of living in reality.
I hear you. No, I mean, Jeff, look, it's one of those things where I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying if you want to hang out of some hope and go, all right, look, success would be 7-5 for Jonathan Smith in year 1. At least you have this one of the. I hate saying what I'm about to say. I just want to state that for the record. You have one of the highest paid quarterbacks in America. That's reality.
I mean, I know he's making a lot of money. I didn't know he was one of the highest paid.
There are very few quarterbacks making 7 figures.
Huh.
Dylan Gabriel would be one.
I would figure both of the Oregon quarterbacks.
You start to like look at it and you go, think about this. Will Howard is Ohio State's quarterback. Do you realize Will Howard was probably going to lose his job at K-State to Avery Johnson?
Yeah.
So, you start to look in the Big Ten. I don't think it's wrong for Michigan State fans to go, no, day one, Aiden Childs has to be the face of the program. It sucks because I know reality is the kid will need some time. But you're not afforded time.
No. And unfortunately, because you took the money, nobody's going to really want to hear, well, give him a little bit. As you say.
Right here. Yeah. Hope you're happy with your sport. David, a few ticket texts if you'd be kind.
The question is, are you happy with the sport?
Definitely not.
Because I'm trying every day to ruin your life.
David.
Michigan expectations are 10 wins, at least winning one of the big 3 games and locking a playoff spot. That's E from Monroe. MSU success equals don't get embarrassed by anyone and beat Michigan.
Yeah, okay. You've set up 2 impossible goalposts. Thanks for playing. Seriously. That's like, what are we doing?
That is. Yeah.
Don't get embarrassed. Cutscene. We're 30-point underdogs in Eugene on a Friday night. And beat Michigan.
You just played Ohio State 6 days ago.
Right. By the way, nice job by the schedule makers. Let's take the 4 most brutal games in America and stack them all together.
They gave you Michigan State a bye week.
Wow. To do what? Run for the border? You'll have defensive linemen faking their own death and starting up like a taco stand. Get me out of here.
Austin at work says, Michigan fan here. To be honest, if at minimum we beat Ohio State again and lose every other game, I'll be extremely happy.
Wow.
Woo.
I don't know about that one.
That's a national championship hangover. I think This year. I'll add this year to that. I don't think he means that every year, but I think, you know what? We got a natty. We got a natty. Let's just keep beating the Buckeyes.
That's Kenny's free roll principle right there. In the pre-show, Kenny talking about it, and Kenny has more contact with listeners than anybody.
Well, he's not a real Michigan fan, that texter. So,
right. Well, neither are you.
Okay.
Everybody, and one more. It's simply this boys for state playoffs. Bowl game for Michigan State. Sorry.
All right, Jesus.
It's okay, Mike.
But what's a bowl game?
You know what? No. In year 0, it's a lot. It's extra practices that you need.
For the players who don't opt out or bail on their brothers in arms.
Well, but because here's the thing.
Nice sport.
Maybe you don't bail out because you actually see something happening here.
Everyone's super excited about the life-size Pop-Tart Bowl or whatever it was.
Believe it or not, people were.
I
it went in a toaster.
It was scary. Everything about that was creepy and scary, and people loved it way too much.
All right, football is approaching. We're talking about it right now. Get in on the action. We've talked about some totals or some season expectations. FanDuel has more betting markets than any other sports book in the industry. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. No better place to get ready for football season than FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Guys, bottom line, it's FanDuel.com/ticket. Sign up today, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, little timeout. Get some NFL in the mix for the first time today. David, music, fashion glasses, all of it.
Sorry, guys. Can I get to the fashion glasses? It's a little bit too late. There's somewhere else in this building. Let's talk about some reaction takeaways from the first preseason game. Let's start over there in Denver with 80-year-old Bo Nix. He looked decent in that first game. He led the team to 20 points in his appearance, 15 of 21 for 125 yards and a touchdown. Should he just be named the starter now?
Yes. They don't have any other options. They got a decent enough cast around them. Sean Payton's the QB guru. He's decently insulated. His mobility's a weapon they haven't had in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, what the hell else are you going to do?
Yeah, it's a bad team. You really don't have any other options. And here's the thing, Dave, we kind of talked about this pre-show. He's a family man. He's got a wife and kids, so he's hungry. He can't go out there and screw this opportunity up. This is it for him, because if he fails because of his age, probably not going to get another shot at this. So the expectations are low in Denver. Just ride it out. Now, I'm not saying that every game is going to be like that, but it was for a preseason game. It was impressive seeing him out there and just looking as if it was relatively easy going up against scrubs and vanilla defense.
Yeah, and I like the RPO stuff. Look, you're going to get killed. You're not going to make a living doing that. But if that's a weapon they can break out 3-4 times a game, move them just a little bit forward. There was a moment in time last year they could have made the playoffs. And then they just clown card down the stretch. But yes, David, you got to play the kid.
So let's get to one of the other rookies there in the NFL, and that's Minnesota Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy. I'll read you the stat line, but I think there's something else that's more important that maybe they looked at and wanted. He went 11 of 17, 188 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. But most importantly, many writers are writing this, that he looked calm and composed. Is that what you think the Vikings wanted to see with him back in center for the first preseason game?
You go first.
I mean, I think so. For Minnesota and for JJ, your job, don't turn the ball over. I'd rather punt. We'll kick a field goal. Don't force anything. The ball should just throw it out of bounds. It's okay. And you're going to be insulated. You're going to have receivers around you. Now, he didn't have his guys. He had Tristan Jackson was out there and Jalen Naylor and other receivers.
And not to name the big names.
He doesn't have his big, his receivers out there. But, yes, this is exactly what you want to see from Minnesota. Because, remember, Minnesota had said, yeah, we don't think this kid's going to play. So this is a step up from redshirting your entire first year.
Yeah, I still wouldn't play him. He just wasn't asked to do much of anything in college. And I'm with Rico. The insulation's there. I'm not playing him the first month of the year, first 6 weeks of the year. You got to get it is so different when he's going to drop into an NFL game, guys, and he's going to have to throw the ball 35, 40 times. Look, you saw it last year, right? Nick Mullins in a small spot could get you. But if you needed Nick Mullins to throw it 40 times, he'd throw for 500 yards, and he would throw 4 picks. JJ's going to be asked to do things he hasn't had to do. In the interests of the young man who's still a kid, man, he's still 21, I would give him time. I can't speak for the Vikings. I'm saying if the Giants drafted him, you think I would throw JJ out there in the first 6 weeks?
Right, but
no way.
Thing, the second you start seeing all these highlights, this is where you got to compete with the fans and the media. No, hey, when are you going to play JJ? When are you going to play JJ?
Hey, you ready? Here's my view on that. F the fans. I got a business to run.
Well, it's interesting, and here's why this part was interesting, because a business you have to run. They had JJ, Justin Jefferson, mic'd up during that game. And at one point, the touchdown that JJ threw, right before it, Jefferson said, well, he can't throw to his left. He can't throw to his left. And he happened to throw to his left. But the business is Justin Jefferson needs a quarterback that can throw it all over the field. Yeah. And his own teammate knows he can't do it.
No, and again, Addison has a legal situation that's got to resolve. Hawkinson's got a health thing. Give it the 6 weeks. Let's get everybody alive. And then I'm with Rico. Yes, on a fan level, you'd have to play him at some point this year. I think it'd be a terrible error to start the season.
So this was my personal overreaction here, because I now believe after what I saw, the Steelers are going to have a losing record. Justin Fields, 5 of 6, 67 yards. Did not look that great. He also fumbled the ball twice. I don't believe in Russell Wilson. Am I overreacting here?
Yes. I'll let Rico take it.
Yes. Yes, you're overreacting, David. It's a preseason game. He's not really getting the rep. Like, first of all, Tomlin just has to pick a quarterback, and his last name's not Wilson. I'm just going to help you right there. And just let Fields is going to come with mistakes, but he's also going to make it up with big-time plays. And no, if you do this the right way, I don't think you're going to have a losing record. I think you may end up at 9-8, but for the Steelers, it'll be enough that they'll find a playoff spot because that's just what they do.
What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
You make the playoffs, David. You don't win playoff games, but you make the playoffs.
We can't with this quarterback play.
Listen,
David. Go ahead.
The more time goes on, the more I think Russ is the backup.
Yes. I knew that the day he signed.
I didn't, and I'm admitting I was wrong. Now, if you want to rub my face in it like a bad puppy, it was wrong.
No, it's not.
I just...
He's Mr. Dangerous.
No. Yes. I really think this is it. You gotta play Fields. You gotta give it a shot. See if you catch lightning in a bottle.
Fields is younger. I think David should get a receiver around him, or just get him some more weapons. Try to make it to 9-8 this year.
What about Joe Milton?
Please.
And there's always a receiver out there that you guys can go and get. He's on the market.
He's going to stay in San Francisco.
You know what? Here, let me get this on the record. I would like to formally apologize to Rico Beard for my smarmy, insensitive, and downright dismissive tone when Rico said I'd like Amari Cooper back in a Browns trade. I was wrong. I didn't think the Browns would be that stupid. And I also didn't realize Brandon Ayuk would be equally as stupid. So I don't know what to say except I'm sorry.
No, Mike, there's no apology.
I would never give your team a Pro Bowl receiver to get another one I have to pay $30 million.
Well, that's why I was like, I was fine. Like, the Steelers are the only trade. Like, they got nothing that I want to see coming back.
What about Pickens?
No, they're keeping Pickens.
No, we're going to keep Pickens. Mike, I'll raise you your dumb and stupid with another dumb and stupid as we close out football today, and that is the New York Football Jets. Hassan Reddick has asked for a trade. Of course, they're saying no to it.
He's been here for 4 minutes.
Why would you ever trade for a guy who wants a contract? Surprise, I'm not showing up to camp.
Well, why would you go to a team that you're going to ask for a trade in 4 months? You could just wait.
He has to fire his agent. You got to get a contract and a deal.
But the other problem is the team you were on traded you because they didn't want to give you a deal. What would make you think a new one would? And Hassan Reddick is coming off a poor season.
I got to think at some point he's got enough to have the no trade clause. Like, no, I don't want to go here. You can move me, but just not to the Jets.
But why not play in New York and try to go win a Super Bowl? And if you want that contract, go earn it on the field. Novel
Be all
concept.
in. Be all in, yeah.
Novel.
That's what I'm saying. Fire his agent, man. Somebody did something wrong. That is in football today.
All right. Well, despite Jeremy Otto's best efforts, we are not going to be sidetracked. I wanted to bring up something he referenced in his update. Not that I'll ever understand why it was in his update. We'll have a conversation about that later. So listen, I don't like Dan Orlovsky. That is not a secret. Okay. I think Dan Orlovsky is like right up there with an ass pimple. I don't like him. I don't like anything about him. I don't like his shilling for Matthew Stafford. I don't like his goofiness. I don't like anything to do with him. But for the sake of this exercise, we're going to use something he said. And it's not about me agreeing or not. He did a quarterback ranking, and it's all subjective and nonsense, and that's fine. But he has these categories. And I wanted to see what you felt about the ranking of Jared Goff in the categories and whether, as I take you through them, if Goff is even there at all. So now Rico luckily took a little cat nap. He didn't pay attention during Jeremy's update. So we're good. I know David never pays attention, and, well, Kenny was asleep. So we're going to preserve this. We're good. Kenny, you were in stall 3. You didn't hear it. So we're all set. So I want to take you through these, and we'll go around the room. I want to know, is Goff a part of this category? And if so, where does he rank?
Okay.
Everybody ready to play?
Let's go.
Okay. In the category of arm strength, he lists the top 10 QBs in the league. Is Jared Goff in the arm strength ranking? David shaking his head.
No.
You're no. Kenny?
Yeah, I think he's just out of there.
You're correct. Any guesses as to who took the award?
Arm strength?
Josh Allen.
He's number 2.
Stafford.
Number 4.
Dak.
Are you guys high? Dak is 9. Pat Mahomes? Ever hear of him?
No, because he doesn't throw the ball deep anymore. That's
don't mean he can't.
I was thinking accuracy more with him, but okay.
All right. Rodgers is 5. Will Levis 6. Mayfield 7. Anthony Richardson 8. Lamar at 10. All right. Next category. Ball placement. Is Jared Goff in the ball placement ranking?
Yes.
You say yes. Kenny?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Where?
9.
10.
Say 7.
It's 9. Jared Goff is 9. Who's number 1?
Let's just go Mahomes.
Number 3.
I'm going to go Dak on this one.
Here we go.
Number 8. Kenny Cott.
Yeah, I had Pat too.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow's number 1. Tua is number 2. Again, that's that throwing guys open trait. Tua is actually really good at it. Stafford 4, Stroud 5, Rat Purdy 6. Here's the one I disagree with the most. Geno Smith at 7.
No way.
Okay.
I think Orlovsky fell off his bike there for a second.
At some point, you got to give Geno Smith credit. Mike, he was supposed to have been out the league a few years ago.
Well, there's a shortage of quarterbacks. It'll happen soon enough.
But he keeps winning.
Mechanics. Is Jared Goff on the mechanics list?
Yes.
You say yes. Kenny?
Yes.
Rico?
No.
Okay. He is. First one he's gotten wrong. You're right. But now where on the best mechanics in football does Jared Goff rank?
5.
I was thinking, I'll say 6.
It is 6. You guys both got it. Who's number 1?
It's Joe Burrow.
It is Burrow.
Yep.
Excellent. Stafford 2, Herbert 3, Stroud 4, Dak 5, Tua 7, Rodgers 8, Rat Purdy 9, Trevor Lawrence 10. It's weird. I'm not seeing Dan Jones anywhere.
He was injured.
Decision making with the football. Is Jared Goff on the top 10 decision makers? Yes or no?
No.
Kenny?
You had all those completions in a row without throwing a pick? I'll say yes.
Yes.
He is. Now where?
Give me 8.
8 for Kenny.
I go 5.
He's number 9. Here's how the list goes. Tell me if there's any issue here. Rodgers 1, Stafford 2. I disagree with that. Burrow 3, Stroud 4, Rat Purdy 5.
It's Brock.
Jordan Love, Mahomes, Prescott, Goff, Cousins.
Daniel Jones?
No. He's actually in the neck brace category. So Goff was 9. I disagree with the Stafford one. His decision-making, Stafford's good for 80 pick sixes a year. He's always done that.
Yeah, but he's a different Matthew Stafford with the Ravens.
No, he's the exact same Matthew Stafford.
He's got
talent that can make up for it.
He made Puka Nacua a household name.
If you want to say he has arm talent or he's a strong throwing quarterback, that's fine. But decision-making, no, he's not in my top 10.
All right. Pocket presence. Is Jared Goff?
Not even close.
You're going to say no.
No.
David's slandering over
Pocket
to Kenny.
presence. That's where he lives. That's where he makes his money.
Yeah, I'll say yes.
I got to say yes.
He's not on the list. Oh. Yes. Orlovsky left him off. Who's number 1 in pocket presence? You know the answer.
Patrick Mahomes?
Yes.
Lamar Jackson.
Number 5.
Brock Purdy.
Number 6.
Okay.
Rats move quick. They've got great lateral quickness.
Get out.
You've seen them scurry in the sewer. Anybody else?
I feel like this is a list where Josh Allen is on here, but he shouldn't be.
8.
Yep, there you go.
Geno Smith 9, Dak 10.
Trevor Lawrence.
Jordan Love is 7. Trevor Lawrence not on the list. Burrow 2, Stroud 3, Stafford 4, and Lamar 5. Okay. Rushing ability. We know Goff isn't there, so let's just not even do that.
Yes.
He is on the list. He is right behind Lamar.
And we know who number 1 is, right?
Lamar.
Right. Who else?
For rushing ability?
Yeah. It's just for fun on this one. Clearly.
Jalen Hurts.
Number 4.
Dak Prescott.
Number 7.
Rushing ability. Burrow?
Joe Burrow is number 8. Now, you're missing a couple obvious ones here.
Jordan Love?
No.
Is Tua on there?
No. What are you, insane? He's instructed not to run anywhere for fear of getting killed.
Oh, Baker Mayfield.
Nope. Josh Allen 2. Anthony Richardson 3.
I forgot he does play in the NFL.
You know what? I forgot about that.
Here's one that I thought you guys would get. Justin Fields, 5.
Well, he has to start first, so.
Kyler Murray, 9. Trevor Lawrence, 10. Those are the 2 you missed. So, second reaction ability. Basically, when the play breaks down, different arm angles, off-platform throws, etc.
No.
You're saying no to Goff.
Yeah, no.
And Kenny?
Yeah, no, I'm out on that.
You guys are all correct. Who's number 1?
Patrick Mahomes.
You're correct. Other guesses to make this list, and here's a hint. There are 2 names on here. One I don't think you'll guess if I give you 50 guesses. The other is a rookie. You do with that what you will when a guy's never thrown a pass in the NFL.
Joe Burrow.
Oh, you mean hasn't played at all?
It's Michael Penix.
No. Joe Burrow? No. Penix? No. Caleb Williams at 6. The other guy you'd never guess, Gardner Minshew at 9.
You're correct.
I would not have guessed.
Mahomes, Allen,
Purdy?
Lamar, Rat Purdy, number 4. Rock! Jordan Love, Caleb, Dak, Jalen, Gardner Minshew, Justin Herbert. So here's my question. Do you feel
like this.
Jared Goff was overrated, underrated, or appropriately rated? Now, he made 3 of these categories. As a top 10 QB, he was in there for mechanics and for ball placement and for but he wasn't consensus top 10. He never rose above 6 at anything and was unranked in half the categories. Overrated, underrated, appropriately rated. Look, I can't hold the mobility thing against him. He can't be there. You could put him on a Vespa. He wouldn't be one of the 10 most mobile quarterbacks. But think it over. I want to give you guys a couple of minutes. Think about overrated, underrated, or, no, actually, just right. 248-539-9797. And if you don't like this, Rico will talk to you about cotton candy burritos at 4:30. Being number 1 isn't easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Number 1 mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They have the experience with 111 years, making the world's best mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, Labor Day sale, you save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, you missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind, Big Ten preview for Cash the Ticket, both parts of it, best bets. That'll be out shortly. David, some ticket text. I've asked the question. Dan Orlovsky, who I'm not a big fan of, but these rankings are something to talk about. Is he overrated, underrated, or appropriately rated? Jared Goff.
But Dave, before you get to the ticket text, I'd like to say I think that it's appropriate, and it's also why we talked about last week how the NFL players, his peers, said he's not a top 10 quarterback, because as much as you say, well, the whole mobility thing, you can't fault him for that. That's a part of the position now. If you're not mobile, you're going to be downgraded, and I think that's why he's outside the top 10 for quarterbacks. And, yeah, in the things where he stood in the pocket, he's top 10. Take him out of the pocket, get him off the list.
Ticket text here, Mike from Holly. Orlovsky's love for Stafford is nauseating, horribly biased. Stafford is way overrated on all of these lists.
Right. Remember the reference I made to a pimple. That's Dan Orlovsky. I don't find his commentary to be authentic. He has clear bias. He loves Matthew Stafford. You can't even have a conversation.
Goff is a winner with 2 franchises, one of which is the worst franchise in NFL history. So, yes, he is underrated for sure.
So where should he move up the rank, I guess, is my question. You know, should he be on a list that he's not on? Should he be higher in, for instance, decision-making? You think he should be higher than 9? Yeah, I could say he makes better decisions than Dak. But and again, I disagreed with the Matt Stafford thing. Overall, okay, move him a spot or 2. If you go with mechanics, I mean, he's 6th. That's elite. So I can't really get upset there. The ball placement, 9th. You want to move him up a spot or 2, fine. But here's your issue you're going to have. He's never going to rank in the arm strength. He's never going to rank in the mobility. He's not going to rank in the pocket presence. A little bit of happy feet. So there are certain limiters, limiting factors that are going to keep him from being on more of these different trait lists.
Underrated. He should have been. He should have made the decision-making category list. They say this is Griff and Troy.
Let me go back to decision-making. See, he was 9th. He made it. He's on the list, Griff. Now, do you want him higher than Rat Purdy? I'm good with that. You don't have to make decisions when you're spoon-fed plays. Sorry.
Are you talking about Goff or Purdy?
Purdy.
Okay.
Well, hold on, because that was a knock on Goff early in his
David,
career.
that's what I said. Which one are we talking
But what
about?
I'm saying is, I think Purdy is that next guy. He is the guy that's also getting spoon-fed right now.
David, I've said it before. They are the Spider-Man meme. They are the same person.
Ugh.
So,
Ugh.
yeah.
That's disgusting. Go ahead, David.
If Goff was drafted to any other team 3 years ago, he would be out of football by now. I don't think he should be on any of these lists. Wow.
Jesus.
Whew. The idea that Goff doesn't have arm strength is false.
No, that's not what the list is.
Compared to that list, no, it's not.
It's like a guy who can throw 95 in baseball. You throw the ball really hard, you're not going to be ranked as one of the top 10 hardest throwers in the sport. When you're talking about arm strength and you're comparing Jared Goff's arm to Pat Mahomes, who can throw it 80 yards, Josh Allen, who throws laser beams, Stafford.
How about this? What's the knock on him? That J-Mo, he can't hit J-Mo. J-Mo has to stop whenever he throws the ball deep and wait for the ball to get there. That means you don't have the arm strength to hit him in stride.
Stafford is terrible at ball placement. That list is a joke.
Okay, that's fine. This is why I wanted to bring it up, let people talk about it. I think Goff is appropriately rated. You could quibble a little bit with a couple of these, but there are certain limiting factors. Like, it's hard to be mad that he's not on the mobile list, not on the velocity list. If you want to say he should be a little higher in the decision-making, I'm okay with that. But there's a couple of things he's just never going to make that list. So what do you want?
But see, I would say no for the decision-making of moving up higher, because it does mean when you move him off of his mark, when he gets out of the pocket, he's not that same quarterback when he has to move and be elusive and just kind of think on the fly.
Underrated. Any list with Purdy above him is a joke. Someone else texts in and says Goff is a stud. I will put him ahead of a lot of those quarterbacks.
I think it's ridiculous for Purdy to be ahead of him, too.
Really?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I've given my reason. Nope.
He beat him head to head.
Nope. It is not Jared Goff's fault that his receivers had toaster ovens for hands.
True.
I mean, come on.
But you're acting like Purdy didn't aid in the Niners coming back and winning.
I didn't say that. I said I don't believe Brock Purdy's a better quarterback than Jared Goff. Okay. I don't. And I think the resume has to matter. Like, look, I don't love Caleb Williams being ranked on this whole improviser list. He hasn't thrown a pass. Get out.
That we agree upon that. But
it's like one guy's been to a Super Bowl, right? The other guy finally got there. They both failed. Mm-hmm. When you look in totality, I just feel like Purdy was born in Beverly Hills. Jared Goff got thrown in the street and has reclaimed it all.
Right, but both got to the Super Bowl relatively in the same time frame. Goff did it as a Ram, but it was around that same time frame.
You like Purdy better than Goff. You like it because of the feet. Yeah, you like he can move a little bit. That's fair. He's got an annoying face. Does that count for anything? Oh, look, I'm driving one of those combines home on bye week.
It's why you wear helmets.
Is it wrong I hate Iowa farm kid storylines? Like, it makes me angry when I have to.
Iowa, Nebraska,
I
Wyoming.
I hate it.
Yeah, I get it.
Same thing. That kid who played for Utah last year, that Bob Barnes. Oh, he's a pig farmer. Good. Then go back to the farm. I don't want to hear about it anymore.
I understand.
Christ. Go ahead. I'll get to the people. Go to Derek.
David, hold on. David, what was the face for Purdy?
Here's the face. It's because they have the decision making. They have him over Goff here. This or ball placement. I'm sorry, ball placement. Purdy throws screens. That's all he throws. It's screens.
That is not fair.
So it's easy to have great ball placement when
he throws the ball deep.
4 years up the field.
It's why Brandon Ayuk's in this contract thing, because he's saying, hey, I'm the guy, the deep threat that he throws to all the time, and I'm wide open and he hits me.
Sure it is.
Oh, wow. Okay. Let's go to Derek.
Justin Fields on line 2.
Derek, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey, Derek.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit under. Granted, you can time him with a sundial, but he can. He does make the throws down the middle. He does thread the needle quite a bit, and I think he makes decent decisions most of the time.
So underrated in your mind. Now, let me ask you this question, right? Because we were just talking about it. Goff or Purdy?
At this point, it's still Goff.
Okay. I wanted to ask. And again, part of what I do, I joke around a little bit with Rico about it. It's just fun amongst friends, but it just, no, I think some of this has gotten a little much for me.
Right, but I also think that the views are slanted when it comes to that. It's like asking political questions in certain states.
What do you mean? I'm a Giants fan.
No.
I'm not even a Lions fan.
No, not you, but asking Lions fans.
Oh.
You think Goff or Purdy? Really?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a little defensive there. I'm so sorry.
Right. Jeez. Okay, everybody calm down.
So sorry.
David, go ahead with the ticket text, will you please?
My gosh, someone says you could put Goff at 1 for decision making. Throwing 300 passes with no picks is the gold standard for decision making.
Okay, but okay, so let's do this, right? Decision making. Here's the list: Aaron Rodgers 1, Stafford 2, Burrow 3, Stroud, Purdy, Love, Mahomes, Prescott, Goff, Cousins. All right, who do you want him ahead of? You want him ahead of Dak? I'm good with that. Is he ahead of Mahomes? No. Is he ahead of Joe Burrow? No. Is he ahead of Aaron Rodgers? No. Now, that would leave Stafford, Stroud, Love, and Purdy. I'm fine if you want to move him up. Let's just say we brokered peace. I move him from 9 to 6. He's still unrated in half of these.
Right. And I think he's unrated because whenever it gets to the mobility factor, he's going to get penalized. And you don't have to be Lamar Jackson. You don't have to be that person that's going to go out and rush for over 100 yards in the game. But you'd like to know that on a 3rd and 9, he could break containment and he could extend the play and pick up 14 yards. That's what you would hope for. And the second he gets out of the pocket, he's going to get tackled. Or run out of bounds.
And probably fumble.
That too. No, seriously. But that's why. Because we asked the question.
Where the tiny hands play.
We asked the question last, like, why his peers feel that way? And I think he's being punished because he's not mobile and he's not going to get mobile. Like he is who he is right now.
David, go ahead.
It's interesting how the NFC has all these system quarterbacks and the AFC has the superstar quarterbacks. I think there are some superstars on the NFC side.
No, I think, look, the AFC currently, it's probably the greatest collection of quarterbacks in my lifetime in one conference. When you look at what it takes and the quarterbacks you have to go through in the AFC, Mahomes is Michael Jordan. He's Tom Brady. So that, for starters, you win the argument right there. You have Josh Allen. You have Lamar Jackson. You have Tua. You have Joe Burrow. You have C.J. Stroud. You have Trevor Lawrence. You have all these players. That's before you get to whatever the hell Anthony Richardson's going to be or whatever the hell the next crop is going to be. I'm just saying, the AFC, you have some of the greatest natural talents. Justin Herbert.
Right.
The NFC, it's a differential. Look, if Goff were in the AFC, would he be a top 5 QB? No. But in the NFC, I've made the argument.
And I think that's why they're banking on Caleb Williams. I think that's why they're banking on whether it's JJ or,
Love?
No, the Commanders.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Daniels, yes. They're hoping that he's going to be that difference-making
Your pathway
quarterback.
in the NFC is a lot easier with quarterbacks. I mean, look, right now, can you say without argument that, look, if it's Goff, Hurts, Purdy, Stafford, is that it? You could ask 4 people, they'll give you 4 different answers who they'd take. The AFC is a whole different thing.
Yeah, you're right. Dak, yeah, you can throw, yeah.
See, Dak, I can't. I can't.
You're a Giants fan.
What is that? You know what? David, hit the button. 97.
You've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Okay, guys, the new semester is coming up. The fall semester is coming, and you know what? You have an opportunity to get your name into the next class. You want to get your career started in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, you need to act right now to make sure that you are in the upcoming class this fall at Specs at LTU. You need to be curious. You need to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And as I said, the next classes, it's filling up. The fall is almost here. We're just merely weeks away. You need to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And then while you're there, make magic. Enroll for the fall semester at Specs at and by enrolling in the Specs at LTU certificate program, you need to do that. You need to do that today.
At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state of Michigan, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And there's a reason they can move that much product. It's all in stock. It's all in their warehouse, mile down the road. You buy it, you build it. You save money, too. Some as low as $1.59 a foot. Whether you're a do-it-yourselfer or a pro, they'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Get it built and enjoy days like today in your brand new, beautiful Trex deck. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. So, top of the hour, we'll get back into football. But, Kenny, I needed your opinion on something. Rico, don't. This morning, Rico can just leave. Listen, just leave. I'm trying to be a professional, and you are attempting to sideswipe a perfectly good segment. I just kindly leave. Now, listen. Kenny, did you hear Jim Costa this morning with Ken Daniels?
I did not hear this. I was told that it happened. Besides that, I have no idea what occurred.
Well, it got a little spicy. I don't want to oversell it, but Jim was trying to have fun with Ken about the whole "we'll take that" thing. And Jim used a phrase that Ken clearly didn't like, which was they choked. And Daniels was, well, I disagree with that. Well, like, Ken, they went like 5-14 their last 19 games. Sorry. But then it was a lot of explaining in what I felt like, let me be very clear, what I felt like was tempering expectations again. Mm-hmm. Would you agree with that, Rico?
Yes.
Because you did hear it.
Yes.
Okay. Kenny, I just have a question for you, just so I can understand, because, I mean, me and Rico, we're stupid. We're just stupid people. Why is it we are tempering expectations, already low expectations, in a league where half the teams make the playoffs? Why are we unwilling to say that next year is make or break for the Iser plan? Just make the playoffs.
I don't think that's a ridiculous thing to question. I think that's perfectly valid. And if questioning that makes you stupid, then lump me in with the stupid camp with you guys, because I have no idea why you would want to kind of temper expectations.
And let me be clear.
This is, by the way, you're not asking anything crazy to happen.
No.
It's just get there.
And I understand. Listen, I'll be clear, because I feel like you have to explain everything because people have lost all ability to process. I'm not asking for Ken Daniels to come on the air and go chair drop on the team that pays him. But I'm just saying it's okay to go, you know what? I get it, guys. It is time to make the playoffs. Like, that's okay to say that. I don't need a 10,000-word explanation of, well, look, it's like last year. Certain teams will be better. Certain teams will be worse. They'll be in the hunt. No. You are in the water or on the beach. There's no half wet.
And it is odd, too, because Bally's and Ken Daniels, they do a pretty good job with the hockey broadcast of not being, state-run media. But you think that the state-run media would at least have a little bit of, this team could be a playoff team.
No, has to be.
Has to be.
That's the difference for me. Look, if people had a problem entering year 5 with an edict of make the playoffs, how could you have a problem entering year 6?
It does beg the question, then, at what year, at what point do we expect to make the playoffs?
No,
if this year isn't make the playoffs, you have to, what is?
It begs the question. Were Rico and I right 2 months ago when we did the topic that Chris Ilitch and this hockey team and baseball team, they have the same plan. Mm-hmm. No urgency, take as much time as you need, and we'll wait for the kids.
Yeah, the E letter word has become a dirty word, expectations. Because you're not supposed to have any. Just wait to see what happens, kick the can. When it happens, and when it does, we'll be happy.
Right.
But
no urgency.
Do not expect anything from either team, because you're not going to get there.
It's we believe in our own guys. Let our own guys come up from the minor leagues, whether it's baseball or hockey, and this core will carry us.
Continue to have people that will lay on the train tracks for Yzerman or Scott Harris. And listen, Scott Harris clearly not nearly as far down the tracks as Steve is. But I'm just making a point, I don't think it's wrong, but you could tell, and I encourage you guys, Odyssey.com rewind, go listen to the morning show. Support Cookies. His voice is back. It was getting a little contentious, and I'm like, this doesn't need to be this way. But when you're talking to someone who just won't give an inch, it's like, well, okay, then fine. I guess we'll just hope we're in the hunt. I don't care if other teams are better. The Wings entered the offseason with over $30 million in cap space. It's not my problem they didn't come home with anything. That's on Yzerman.
I just keep circling back, though, to if it's not year 5, if it's not year 6, what year am I supposed to expect things that I like, fun?
Kenny, I don't know.
Because the tempering of expectations now in August, what are we doing here?
Well, Kenny, I'm only giving you, and again, go listen to it. Maybe you shouldn't. It'll make you angry. But it's like, can we just all be on the same level here where it's like, no, this is a make or break year. They have to make the playoffs. You heard Yzerman himself almost soft pedal a little bit. Now you hear the TV side play-by-play guy. That's what I got out of it.
Because if you actually put it on record, then they feel like people can use it against them.
Who cares?
Well, you said that this was going to be a playoff team, and it wasn't, so you don't want to look bad. So hey, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, well, enjoy hockey.
They're not asking for something that's unrealistic. That's the thing. So put it out there that I believe, and this should be the year we make the playoffs.
David, I'm with you because I was like, he sounded a little offended. Like Cookies was like, hey, this was supposed to be a soft pedal interview. What are you doing asking me some real questions that I got to answer?
Offended about what exactly? I'll go back and listen to it, but I just don't understand the idea that we can't expect
I think the
bare
usage
minimum
of the word choke, I think we'll take that angle. It just, again, it's sports.
But
we're not curing cancer here.
I'll give Cookies credit. I mean, he was able to back it up. It's not just like I'm just throwing this word out flippantly. No, here's what happened at the end of the season. Explain.
Right, and also can't happen again.
Yeah.
See, what I don't like is this idea of, well, the Eastern Conference is going to be tougher. Yeah, it is, which is why we wanted you to have a better offseason. See, this is the other problem. We went into the offseason with an expectation, and clearly the organization either couldn't fulfill it or was unwilling to. It's one of those two things. They didn't have the offseason any of us hoped. Is that fair? Mm-hmm. Kenny, you're the arbiter of justice.
No, I think that's absolutely fair.
Okay.
I feel like it's leaning more towards unwilling to, because this feels like a very stubborn operation that we're running.
Well, yeah, they don't want to give out term.
Right.
And look, if the whole idea is, well, we're better, how? Because we brought Kane back. That's a piece. What about the defenseman you lost? What'd you replace him with? Well, the kids and development and time and patience, and Eastern Conference will be tougher. And it's like, wait, are you selling me that it's just going to be, hey, we're not horrible, call for tickets? Hey, we're lightly interesting? Like, I'm with Kenny in this regard. I just can't understand the lack of urgency. And the idea that people still defend it. Look, we're going to have an interesting fall that will 99% be taken over by the Lions, and should be. But there's going to be a space for the Tigers somewhere in there during the winter meetings and somewhere in the offseason where if I don't see a seed change from the Tigers, that's going to tell me a lot about both properties to me. All right, sorry. I had to give Kenny one segment on that. You should listen to it. Support Cookies. Odyssey.com. Rewind. We'll get back to the football next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Riley Green is getting closer to return with the Tigers. He passes running.
Let me just get this bad. Hold on, Jeremy. Let me just take care of that for you.
Don't do this, man. What are you doing to him?
I'm gonna complete this update like this, right? Just like this. I don't even know where I left off. He wanted to go one more test earlier this week and have given the green light. He went to Toledo. The team has the day off today. Seattle on the docket tomorrow. The Guardians have activated forward Tiger Matthew Boyd. This marks his recovery from Tommy John surgery that sidelined him last June. He pitched 21 in the third rehab innings between 3 different levels, logging a .83 ERA. The Tigers have signed him.
You know what? I think we're good.
At the Cornwall Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Adel. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you were on the air there? My bad. So, let's get to business. We've lost Rico. Okay, so. Come on, man. How am I going to do this if you can't make eye contact?
Let's go.
You're like Stoney over there. You're staring at the floor because you don't want to start laughing. We have a question. We are 2 weeks from college football. And everything right now, because we're in this dead zone of NFL, so much with college. Today, we kicked off Cash the Ticket with our preview series, and every radio show or podcast, it's all college football. So we had a question, right? The Lions have this well-defined barometer for success. Super Bowl. It's inarguable. Michigan and Michigan State are really in a weird place.
Mm-hmm.
2 completely different programs right now. But it's Michigan off a national title. What defines success this season?
Mm-hmm.
Or does it matter at all? Like, I don't expect a Michigan fan to call up and go, zippity-doo-dah, it doesn't matter. We won. What defines success moving forward? And for Michigan State, with a first-year head coach, you said it earlier. It's like it's year 0. It's not even year 1. The whole program had to be burnt to the ground after Tucker did his best routine. What defines success? And I want to continue that conversation. So I can throw it to the people. 248-539-9797. But where do you want to start? You want to go with Michigan or Michigan State?
I mean, I can do both. I think for Michigan State, it's 7 wins. I think for Michigan State, it's just trying to get this program to a bowl game, just so you get the extra practices, just so Smith can continue to build upon this, so you can keep people from not transferring out because they're thinking, well, I gave you a shot and this is a dead-end program, and you did nothing. For Michigan, it's when do you get over your hangover of the national championship where you actually start saying, okay, I want to try to run this thing back, because it looks like you're not, because you don't even know who your quarterback is going to be. So if you're Michigan, I think success for Michigan, can you win one of your big 3 games? Can you go to it, whether it's Ohio State, whether it's Oregon, or whether it's Texas? Can you win one of those 3 games, meaning that you win all the other ones? I think that's success for Michigan.
And that's a playoff year.
Yeah.
If they win one of those games and you take care of business, they're in the playoff, the momentum continues. I think for 1 year, it's never okay to lose to your rival, but in this instance, I think you guys understand what I'm saying. You'd keep the momentum going, meaning we're back in the playoff. Now, again, that's no small task for a team that lost 13 players to the NFL. You lost your quarterback. You lost one of the best running backs you've had. You lost all 5 O-line starters, 3 of your top 4 receivers. You lost a ton, and any coach who could get out got out. That's a lot. Now, for Michigan State, what would define success in year 1 for Jonathan Smith?
I think for Michigan State, you have to get to a bowl game. That's a must. You cannot finish another season where it's over at Thanksgiving and we're already talking basketball. You have to at least take this thing even if you're playing at Ford Field, you have to play in some postseason game, get the practices. It gets the players to believe in Jonathan Smith and not hit the portal and not want to leave. I would like to think that they can at least win 7 games. But that's where you are for this year for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've said it all summer joking around, and you're like, are you going to get angry about things that haven't happened yet? The over-under being 4.5, it's just inexcusable. Look, in a day and age where it's not a 5-year rebuild to recruit and mature and incubate players, no, you buy them.
Right.
You go to the store and you buy them. Oh,
But that's what they did, Mike. And now it's like, okay, did I get a bargain?
That's right.
Or did I get nothing? Because
they
went out,
figures for a quarterback. You better be good. Aiden Childs has got to be a superstar.
Yeah, they went out and brought in like 40 transfers. Yeah, this is going to be something. Now, did you get lucky and are 6 of those NFL type players? I'm just throwing that number out there.
I understand. Totally.
And then, okay, you know what? You got something, and by game number 5, if you took the over on 4.5, you're already cashing your ticket. But if they didn't, man, it's going to be a major step back. I think they're 4.5 because it's just the biggest question mark. Because with the incoming freshmen and the transfers, you're looking at over 60 brand new players. Like I told you, I'm just like a Marion Smith. I'm at the fundraiser, and I'm like, I don't know any of these players in this room.
We did the deal last week joking around about it. I mean, how many people can you even name on the team? Ultimately, that's not our problem, right? These teams are going to conduct business the way they conduct it. It's just about the results. I'll have a hard time at, look, 5-7, he can go back to Oregon. 6-6, I won't be happy.
Yeah, 5-7, it better been something detrimental that happened that you ended up that way.
I'm willing to totally look at the middle 4 games and go, they ain't going to win one of them. I totally understand that. But I will not sit here. There's no world that I exist in where I treat, we're playing Maryland and it's an auto loss. Go to hell. You're out of your mind. If that's an auto loss, you got a bad coach. You're running a bad program. You know, places like Indiana, Minnesota, Rutgers, all of it. Sorry, no, that's not elitist. None of those schools are top 20 in revenue, top 20 in attendance, have made the playoff, have won the Big Ten ever. I want to hear it. I need State to win 7 games to feel remotely satisfied. For Michigan, I'm with David in one regard. Finding the quarterback is a key. And if they can just keep the momentum, almost like a new tradition now where for so long Michigan underachieved. Mm-hmm. Now, can they continue to achieve or borderline overachieve based on their personnel losses? 9-3, they're in the playoff. The networks will Joel Klatt will filibuster for them on the Senate floor. They're in.
Yeah. I would say 9-3. I would give them probably an 85% chance of being in unless your 3 losses are you just got hammered against those other schools. And it's just like, you won 9 games, but.
See, but I'm different, and I know a lot of Michigan fans won't agree with me on this end, but I am so into just finding a quarterback that I'm willing to lose 4 or 5 games if that's the process. Because if you're out there and you're saying, you know what, this is the guy, he just needs the reps, and you go out there and you're like, oh, you know what, we lost the game that we should not have lost. But he's learning. He's getting the reps that we need, and now we got the guy.
Player? I mean, the only guy that would qualify in that would be what, Davis, the freshman?
Probably, yes.
But what if he doesn't play? What if it's Orgy? What if it's Tuttle? Well, David, that's my issue with what Michigan did. And I know Michigan fans are still in a slumber because of, the title. The portal era, you go out and get a player.
And I know.
Oregon needed a quarterback. They got Dylan Gabriel. Miami needed a quarterback. They went out and got Cam Ward. Like, you're Michigan. You're the defending national champions.
And that's what I thought would be different because Harbaugh, but he did that. He went and got Shea Patterson. And I don't know. I don't understand why they didn't go portal. I don't, because I don't really trust these guys. They have to be
even
right.
A grad transfer, so I don't have to hear about your phony academic thing. Go get a grad transfer.
They have to be right then.
I mean, why is Grayson McCall at NC State? Just go get him.
Yes.
There are plenty of grad transfer quarterbacks that are year 800. Go get one.
But I think they recruited so many quarterbacks and promised them that shot that they didn't want to recruit over those young guys.
But who?
That they
over
brought
Davis?
In. Yeah. Davis, Orgy.
Well, then they better be right.
You're worried about him?
Not me, but I'm just saying, like,
they are worried about Orgy, though. They are.
You can't recruit these younger guys in and then say, but we're going to go get a transfer.
What are you talking about? This is the college football you created. That's exactly what I do.
No, I understand. But to Michigan, they're saying, hey, we promise these guys a chance.
If Davis is so great, then beat the transfer, if that's what you do. But they did not do that.
No, and look, David, I guess I'm just supporting your point that finding a quarterback means continued success for the program. And if you don't have one, look, I think that's important. And I think if you could get to 9 wins, that's 5 stars. Truly. Because you're in the playoff. That would be ultimate. That would be really success, considering the losses. For State, it's just if you could get to 7 and 5. Like, look, Rico, they open up. It's like, no, I'm sorry, but if you go to Boston College and lose, not good enough. Not good enough. You got to get 7 wins. 7 wins is not even good.
No. Mike, I understand. That's why I said for me, it's more of a you got to get to a bowl game.
I know.
Year 0.
I know.
You need those 15. You need the 15 practice.
It's just for me. Oh, you did the bowl practice routine. Oh, that's cute. I like that. That's like a 2005 line of thinking.
Mike, because here's the thing.
We're really going to benefit from those extra practices.
No, it's not benefiting from the practices. It's meaning that maybe you get players to buy in and it's not a mass exodus out the program.
Oh, okay. No, he wins. I forgot. The minute kids don't get what they want, they just bail.
Yeah.
Nice sport we got. All right. 248-539-9797. Moran Buick GMC. It's road trip season. They've got the vehicles you're looking for. The 24 GMC Sierra 1500 four-wheel drive crew cab. You lease at $247 a month, 24 months, $19.99 down. The 24 Buick Encore GX, $246 a month, 39 months. Sign and drive, no money, do it delivery. New stock arriving daily. You know you're getting the certified service at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
248-539-9797. Expectations. What's a successful season for Michigan or Michigan State this upcoming year? Michigan coming off the national title. Are you okay with taking a couple steps back for Michigan State? Rock bottom. How far up do you get that you say, yes, this was successful?
Here's the other thing. Am I a bad fan because I think it does matter the money these guys make now? That I treat it like the pros. Look, I'm not, you guys know, the old way is done. I have a hard time with it. I never had a problem with players getting paid. If you told me 3 years ago, players would be making 7 figures, having 50 career snaps, or even worse, out of high school, I'd go, there's no way. People would never be that stupid. It's a horrific investment. It really is. But that's where we are. I mean, you got Michigan State's quarterback, depending who you talk to, who's making 7 figures. How am I supposed to view? Aiden Childs could be the nicest kid in the world, could be a wonderful young man, could be a great teammate, a great ambassador for the university. It doesn't matter because now it's like he's playing on Sundays. Like you sign a big free agent, you bring somebody in, you trade for Carlton Davis. Carlton Davis has to be a Pro Bowl corner for you, or you're going to rake him over the coals. It's the same
but
thing here.
But is it that much different than if you brought in this 5-star player who came in with a ton of expectation?
Yes, because that player was committed to you. Because there would be an idea of a roadmap to success. Now, you don't have time for that. We always use this example. David, I'm sure you could bring some U of M ones to the table, but my point is, Rico, the way of doing it, like, look, when Michigan State had success, it was identify, develop, patient, and all of a sudden, boom, who the hell's Jeremy Langford? Wow, he's pretty good. Tony Lippett, Danico Sallin, like all these guys. You can't do that now. Kids will leave.
Right.
So I'm saying to you is like, okay, Aiden Childs comes in. Maybe I'm a bad fan. Yeah, I'm expecting 7 wins. Why? If you have an upper-level quarterback, if you have an all-conference level quarterback, you should win 7 games, especially when one of them's Prairie View A&M. So really, I'm asking State to go 6-5. And if you take away the FAU game, I'm asking you to go 5-5. 5-5 against teams with legs.
5-5, but yeah, when you have over 60 brand new players, that's the caveat right there.
But
so no, I understand, David, what he's saying, that the expectation has changed because it's like, well, what the heck are we paying you for if you can't come in here and win? And I'm not saying you can't. Okay, I'm not saying you're a bad fan if you feel that way because expectations have changed. To me, it's a little, it's very similar to. You were a 5-star top 100 player and you come in here, or you're a transfer from Alabama at cornerback and you're really not that good.
But I knew you were committed and it was hard for you to transfer. Now kids are bolting in training camp or leaving before the season's over.
Correct.
Rico, that's insane. Sorry, David.
No, I was going to say that's why it's become the NFL in a lot of people's minds, is because when you bring a guy in, like it or not, we talked about J.J. McCarthy for the Minnesota Vikings. We understand that you got to be patient with him, but it's the NFL. Well, that man got drafted, and he needs to perform right away when he plays.
But see, it's not you, David, but it's a stupid line of thinking for people to think that way because they're not ready. So even though you're paying them that amount of money, they're not ready.
Right. Understood.
Right.
You're
and
right.
Aiden Childs, probably not ready.
You're right.
You're setting yourself up for failure.
Career snaps?
Yes. You're setting yourself up for failure, but it comes with higher expectation. That's why I said it depends. Like once college football starts, do you forget how much money they make and you just go back to watching the games?
Nope.
Or
Nope.
do you see price tags whenever they run? You're like, yep, that's $1 million. That's $500,000. Oh, this is what we get. We pay you $250,000 and you fumble the ball.
I think when college, look, here's the problem. All right, they are a part of a machine. They are a part of producing money. They deserve a cut of it. I don't have a problem with it. I'll say it again. If you told me, guys, we're getting the financial equivalent of a scholarship, out-of-state scholarship to U of M or Michigan State, and they're making 50, 60, 70 a year, I'm not mad. That's good. It's good money, especially for, not being a pro. But when we lost cabin pressure and you have Ohio State, $32 million this offseason on coaches and portal, I'm sorry. Very hard for a father to take the 2 kids to a college game, and you got a kid who's never thrown a collegiate pass making 10x what the guy makes. Yeah. You want to tell me, like, look, if Blake Corum was making $1 million, or JJ, or Loveland, or Mason Graham as Aaron Donald, he's a monster. Do it. You've earned it. But this is wacky land. It's crazy. Let's go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, buddy? Drew?
What's going on, boys?
There he is. What's up, Drew?
Hey, man. I love this topic, dude. I'm gonna cut it clean and get it to the point. Let's cut the BS, guys. Okay? I'm gonna make 2 predictions. Michigan State, you pay a quarterback 7 figures, 9-3, unacceptable, anything less. And I'm gonna tell you right now, they're gonna shock everybody. That gauntlet of 4 games in a row, they're gonna win one of those games. Okay, and put themselves back on the map, just so when they play Michigan, there's a real matchup again, right? Because it's been a joke the last couple of years.
Yeah, you're telling us. I think you scored again.
Okay, so now let's get to Michigan.
Yeah.
Now let's get the BS really out of the way, okay? Sharon Moore is the face of this scandal, whatever you want to call it, wrapped in a bucket. I got the plays. We know what you're doing, blah, 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 okay? 10-2, anything less is a failure. And I'm telling you this right. The reason I say this is because if you don't, the naysayers are gonna pile on you. Okay, and I don't care if they lose to Texas. I don't care if they lose to Oregon. You cannot lose to loaded Ohio State. If you beat Ohio State at this point, you don't have a quarterback, so whatever. If you beat Ohio State, you quiet some of those questions. Okay, if they would have went and hired somebody outside the program, I would have gave them a little bit of a leeway. But they kept the guy that is supposedly the face of this whole problem that happened last year, and that's what upsets me the most about this whole situation is that we finally win a championship, and it's under a cloud of doubt or conspiracy or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so in other words, right now is his chance to shut everybody up. I don't care if you don't have a quarterback yet. Find a way to win big games.
All right, here's what I'll say. And Drew, believe me, it is a nightmare for me to have to defend U of M, but I will do it in this regard. If they take a step back this year, while the jokes about not knowing the other team's plays are funny ha-has, the reality is it's because you lost 13 guys to the draft. It's because you lost the staff. You lost your whole O-line, 3 of your top 4 receivers, because Rod Moore's knee exploded, because Sabb transferred to Alabama. Like, guys, I would have to defend you in that regard, and I would. It's funny ha-has to say the cheating thing. The reality is you lost one of the best teams you've ever had. Truly.
No, this is true. But it's kind of like with you, it's the money that you make. I think for a lot of Michigan fans and a lot of people, it's going to be like, well, you couldn't cheat, so that's why you're losing. They're not going to see.
I know.
The people are gone. It's like, oh, this is what happens when you have a level playing field.
You can have both. People can be lazy with that narrative, and that's fine. The reality is, I don't know how they would ever live up because the players, first of all, it's not like Harbaugh was recruiting like Georgia. Dirty secret, he wasn't. And this offseason, after you won, you spent the offseason on Harbaugh watch, then he gutted the staff, he took everyone he could take, everyone who could leave left or you fired. And when you look at it, you go, okay, well, who did U of M plug the holes with? It's dicey. Now, listen, you can build a defense with Will Johnson taking away one side and Graham and Grant in the middle. Their D, I don't think it'll be top 5 good. It'll be top 25 good.
Quarterback, I don't think they've hit the Stephen Threet, Nick Sheridan level. No. But it's kind of lackluster because you're like, okay, you're Michigan. You should have been able to go out and get somebody to come there. Like, in all honesty, you would expect a guy like Aiden Childs to say, you know what, I want to go to Michigan. You just won. I was a top recruit. I'm going to go there. Instead, I think you didn't want to over-recruit over the quarterbacks that you had.
Okay. Well, look, we'll find out. Let the football start. We'll see. God, if we lose to FAU in the opener, God help me. All right, IRS collection or audit. You need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Simple. You don't need a random phone screener from 7 states over. Maurice and Jerry, real attorneys, real track record, real success. They'll advocate for you, fight for you, and guide you through the entire experience. Save your time and money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Lions have signed QB Jake Fromm. Fromm logged 8,200 yards in 3 seasons for Georgia. He was most recently with the Commanders, but they cut ties in May. They also released wideout Antoine Green, who sustained a concussion in the game last week versus New York. Lions coach Dan Campbell may be reversing course on his plan for the preseason. One of those 3 practices is tonight at 6 in Allen Park. Our own show will be there starting at 6. We learned today that Jets defensive end Hassan Reddick has requested a trade, but the team quickly stomped out those chances, saying they will not make such a deal, and he's expected to attend training camp. If he chooses not to, he will continue to rack up a $50,000 per day fine per the CBA. Right now, he's over $1 million in fines. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Football, it's almost here. Opening episodes of Cash Ticket Season 3 are out. We did talk a lot of totals and futures and different conference preview stuff. FanDuel, more betting markets than anyone. Join it. I mean, it is our betting partner. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. There's no better place to get ready for the season than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And an added bonus, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. So visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Sign up today, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay. So explain this now. We have no Rieger tonight. It's Wojo at training camp. Is that correct?
Wojo and Mark Ryan at training camp. But Wojo's at the press conference.
Which starts at 6.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Do I have everything accurate? Okay. Odyssey.com rewind. New cash to ticket up today. Big Ten preview today, tomorrow. Every team broken down. Best bets. We'll get to the Big 12. We're going to get to the SEC later in the week. I got the ACC on tap. And then what we're going to do too, because honestly, who are we kidding? I can't do a separate episode for all these crappy conferences. We're rolling them all together. Plus Notre Dame. Rico, a Sun Belt episode, 48 minutes of Sun Belt.
Brother, I got a Big Ten preview as well.
That's right. So here's the preview. Oregon's really good. Download it.
I got the guy from Pick 6 Preview joining me tomorrow.
Okay, excellent. And by the way, that is one of the themes of Cash Ticket today is, look, I know OSU's good, but I'm not convinced. Like, they have red flags. I think it's Oregon's conference to lose.
Oregon, can you handle the Big Ten? Can you handle weather that's not perfect? There's a lot.
They have a lot of fog in Oregon.
Okay.
Yes, David.
I'll read a couple texts here. Michigan State 7-5, Michigan 9-3 to make the playoffs. He put the Lions in here, NFC title game for the Lions.
That's like I wrote it. I think 9-3 for Michigan, 7-5 for State. Yeah, that would be success. Like undeniable success to me. And David, that line for game of the year, Michigan, Ohio State, right now is 11.5.
Okay.
Do you want that bet?
No.
No?
No.
You wouldn't take the 11.5?
I just don't know who the quarterback is.
Doesn't matter. Look at all those points.
It's because you're not a real fan.
David, you could be down. You could be down 17 late and still cover. Mm-hmm. You want to work something out with the general fund?
Orgy in the end zone. There you go.
No.
Look, your uncle doesn't need to wear 2 bow ties. He can downgrade to 1.
Like everybody else.
His uncle knows how to dress. Very fashionable man.
Let me read you this one because this one's crazy before we get to Wojo. MSU is the first real team Ohio State plays. I can see an upset in East Lansing. Ryan Day is like Kyle Shanahan, act like he's won something but hasn't.
You want to take this? Okay. Here's my response to that. Touchdown, Ohio State. Touchdown, Ohio State. Another one.
Put it this way.
Another one.
Put it this way. For years, Ohio State and Ryan Day has basically said in the third quarter, a pat on the head, Michigan State, you tried. You tried your best.
I hear Bob. Bob, is that you?
Oh, you're darn right, it's me.
What's up,
out here at
buddy?
Lions camp.
Question
What's
for
going
you.
on?
I want to
Yes,
see
what
where
do you
you're
got?
at with this. Defining success for Michigan and Michigan State this season. What does it look like for Michigan and what does it look like for State?
I was listening to you guys, and I saw that thing on ESPN where they had the ceiling for each team in the top 25 and the floor for each team.
Okay.
So the ceiling and the floor for Michigan and Michigan State, do you want just what would constitute a satisfactory season, not necessarily the best possible season?
Yes, just the idea of success. Not ultimate glory, but hey, this was a successful regular season.
Okay, I think if Michigan hits 9-3 or higher, success.
Agree.
Michigan State. I think 6-6 or higher would be a success.
Oh, come on! How about 7-5? Can I just get 7-5?
Well, no, because I mean,
one of the games is Prairie View. It doesn't even count.
I know, but the Vegas thing is 4.5. Right?
I know. It's terrible.
I don't defy Vegas, pal. I will not do it.
All right, that's
yes,
fair.
I will.
You have every right to say it. It's just, man, oh man, 5-7, 6-6. Ugh.
But I heard you guys talking earlier. Each team has a major wild card, and of course it's the quarterback position. Michigan might be screwed at quarterback, or they might have a rising star in Alex Orji. I think he'll end up being the starter.
Oh, Mojo breaking news.
There you go. Michigan State may be screwed, or they actually might have a rising star in Aiden Childs. I mean, I think both of them could be in better position than we realize once we see them get out there.
Oh, can't wait for
no
the column.
Column.
What's coming up next?
My column is coming up next. I am going to talk a little bit about the Lions. Just see who the Lions brought in.
Yeah, Jake Fromm.
Yeah, oh yeah, yep. Starting week 1, don't you think?
Yeah, in Toronto.
Yeah, he hasn't played since he played for your Giants in 21.
Thank you.
Whatever.
It was a real blessed few weeks.
Yes, it was. It's just a body. Poor kid, but he's just a body.
No, it's Sudfeld insurance because he's terrible.
Yeah, and Hooker might not be ready to play this weekend with his concussion. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Lions and some of those college football things you guys were batting around. I found very interesting.
Oh, my God. All right, we did something right. All right.
Yes, you did.
So just you tonight, right?
Yeah, until 7, and then we have Lions Review live from Lions Camp.
All right. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2. Robert, take care of yourself.
You guys as well.
Good night,
Thank
everybody.
you. Woohoo!